Prime Minister,
Panie premierze,
Excellencies,
ekscelencje,
Ministers,
ministrowie,
Commissioners,
komisarze, generałowie,
distinguished guests.
drodzy goście, przyjaciele.
Witajcie w 12. edycji Warsaw Security Forum. A very warm welcome to the 12th edition
Bardzo gorąco witamy na 12. Security
Bigger
Forum.
and better than ever. 2,500 delegates registered from 90 different countries. Distinguished guests, my name is Kasia Madeira and I will be guiding you through this first day, this opening day, and we would like to extend our distinguished thanks to the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, for being here with us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All the high-level delegations are so very, very welcome here this year in Warsaw once again, because you know you have your work cut out. Now, the Warsaw Security Forum would like to just recognize their strategic partners who they have been working together with since 2014. And that is, of course, NATO and the National Security Bureau of the President of Poland. The Warsaw Security Forum organizers would also like to recognize their institutional partners, and that is Poland's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Poland's Ministry of National Defense, and also the Ministry of Digital Affairs of Poland. Thank you so much for your participations. A special thanks to our partner nation this year, France, bienvenue, a delegation of over 150 delegates here with us today, representing the government, parliament, and also industry, led by the French Minister of Foreign Affairs. Bienvenue, France. Over the course of the next 2 days, you will be hearing a lot of thoughts, a lot of ideas. You know that your work has been an incredible effort so far in supporting Ukraine and striving for peace. You also know that that work is nowhere near done. So one thing, please do take with you throughout the course of the next 2 days is the umbrella message of this year's forum. Divided, we fall. We must have unity. And with more on this, please join me in welcoming onto the stage the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Professor Katarzyna Pisarska.
Prime Minister Tusk, distinguished guests, friends, welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum. And most importantly, welcome to Poland, a land, as you know probably very well, shaped by history, and a nation that has learned, often at a terrible cost, that freedom is never free, and that peace has to be fought for. We gather here at a moment in history, in our lifetimes, like no other we know. For decades, myself and you have comforted ourselves with a story that a great war in Europe is no longer possible, that confrontation will be replaced by cooperation. But that illusion has been shattered 3 years ago on February 24th, 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this room we know very well that the holiday from history is over, that the peace dividend has been spent. 3.5 years on, it cannot be more clear that Russian aggression is not a peripheral conflict. It has been a turning point in the history of Europe, but I also believe in the history of the world. And it has forced us to look at a brutal truth, that war is at our doorsteps. Not because we choose it, but because those who despise freedom have brought it upon us. Only 5 hours drive from this very city, Warsaw, sits another city, Lviv, a beautiful city, historical city in Ukraine. Around this time last year, in 2024, a Russian ballistic missile has taken away the lives of the wife and 3 daughters of my friend Jarosław Bazylewicz. His daughters, Yarina, the oldest, was 21. Daria was 18. And little Emilia was just 7. Jarosław survived because he went to the kitchen to pick up some water for his family. And Jarosław is here today. I wanted to recognize his presence with us. Jarosław's grief is not a statistic. His loss is not another number. It is a family destroyed. And what we see now, that since that attack, Russia has only intensified its assault against Ukrainian civilians. Only last month, in August, short-range drones have killed in deliberate attacks on cities 58 people. Ukrainians in their apartments, in hospitals, in schools, deliberate and unspeakable war crimes. And only yesterday, many of our friends here from Ukraine have traveled, were late, because we watched apocalyptic images coming from Kiev as 568 drones and over 43 rockets were launched into Ukraine, including the capital. All again, unspeakable war crimes. And here in Poland and in the eastern flank, in the last weeks, we have seen that Russian aggression does not stop on the borders of Ukraine. Russia provocations continue. Drones violate Polish airspace, and jets violate and test Baltic and Romanian defenses. Ladies and gentlemen, we know very well that these provocations are no accident. They are a calculated test of our resolve. Because for too long, we, as the West, have tried to dance with the Russian bear, to tame it through trade, through gas deals. But the bear is a predator, and every step of that dance has been paid and is being paid by Ukrainian blood today, and if we fail to act, also ours tomorrow. And here in Poland, we stand on the frontier between democracy and tyranny. We are not only a frontier country, we are a central pillar of European security. We are the largest per GDP defense spender. We are in the process of building the largest standing European army. We continue to be the logistical hub that keeps Ukraine supplied and supported. And this is not only national policy, it is a statement to our allies and adversaries alike. Poland is ready, Poland is capable, and Poland is indispensable to Europe's defense. So our task, not only here in Poland, but throughout the whole transatlantic alliance in all your countries, is not only to resist to these provocations, but also to prepare. And we know too well what must be done. We must ensure Ukrainian victory. We must prove that Europe can be a pillar of global security. And last, we must harden our societies before the next war arrives at our doorsteps. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what makes the Warsaw Security Forum so vital. In the next 2 days, leaders and thinkers, so you, will confront the questions that will shape the security of a generation to come. For example, how do we preserve unity? How do we keep the Americans involved, engaged on the European continent? How do we strengthen Europe's defenses, not tomorrow, but today? So this year's theme is not just a slogan, it is a warning. Divided, we will fall. Our adversaries count on our hesitation, they count on our complacency, they count on our disunity, and we must give them none. Let Warsaw in 2025 be remembered as a place where we chose courage over comfort and unity over division, where we declared with one voice, we will not be intimidated, we will not be divided, and most importantly, we will not be defeated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum. Let our work begin.
Thank you to Professor Pisarska for those words and for just really underlining how close we are to the war. The further west you go, as so many of you will know, the easier it is to forget. We must not forget. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have simultaneous translation available. There are headsets either underneath your chairs or you already have them, so please do benefit from them. And now join me in welcoming onto the stage the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, Donald Tusk.
Jestem pod wielkim wrażeniem
I'm truly impressed with the mobilization
tu w Warszawie,
here in Warsaw.
Mobilizacji organizatorów.
Mobilization of the organizers. Kudos to you for that.
Pani Katarzyna Pisarska,
Katarzyna Pisarska, Zbigniew Pisarski, the organizers of the forum,
myśleć, mówić,
started thinking, speaking and shouting about safe Europe, the need for safe Europe. They started long before it became fashionable.
Między innymi ich pracy,
owing to their work and the work of all participants of this year's forum and previous year's forums,
dzisiaj myślimy
today
mądrzej.
We are wiser in our thinking about safety and security. We have a broader and more intense perspective.
Dzisiaj rozumiemy o niebo lepiej.
We understand much
na czym
more
polega realne zagrożenie
what real threat is
w XXI wieku,
in the 21st century.
Bronić naszej
How
zachodniej
to
cywilizacji
defend our
przed
Western
tym zagrożeniem.
civilization against this threat.
Jest wojna.
It is war.
Dzisiaj największym zadaniem,
The
najważniejszym
biggest
zadaniem
and most
wszystkich liderów
important
opinii
task for all opinion leaders
jest
today
uświadomić tak
is
do bólu,
to make other
tak
people
do
realize in depth,
głębi umysłów,
profoundly,
głębi
that
serc.
goes in the depths of
Całej
people's
zachodniej
minds
wspólnoty.
and their hearts. We
Całej
should make
transatlantyckiej
Western societies and transatlantic
że jest
society,
wojna.
we must make them aware. This is war. We didn't want it, unwanted war.
Miejscami dziwna,
Sometimes strange, a new type of war.
ale jest wojna.
But this is war.
Nie trzeba sięgać do Tukidydesa,
You don't have to reach out to Thucydides
uniwersalnej
and his, sorry to say, universal thesis that has been confirmed that peace is an incident between the natural state, that is conflicts and wars.
brzmi pesymistycznie, ale też bardzo
It sounds pessimistic and realistic at the same time.
generacji, która
I belong to this generation that was born and matured after the Second World War. Everything was after the war, post-war.
chociaż ta wojna była na wyciągnięcie
Although that war, in its traces and memories about what war brings about, was at the fingertips, we could see horrifying pictures from Bucha,
relacje
news coverage about women who were raped,
mordu na dzieci.
witnesses of homicide on children and elderly people.
Przypomniały mi się słowa mojej
I recollected
o swoim doświadczeniu.
my grandma's words when she was describing her experiences in Gdańsk during the Second World War. When we could see Mariupol in rubble, we could see Polish cities. I'm not that old, but when I was a schoolgoer in the Gdańsk, a city I come from, half of the way to my school were marked with ruins, post-war ruins.
To będzie
It seemed to me that post-war thing is a continuous one, especially in Gdańsk. where solidarity was created, where communism fell. We thought that the last negative consequences of the Second World War were kind of nullified. The fall of communism, the fall of Soviet Union, regaining independence by Poland and countries of all region, and this triumph of Western countries. Some people pronounced it the end of history. Yes, it did seem that not only my generation, but also generation of my children and grandchildren will enjoy peace. We should realize now, let's not live in illusion. Peace is not given once for keeps, for always. Peace is not something specific in this part of the world, quite contrary. Therefore, we need to think deep about peace, war, unity of the Western countries. The consideration that is the essence of your meetings is so important, but actions are more important than words, and this is one to air out loud and clear, especially here in Poland, so that my compatriots can hear it. This war is also our war. We often hear, here in Warsaw and any other place in the world, we often hear people saying, it's not our war, we should not be interested in it. Make them fight, kill on their own, make them solve their problems. We don't want to pay for it, we don't want to sacrifice our money, our time, and even more. We don't want to sacrifice the lives of our soldiers. We need to realize it's not about loving Ukraine. It's not about bad or good experiences related to history which involve Ukraine. It's a question about solidarity that was attacked by an aggressor. It's a question about security, safety, and the possibility of Western civilization to survive. This is our war. Because war in Ukraine is a part of this horrific project that appears every now and again in the world. How to enslave nations, how to deprive particular people of their freedoms. What to do that authoritarian, despotic, barbaric rule is there. I'm not going to count all the attributes that is typical for Putin and his regime, and regimes in many corners of the world. Like it or not, this is our war, not only because of solidarity with those who are being attacked, but because of our fundamental interest. If we lose this war, because we need to say we, the consequences will touch upon not only our generation, but also generations to follow. In Poland, in Europe, in the US, in all corners of the world, no doubts about it. When I'm saying this is our war, we need to think about practical consequences. Poland was very quick, not only because of its geography and history, but because of this very sober assessment about Russia. Poland quickly understood that security is not something to save on. Poland quickly understood that solidarity and unity of European Union, NATO and transatlantic family is a prerequisite not only to survive, but also to win with those that attack the foundations of our civilization. I know that this task is by no means easy. Let's remember it, here in Poland, but not only. If you can count on yourselves, first and foremost. This is why we made this decision to make Polish army modernize. It's a large-scale project because we need to count our capabilities. If we want to count on our allies, we need to be a very strong element of North Atlantic Treaty. Sometimes we might have a feeling that there are cracks or scratches on this transatlantic unity.
Wyciągnijmy z tego mądrą lekcję.
Let's learn a lesson from here.
Nie pytajmy o to, jak
Don't
utrzymać
ask
pełną jedność.
how to keep full unity, how to persuade our American friends for more durable and bigger involvement in Ukrainian questions.
Pokażmy, że
First and foremost, we need to show that we are capable of mobilizing our societies and of our governments, of all European unity to work effectively and efficiently. America has the right to demand bigger involvement from Europe as a whole, as we have the right to expect America that transatlantic treaty is a priority, something that guarantees survival of our world. Let's learn one from another. Let's not teach one another, let's learn from one another. Let's learn about our duties, especially in the face of this war, of our war, as I said. And the third thing,
tak jak mówią niektórzy,
it's not like many people say,
dość liczne grono.
quite a number of people in all corners of the world,
Nie do wygrania.
that this war cannot be won.
Wszystko dzieje się w naszych głowach.
Everything is in your head,
Są tutaj bez dyskusji.
because facts and figures are indisputable.
Ukraina, płacąc wielką cenę.
If Ukraine pays a dear price,
Tu na tej sali są
yes,
ofiary tej wojny.
there are victims of this war also with us in this room.
Wiemy dokładnie tu w Polsce.
We know exactly what is the price Ukraine pays and Ukrainians pay for the war.
Pokazuje, że
But paying this price, Ukraine shows that they cannot think about giving up. Ukraine has not given up. Ukraine keeps fighting.
nie tylko dziś w Warszawie.
Here in Warsaw, but not only in Warsaw, not only in Kiev, Ukrainians in Kiev, but also President Trump, to surprise of many, publicly said, yes, Ukraine can win this war.
Te słowa mają wielkie znaczenie.
These are significant words. This faith and belief are significant because you win or lose in your head, in your heart, and then on the battlefield. So if Ukraine can resist, can be courageous and heroic, pragmatic, rational, so why should we have any complexes here in Europe when facing this aggressor? Why should transatlantic treaty have these complexes? Think a moment. If we thought that we could lose this war, we, the Western countries, we would be cursed till the end of the world. It would be something unforgivable.
All the data, not only proportions. Let's look at ourselves, at the US, and what the Ukraine is doing. Everything indicates that there's no reason to think in the category of capitulation, of surrender, except for doubt, weak will, lack of imagination, cowardliness. Those can be reasons, but if we throw that out of our hearts and minds, there will be no reason to move away from solidarity, support, and cooperation for Ukraine with all possible methods. We're doing this for ourselves, not only for Ukrainians, for ourselves and for our future. And today we have another example that we don't have to be huge and to win. I hope that that image will meet to our friends, that they won once again hugely.
Jak być może wiecie,
As you know,
na sercu Mołdowa, często tam jestem.
Moldova is in my heart frequently. I try to support
Długich lat.
Moldavian democracy for many, many years. And I would like to say that the condition for the fact that they supported and resisted to direct Russian aggression, not just on the other side of the Dniester, but in Chisinau. We were dealing with Russian aggression, brutal, influencing the elections. You know what the Moldavian army is like. We won't speak about the numbers,
A oni wygrali.
but they won.
Bo w głowach i w
Because
sercach
in their minds and hearts, they were convinced that they cannot give up.
nie zawiedli się.
And the solidarity of they did not also own the solidarity of Europe. This is very important for all of the Western world. We have to be in solidarity, not because it's emotional, that it's sentimental, but that if we are in solidarity as the slogan of our gathering today and our motto, we will not lose. Ukraine will win the war. We will save their independence and the future of our generation. I believe this strongly, and I'm convinced, continue to discuss it, and thank you very much.
Our thanks to the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk. Once again, round of applause, please. The Prime Minister there very much echoing what the Warsaw Security Forum is doing. It's about being united because, like I say, if there's one message to take away, divided we fall. So we must be united. And what better person to tell us now about the need for that unification? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming, joining us remotely. Once again, you can access headsets if you need so. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. President Zelensky, you are live to Warsaw. We have hundreds of people, including the Prime Minister of Poland, awaiting to hear you. Sir, you have the stage.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. Donald, Mr. Prime Minister, Chair Pisarska, Madam Madera, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention to Ukraine, and thank you for understanding that the challenges our nations face are shared ones. They can only be overcome together. Today, as always, we remember the words of Jerzy Giedroyc. Without a free Ukraine, there can be no free Poland. Russians never stop at just one country. History has shown this many times. Now it is Ukrainians who have stopped Russia, and this matters. And this makes it possible to hold Russia back elsewhere, where they want to break through. Today we congratulate Moldova. In the elections, the idea of Europe won, the idea of normal and stable national development. Russia's subversive influence will not spread farther into Europe. And I spoke today in the morning with Maya Sandu. I congratulated how Russia failed to destabilize Moldova, even after spending huge resources to undermine it and to corrupt whoever they could. What matters is that this election victory happened without decoupling. Ukraine was absolutely right about this, and I thank Poland, first of all, for its support. It's important, too, that a former oligarch who kept that country and our whole region in the shadows of dirty schemes was finally extradited and to Moldova. This act of justice and European cooperation matters not only for Moldova but for everyone in Europe, because anyone who works against their own nation must one day be held accountable. This applies to everyone who chooses war and sides with Russia, from oligarchs and politicians to any other collaborators with Moscow. And we can see how different this is from Georgia. Today, Georgia is in many ways lost to Europe. Maybe one day it will return. But for that, Europe must not close its eyes to what is happening there and in Belarus. Every gain for Russia in our region is always a loss for Europe. That is why we cannot afford to lose a single day or a single country. After Moldova's elections, we must keep supporting Moldova. After elections, the hardest task is to meet voters' expectations. Europe can and must help Moldova with this for our common interests. Of course, today in Europe, the focus is on immediate threats, and they are serious. But we must not forget the long-term political goals. And regarding the most urgent threat today, this is something faced by many countries, not only Poland, not only the eastern flank, but also northern Europe, and it could affect others too. The response must be joint, fast, and leave no opportunities unused. We are ready to share our know-how and expertise, and our military can provide help. The drone wave against Poland on the night of September 10 was a test not only for Poland but for all NATO. Russian jets violated Estonia's airspace, and the new drone incidents in northern Europe are another test for NATO as a whole. Russia is testing how far it can go. It wants to shift attention away from the brutal war it countries against Ukraine. Then come the voices asking if Ukraine gets too much support, or if Russia would come down with less attention to Ukraine. These are false voices. Almost all security threats in Europe today come from Russia's destructive actions, from the war Putin refuses to end. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine proposes to Poland and all our partners to build a joint, truly reliable shield against Russian aerial threats. And this is possible. Ukraine can counter all types of Russian drones and missiles, and if we act together in the region, we will have enough weapons and production capacity for these. If Russia loses the ability to strike in the skies, it will be unable to continue the war, and will have to look for other ways to coexist. And there is growing evidence that Russia may have used tankers in the Baltic Sea to launch drones. The drones that caused major disruption in northern Europe. If tankers used by Russia are serving as drone platforms, then such tankers should not be free to operate in the Baltic. This is de facto Russia's military activity against European countries. So Europe had the right to close straits and sea routes to protect itself. We expect the 19th EU sanctions package soon. It must be strong to pressure Russia and to show America that Europe will not do less than the United States of America and the President Trump. And I thank you for your support. Europe also needs to move much faster on Russian assets, using them for defense and rebuilding Ukraine. The ideas are there, European and American. They must be put into action. I thank Prime Minister Tusk and Poland and people of Poland for years of support on Ukraine's path to the EU. Ukraine's membership is path of the security guarantees is a huge part for us and for the entire eastern flank. A geopolitical vacuum is always an invitation to Russian aggression. That is why Ukraine must join the EU, and it will. We are doing everything required. And it is important that Ukraine's accession is not delayed by the national politics of this or that country. This is not about what we have already gone through in history. It is about what we all must avoid. And what we must avoid is any dependence on Russia. That is why our independence, our strengths, and our accession to the EU are also your strengths, your independence, and your strong position in the EU. For our part, Ukrainians will not fail. Ukraine will defend its independence and with it, the freedom of its neighbors and a free Poland, of course. Thank you. Thank you, Poland. Slava Ukraini.
Ukraina, Slava. President Zelensky, it's Kasia in Warsaw. I hope you can hear the huge round of applause that your words have brought about, echoing through this room as all the people here are supporting what Ukraine is doing. And you are talking about the future of Ukraine, but we know that right now, Russia is really ramping up every night its attacks across Ukraine. Our condolences, as always, for your loss. Hundreds of drones doing devastating destruction. President Zelensky, remind the international community, you have the world's ears here in this room. What does Ukraine need? What weaponry do you need to keep your skies safe?
If it's okay, I will answer Ukrainian.
Of course.
Okay?
Of course.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It seems to me that today Prime Minister Tusk mentioned about this, and then you have mentioned about this. Number one is weapons that any aggressor really fears. In this case, we're talking about Russia and Putin. It's unity. I think that this is our strong weapon. And even using some representatives, even on the European continent, in attempts to divide Europe, to divide European Union, even using that, Russia did not succeed in dividing the majority of the countries. That's why we are strong, and that's why Ukraine has such support. Second, what's needed now, coordination is needed. If we truly want to defend the skies, we're ready for this step. I have said that on that night, in accordance to our data, in this direction, I cannot say that all these drones were meant to enter Poland, but in that direction, there were 92 drones flying. Our air defense forces were downing everything they could. That's a fact. And you're aware that 19 drones entered Polish airspace. If we acted in coordination, I think we would have better results. I'm not saying that this is what has to be done. This is what Ukraine suggests. But we must be very serious about these challenges. We are offering this to cooperate together. Another thing is Pearl program that allows Ukraine to purchase American air defense systems and missiles to them. 7 European countries have already joined this initiative, and we would very much like other countries to join it, and also Poland to support this initiative. This is what will help us to go through this winter. Thirdly, about our future cooperation. Program SAFE, and in my opinion, Poland will use this initiative. I know that Polish leadership has major plans, and we are ready to cooperate in this field. We can use this program in the defense of skies. For example, today Ukraine has interceptor drones, and that's a know-how. But please believe me, in 3 months Russia will have all this. This is what the course of this war shows. But if Russia has it, this does not per se mean that Europe will have it immediately. And I understand why, because thanks God there is no war in Europe, but during peace, everybody's reacting, everybody's slow walking. So interceptor drones is an answer to how to defend the skies, to how to counter any aerial targets, and I'm talking about drones here. So here we need additional financing. I would be happy to concentrate on these 3 points today.
Thank you so much. We hear you loud and clear. I want to ask you a really difficult subject now. We heard the Prime Minister of Poland describe the war in Ukraine, to nasza wojna. It is our war. Your people have fought and died. Your country has experienced extreme brutality. You are now seeing so much of your country occupied by Russian forces. In order to achieve a ceasefire, in order to achieve a peace deal, would you allow the front line to be your new border of Ukraine, President?
Our borders are defined in our constitution. Everybody knows Ukrainian borders that were recognized by all countries in the world and by international law. As regards the contact line or the front line, where the hostilities are taking place, we can move to diplomatic track from this line. This is the line where the leaders can agree on ceasefire and the teams could start their work on the plan to end the war. This is what is possible, but Russia will not be drawing new borders in Ukraine.
Once again, I hope you appreciate that round of applause. Everybody in this room agrees with you, sir. Mr. President, we've seen your relationship with Donald Trump. We've seen it at its lows, we've seen it in better times. Do you feel now that you're hearing the president talking about the possibility of Ukraine getting back its territories, do you have 100% confidence that Donald Trump has your back?
Today, President Trump, as his rhetoric's changed, the signals have changed, and the attitude to Ukraine and security in Europe have changed. And there is a deep understanding of what's going on the battlefield, and it's important that it corresponds to reality. Reality that we see every day. His attitude toward justice and just responses to Russian aggression against Ukraine, his attitude now is just. This is what I heard from him. This is what was there during our discussions. I cannot say what tomorrow will bring, because the world is changing much faster than somebody could have forecasted. So as of today, the stance of President Trump is, in my view, it is truly balanced, and it supports Ukraine's stance. Although undoubtedly he wants to be and to remain a mediator between us and Russia in order to end this war. And even on this item, in the fact that he wants to end the war as soon as possible, here Ukraine supports his steps. Our task for today is to preserve the new attitude of the United States of America toward this war, and so that it corresponds to the attitude in Europe.
President Zelensky, we have a few more minutes, so I would like to just push you on one aspect that the Belarusian leader, Alexander Lukashenko, has said, that President Putin has potentially a peace deal, that it's supported by the United States. Can you shed any light on that?
It's difficult for me to react to what's being said by Lukashenko. Honestly, he lives in his world. He built it this way, isolated himself. He's been living for 3 decades in this house, the house that he built, but this is the house of the size of the country. But I'd want him to remember that his country is independent. He lives in his world, but sometimes Putin pays a visit to this world, and they chat about something. 2 quite old men, so it's difficult to comment. Let him talk.
Thank you, sir. A ripple of laughter through the room and a round of applause. So recently I had the privilege of speaking to some Ukrainian children who were returned from Russia. I know that for the First Lady this is incredibly important. We have generals, we have seasoned warriors amongst us here in this room. We have the people that put together policy, but remind us of the nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children who are kept within Russia. How do we get them back, sir?
Recently, on the sidelines of the UNGA, we had an important summit on bringing back our children. A clear registry is needed, registry of children, and we're working on that, but it's very difficult to find information in Russia about where our children are. Some of them are on the temporarily occupied areas. Thousands of them have been abducted to Russia. So where are they? To find their addresses, their condition, what's going on with these children. That's #1 priority. Here, Ukraine will not manage alone. We're grateful to all the countries who participated there. We had more than 40 countries. Many of the countries, thanks to their connections, thanks to their economic ties, thanks to their intelligence services, they will be looking for children and they will fulfill this registry with real data. That's the #1 item that we've agreed upon, and I'm sure that that's the most difficult question. You will see that the war will end, certain questions will be settled, but the issue of children is not for days or months. It's the question for years to come, unfortunately. But I must state this, because here we're talking about tens of thousands of children, and Russia has been hiding them in various ways, definitely illegal ways. So it's very difficult to find them. So the question of registry, the question of bringing them back is very difficult. On the topic of bringing them back, we've managed to return 1,600 children. It was very difficult to find them, but we found them, and then thanks to political agreements with different countries, from different continents, by the way, we succeeded in bringing one child here, one child there, and then 1,600 may sound like many, but in comparison with how many we have not returned, well, it's not a full result.
We feel the passion with which you speak on this, and thank you so much. It's such a sensitive topic, and like I say, I met some of those children who have been returned, their experiences. No child should go through that. Sir, just as a final thought, you mentioned that the encroaching into international airspace by whether it's the drones of Russia or the jets of Russia, you feel that there is a possibility of a Russian attack on another nation. What more can you tell us about it? What information do you have? Which nation do you perhaps know this could be?
Well, it's difficult to say. You saw that Estonia, Poland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, there were certain signals. I'm not talking here that there can be, you know, a precise one-off or a massive attack. No, I'm talking about tendencies here. There is no smoke without fire. All of these are risks. It's definitely a violation of airspace, of borders, and of international law, and this must face a reaction not from the standpoint which country is under attack, but from the standpoint that Europe is under theoretical, aggressive Russian actions. Therefore, we must defend everybody, and therefore a united voice might provide a response in Europe, in NATO, together with the US. Absolutely, because this is what Russia wants. Russia wants NATO to react, but react only partially, without the United States of America. So the united voice is desirable, and it must react to what Russia is allowing itself to do now. And we must look not only on the European countries, we must look at the countries that were in the USSR as well. The countries where Russia is losing its clout, this is where the aggression could spread as well. Moldova today, thanks God, we have a pro-European result. Kudos to them. President Maya Sandu did a very good job there, because there have been many risks, and probably some risks remain there, but it's good that the population demonstrated where they want to go and which future they foresee for them. I think that there are also risks in the direction of Kazakhstan and many others. I cannot say what's there on Putin's mind, which is why I'm saying that we must be prepared to defend ourselves and to look where Putin could go.
Volodymyr Zelensky, you understand, I had to ask. President of Ukraine, thank you so much for joining us at the 12th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. Slava Ukraina.
Glory to heroes. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Well, I think the President has given us for Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really thrilled to be here in Warsaw with you today. First of all, because the Warsaw Security Forum is a unique conference. The list of attendants is more than impressive, and I look forward to the panel discussion as well as numerous bilateral meetings. I'm equally thrilled to be here in Warsaw to send a strong message of our support to Poland and to our Eastern allies in the face of Russia's aggression. The most recent manifestations of this aggression were Russian drones and fighter jets that entered Polish and Estonian airspace 2 weeks ago. This is unacceptable. It is a violation of international law, and it is an irresponsible provocation in times of already heightened tensions. And that is why it is suitable for causing very dangerous misunderstandings. These acts have shown us once more Russia is becoming more and more of a threat to NATO. It is testing NATO allies with growing frequency and intensity. Putin deliberately attempts to undermine European security and the territorial integrity of European nations. He seeks to provoke NATO member states. He wants to expose vulnerabilities within our alliance. But, ladies and gentlemen, he won't succeed. The alliance has responded to Russia's provocations with clarity, unity, resolve, and prudence. We will not be lured into Putin's trap of continuous escalation. We are keeping a cool head while remaining steadfast and determined. And when needed, NATO forces stand ready, just like the jets of our allies in the Baltics that were scrambled and escorted Russian aircraft out of Estonian airspace. We will continue working together closely on strengthening our air defense. With Eastern Sentry, we are adding another layer of protection to our overall posture, to our airspace and our territory along NATO's eastern flank. Germany is contributing 4 Eurofighters to this end. I have also just decided to deploy Bundeswehr personnel equipped with counter-drone equipment to Denmark to support our northern ally in securing next week's meeting of European heads of state and government. But each and every ally needs to take a real close look at what they can do to boost air defense, especially on the eastern flank. Ladies and gentlemen, NATO partners have been facing threats, provocations, and aggressions from Russia. At the same time, all this is nothing compared to the devastating situation in Ukraine after more than 3 years of Russia's war of aggression, of brutal killings of civilians, of ruthless nightly raids on Ukrainian cities, of calculated attacks on the country's lifeline infrastructure. Ukraine's story is that of a people defending its very existence from a brutal aggressor. It is the story of a nation determined to defend its identity, its dependence, its sovereignty. And it is also the story of a fight for the rules-based international order, for freedom and security in Europe, a fight for our freedom and security. During my visits to Ukraine, I have experienced firsthand the suffering of the Ukrainian people. But I have also seen just how quickly they picked themselves up by the bootstraps and continued their brave fight. Ukraine has become an example of what it means to be prepared to defend one's freedom with arms in hand if necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we Europeans must not waver in our solidarity with Ukraine. We must continue our political, financial, and, of course, most importantly, our military support. Germany remains steadfast in its commitment. We are now the largest supporter of Ukraine. We are spending around 9 billion euros per year to support Ukraine in its brave fight. Russia's recent attacks with more than 580 drones and over 40 missiles have once again underlined the importance of strengthening Ukraine's air defense. And that is exactly what we are doing. Germany has delivered 3 Patriot systems. By the end of this year, we will provide 2 more advanced Patriot air defense systems with the support of our Norwegian partners. At the same time, it is our funds that are strengthening Ukraine's defense industry. On top to that, we also make sure we use available production capacities to bolster our own defenses. A robust industrial base is a foundation for defense capabilities that are meant to last. Through the European training mission EUMAM, we have already trained more than 80,000 troops. Large parts of them were trained in our multinational special training command in Strausberg and in Poland's Combined Arms Training Command in Chagrin. Germany and Poland, together with other partners, are also collaborating in a number of capability coalitions to enhance and modernize the Ukrainian armed forces. We want Ukraine to be able to deter future threats. To better address future threats to Ukraine and to Europe as a whole, Europe's and Ukraine's defense industry must work together more closely and more effectively. We all have to provide sustainable support to Ukraine, more resiliently and more forcefully than in recent months. The European Union must back this by providing a much more flexible regulatory framework for the defense industry in Europe. This is the only way to quickly scale up our production capacities and, as a consequence, our deliveries to Ukraine. This is in our very own strategic interest, as our American allies are turning more and more towards other regions and as we work towards preserving peace and collective security in Europe. In recent months, there has been much talk about peace agreements. This is something we all wish for, of course, but for now, this remains wishful thinking, because reality is unfortunately very different. Diplomatic efforts failed to bring about any meaningful breakthroughs. Russia continues to wage its illegal war against Ukraine, and it has even increased its attacks on Ukraine to an unprecedented level of brutality. All of this leaves no doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Vladimir Putin does not want a ceasefire, and he does not want peace for Ukraine. So today we must focus on empowering Ukraine and bolstering its defense. The strongest security guarantee for the moment will be world-class equipment, sufficient resources, and extensive training for the Ukraine armed forces. Ladies and gentlemen, Germany continues to stand firmly by the people of Ukraine. Our goal is to see Ukraine enter into meaningful negotiations to achieve lasting peace. And for that, Ukraine must be strong. This is our responsibility as Europeans. This is a task of our time. We must and we will continue to do our part to ensure that a free Ukraine becomes an integral part of our shared European future. We must and we will continue to support Ukraine in its fight, a fight that is also a fight for our future. We must and we will do more for defense in Europe. NATO must become more European in order to remain transatlantic. This is what it takes for our continent to be whole, free, and at peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Please do join me. Minister, thank you so much. We're going to take what the Minister has just outlined and dissect it a little bit further. Please join me in welcoming onto the stage the Minister of Defence for the Netherlands, Ruben Brekelmans. Big round of applause, please. Thank you. The Minister of Defence for Estonia, Hanno Pevkur. And the Commissioner for Defence and Space for the European Commission, Andrius Kubilius. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Where do we start? I think we need to go first to Estonia, because obviously that must have been a heck of a shock to have those jets in your airspace.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
No, it was not a shock. We've seen that before. At the moment, we have Italians doing the Baltic air patrolling mission, and actually they've scrambled in last 2 months 7 times, Russian fighter jets. Just before, the Russians flew over the international waters. So it's a difference. But nevertheless, it was unprecedented, 12 minutes. And even though many are speculating that was this a navigation error or whatever, the reality is that the Russian fighters and the pilots didn't react to the NATO fighter jets. They didn't react and replied to the aircom which contacted them. So nobody can say that they didn't know where they are. They knew perfectly where they are. They knew perfectly that they are in NATO's airspace, and they didn't do anything to leave, let's say, voluntarily from there. So this is why we had to use the signals and force, and this was a good example of great cooperation between the Finnish Air Force, NATO's air policing mission, and Swedish Air Force. So, but nevertheless, this is the reality we face every day, and they've violated our airspace also before, but for a very short time. Now it was 12 minutes, and absolutely we all understand that this is not acceptable, and this is why we started also Article 4 consultations, and this is why we went immediately to the UN Security Council, where we saw that the Russians do not care about the international law. They just lie there live in United Nations that they didn't violate, although we showed the radar pictures. So unfortunately, we had to unclassify some of the radar information, but we had to do that to show that the Russians are lying over and over again.
Commissioner, when you have the Russian delegation just categorically saying that black is white and white is black, how do you counteract that? Do these jets need to be shot down?
Well, it's for NATO perhaps to decide, or for member states also, but it's very clear that Russian provocations or testing of European defense capabilities are increasing, and that is to what we need to react in a very clear way. That is why on last Friday we had a good conversation, good discussion with the ministers from what we call frontier region, with participation also of Danish Minister of Defense, Ukrainian Defense Minister, and we were talking how we need to build what we call drone wall. Because what those provocations have shown that really our capabilities in detecting drones, in destroying drones, need to be ramped up. And that is where we can learn a lot from Ukraine. And definitely to build that wall also we need together with Ukraine. Because Ukrainians now have unique knowledge, unique know-how, and I came to some kind of conclusion which for me at first was a little bit, strange, but conclusion is very simple. Till now we are talking how we need to help Ukraine and we need to increase our assistance to Ukraine, but now we need also to ask Ukraine to help us. So, because really those provocations, I can predict that they will be even increasing, and that is why what we need to do in increasing our defense readiness, where we shall come very soon to the Council with roadmap, need to reflect exactly this very rapidly changing situation and to do very practical jobs in delivering our defense capabilities.
Thank you, sir. Minister Reckerman, we heard from the Commissioner there saying that potentially the West can learn from Ukraine. We heard Volodymyr Zelensky saying that he is willing to share his knowledge. Is the EU doing enough to bring Ukraine into the fold? Should it have a speeded up EU entry? Is that something that you are discussing in the Netherlands?
I think we should all do more to learn from the experience of Ukraine. In Poland, it were our F-35 pilots that were taking out some of the drones, and they have done an amazing job. They have been working all night. It was also a great international cooperation between the Polish F-16s and Italian AWACS. We had a tanker airplane. We had the Dutch F-35s. So it was really special what happened there. Also the first time that NATO was taking out a threat in this way. So it was, in that sense, it was historic. But on the other hand, of course, it was not the most efficient way to take out these cheap drones. And I think we can learn from Ukraine in the sense that we should all invest in more effective counter-drone systems that are not only effective at specific locations, but indeed across the entire eastern flank. And I think we should work together with Ukrainians on all levels. So that's on a political level, ministers of defense, but also on a military level, also on a lower level, because we need to be much quicker than we are right now. Because when we talk about investment horizons for these systems, also in the Netherlands, it's a matter of months or even years, and we don't have that time because we have drone incursions every day.
Everyday drone incursions, that's sobering. That's really sobering. You're saying that getting the jets up is very expensive, cheaper to learn from Ukraine to use drone equipment in that kind of way. All of it, regardless, is going to be expensive. I just wonder, Minister, when it comes to Germany, how do you then sell that back to your people?
It's a long way to discuss it and to explain it every day. I mean, what I have been mentioning all the last 2.5 years or even more is that many countries in the northern part of Europe and in the eastern part of Europe woke up in 2014. We pushed the snooze button in Middle Europe and Western Europe and turned around to take another nap. And so we are now 8 years late to explain our population, our people, what is going on in the eastern flank, what is going on in Russia. And therefore it is so crucial and so important to explain it every day that doing less or doing nothing would cost less, of course, but to the end it would cost much more, both economically and in terms of our security. So it is about to explain it every day. This is not just like having fun spending money for weapons and drone systems and bolstering industry for defense. It is about achieving our security as fast as possible because we have a very real threat in Moscow and we need to face it.
And are the public buying that? Is there a sense of war fatigue, or are they open to this? Because arguably we're seeing that, especially in Germany, that's not quite the case. People are a little bit tired. They're voting extreme parties in. So maybe you're just losing the public.
To be honest, this is not a specific German issue. We talk about that in France, we talk about that in UK, we talk about that in Hungary and other countries, and the number of countries is rather increasing than decreasing. So we all have the same challenge in domestic issues, domestic policy. But still, we have to face the reality. There is no real reasonable alternative. So therefore, we discuss it every day. The far-right AfD is not increasing horribly. They are much too strong from my perspective, with 25% in the polls. They are not the majority, at least not in the whole Germany. In the eastern part, they are. They do play an important role over there. But still, we have a majority in Germany for supporting Ukraine, for improving the capabilities and everything for the Bundeswehr, to increase the investment into the Bundeswehr. All that has a majority in our population. But still, there is a kind of war fatigue, especially when it comes to Ukraine. I can't deny that, nobody can, because it's going already for 3.5 years, and the end is not visible.
And of course, you're right to point out that this is happening, the populist movement is happening through other nations as well. I'm taking advantage because you're there representing Germany, so thank you for putting up with my questions. When it comes to those nations really on the front line, for Estonia, for example, when you watch and hear these conversations that are happening in the UK, in France, Germany as well, do you Are you tired by it? Are you a little bit like Poland also says, look, this is real, this is happening, it's our war, as echoed by the Polish Prime Minister. Do you feel like there are nations that just don't get it?
Well, I feel that we are on the right track, actually, because, you know, when somebody would have said last year here in Warsaw that this year we will reach the 5% consensus in The Hague, then probably somebody would have sent someone to the doctor. So the reality was that a year ago. So we were not close to the new level of the defense spendings. Now we are there. So, and then when I take also Estonia, we, like 4 years ago in 2022, we had 2.2 for defense. So then we started to grow, and next year it will be already above 5% in core defense, not 3.5 plus 1.5. So core defense will be 5, and it will go to 5.6 by 2029. So we are increasing constantly. So, and it's not about being tired or to, you know, explain over and over again why we need to do that. It's rather in opposite. We show the example what we need to do, and we understand that we are keeping the front door closed. So it's our responsibility also. There is not only Article 5, there is also Article 3 in the NATO treaty, which says that first and foremost you have to do everything yourself to defend your country. And to be honest, this 5% is a relatively small price to pay for sovereignty and freedom, because Ukraine is paying 25% of their GDP today. Russia is paying 10% to conduct the war. So in general, I would say that all here in Europe, we have to have more self-confidence. We have to be believing in ourselves that we can defend. So we have 500 million people. We have, you know, the Russian economy has the size of Italy's economy. So this is why let's just be more self-confident. Let's have this belief in ourselves that we can defend ourselves. Even when the US government is thinking, putting the focus more on INDOPAC, and even when they are discussing changing the force posture here in Europe. So that doesn't mean that we don't have to do anything. We have been relying on the United States, and the United States has been saying to us all the time that they will take care of us. But today, we have a clear answer to that we need to do more ourselves. And I'm happy to see that Germany's defense budget is increasing. Poland is also on 5%. So we are doing the right steps, but just we need to do them faster. So this is the point.
Quicker, faster, and interesting that you just talk about Article 3. Of course, we've been hearing about the invocation of Estonia, Poland as well. Article 4, Article 5, we're not there yet. Article 3, so you have to start yourself, looking after yourself, defending your own country. Do your population, say for the Netherlands, would they, have you got them on board? And I guess a similar question to your German counterpart. Would, for example, if the Dutch government said, okay, we need conscription, we need you to really step up, would you have people rioting on the streets?
We have elections in a month.
We'll find out.
So maybe this is not the best moment for me to propose this. No. Yeah, thank you. No, so what we have seen, we had the NATO summit in The Hague, of course, and we decided on the 3.5 plus 1.5%. And if you ask people, there is a broad majority in favor of having this growth path towards 3.5%. One of the key questions now in our election campaign is how to fund this. And of course, some parties are saying we should cut government costs, others are saying we should raise taxes. Some are not saying anything because, you know, it's not the most attractive thing to say during an election campaign. But this is what it's all about. It's, okay, how are we going to fund this journey? But if you look at the Dutch population, even though maybe Russia for many people feels quite far away, if you look at the history of the Netherlands, we are a mid-sized country in Europe which has been taken over by big countries and big empires throughout our entire history. So we do understand that we need this NATO alliance as the shield for our security. I think most people fully understand that. And we also understand that it comes at the cost. And also what Minister Pistorius is saying, if we do not spend it now, then the cost will be much, much higher in the future. But still, it is, of course, it's also painful to either raise taxes or to bring down government costs. So that's now a key question in our campaign. But I'm fully confident if there will be a new coalition after the elections, then there will be a clear commitment to reach that 3.5%. And we will find a path in order to fund that. When it comes to conscription and to the number of people now applying for the military, we see that the number of applicants is higher than ever. Whether it is a military job or whether it's a civil job, we have different types of training programs. They're all oversubscribed, sometimes even by tenfold. So I also see that there is a young generation that is understanding what is at stake. And they do understand that after 80 years of freedom in the Netherlands, it needs to be protected once more, and it doesn't come for free. So I think if you, in the case of the Netherlands, if we would make it mandatory, there could be much more pushback from society. And I think now, based on the willingness of people to do it voluntarily, I think we should cherish that and use that. And finally, also, we are growing, like in Germany and many other countries. But one of our key challenges now is to make sure that everyone who is applying for the military gets a proper training and gets a proper equipment, housing, and everything. And so also, in terms of what I need as a Minister of Defense, I don't need tens of thousands or even more people that are unqualified, that are not willing. I do need to make sure that the people who are applying, that they get a proper training and they get a proper position in the military.
Thank you, and appreciate it's a sensitive topic given where you are in the electoral cycle. For Germany, are you seeing that echoed, that experience in the Netherlands, an increase in people joining the military? Is conscription something that you're thinking about?
We do experience the same development. We have an increase of 30% of new military employees in the German army, 30% in this year, and we are doing everything to achieve another increasing in the years to come by making the service more attractive, better paid. But at the same time, we see the same, we face the same issues like housing, like equipment, like trainers. I mean, having 5,000 more personnel in the army means that we need 400 more trainers. So you can scale it up to maybe 200,000 in increasing the number in the army means reciprocally the number of trainers. So this is a real challenge we have to face and we deal with. But we just started the process in the parliament for a new law in terms of voluntary conscription, which is quite attractive. And I'm absolutely optimistic that we will reach our objectives up to 2029 to have 200,000 people in the reserve and an increasing number of the active personnel until 2031 up to 260,000. So we are increasing, we are building up, but we have practical problems. I mean, Germany gave up since 1994 more than 150 barracks. More than 150. We don't have the space for full-scale conscription of 360,000 young men becoming 18 years per year. Additionally, maybe women, the same number. So there is no space, and we don't need, and we are not allowed to have armed forces of a size of more than 370,000 active troops by the 2+2 contract from 1990.
Thank you. Interesting to see you leaning on the voluntary aspect of it. That's really quite fascinating, because I know in Poland, I believe the government was calling for 100,000, and I'm not quite sure they got anywhere near that. Estonia, where are you when it comes to your armed forces?
Well, we are doing fine. So I have, as I said, our budget is now 3 times bigger than it was in 2022. So it's not 30%, it's 3 times. And of course, we've increased our wartime structure. So when I bring the scales, our wartime structure is close to 50,000 warriors. So when you compare that to the US terms, then the US should have close to 20 million army. So they don't. So we, of course, we are based on the reserve army. So that means that we have the obligatory conscription service. Each year we have close to 4,000 young men and also girls coming to the conscription. And in this way, yes, we have constantly also retrainings. Every year we bring them back. In a way, when today there is a whistle, I am quite sure that in 24 hours I have a force of 45,000 men and women defending Estonia. So we've tested that, we have the equipment for that, and then we are ready to defend the Estonian nation and then Estonia from the first meter on. So this is from this point of view. But anyway, we also understand that Estonia is a small country, and we believe in NATO. So, but this is one of the reasons I spoke about Article 3, that we need to show also that we are taking our defense seriously, buying new equipment, new artillery systems, a lot of ammunition. Only for ammunition, we will spend from 22 to 29, when the full-scale war started, only to ammunition goes 5 billion euros. So as a small country, putting 5 billion euros only to ammunition, I believe that it's quite a remarkable amount of money. So we are buying from Germany air defense systems and from France artillery systems, etc. So, but what Boris said, that we also have some challenges, and the challenge is also the defense industry, because defense industry has to cope with this increase of the money. Can you imagine, we have around 2 trillion more money in defense for the next 10 years. So that has to be absorbed by the industry. And we cannot only rely on the drones, we cannot only rely on the loitering ammunition or something like that, but we need also to have the tanks and legacy systems. So this is unfortunately the reality. So there are many challenges ahead of us, but one thing I still want to mark as an important topic is this: what we are doing ourselves is important, but what we do also regarding and towards Russia is even more important. So this is why the sanctions, this is why helping Ukraine is so vital. So I will just give you one number. So when we could lower internationally the oil price for $1, then that means around 10 million less for Russia daily. So this is because they are producing 10 million barrels daily, crude oil. So, but let's assume that they export only 30% of that. Then that brings us to the amounts around 100 million monthly, less for Russia. So even this small step, lowering the oil price for $1, will cause a huge damage for the Russian economy. So this is why we were fighting heavily in favor of lowering the oil price and putting the new sanctions on Russia, because this is actually what squeezes Russia to that position.
So you were fighting for that, and where did you get with that? Where do we stand right now, if you remind the audience?
Well, we have the agreement that the oil price is under 50. It's 49.75 or something like that. What is the exact number? But nevertheless, you know, we should go even lower, because this is something what squeezes Russia the most. And when we want to have the end to that war, starting from Kremlin, then we need to reach the middle class of St. Petersburg and Moscow. When we are not reaching them by oil prices, by not buying the Mercedes, so then it's very difficult to come into the end, because Putin doesn't care about the casualties. He doesn't care about the prices when these prices are not low enough.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Commissioner one question, but in the meantime, I want you to start thinking about some questions for our guests. We've got the Defence Ministers and also, of course, the Commissioner. There are roving microphones, I hope, around the auditorium, so do raise your hand, grab a microphone, and then do please put your question. But while we're waiting for our esteemed, distinguished audience to think of some questions, Commissioner, according to, it seems an easy thing to do, isn't it? Just put more pressure on Russia. And are you exasperated that there are still European countries who are buying gas off of Russia?
Definitely, you know, a lot of things were done. Commission proposed, you know, from the very beginning of the war to move out from dependency on oil and gas, but still, you know, there are things which need to be done. There are countries which still are buying. I think, well, my opinion, personal opinion, they had enough time to find alternative supplies, and perhaps they will do that, so it's good. But of course, there are also other issues which we need to try to resolve. For example, shadow fleet, you know, going through Baltic Sea, creating a lot of, you know, troubles and dangers. Now there are, well, maybe still not precise information, but possibility for Russia to use those shadow fleet ships to launch drones, you know, secretly from containers. It's also possible. So that is what we need to take into account. And definitely, you know, in my view, well, we should have much more clear strategy what we're doing towards Russia. Now, sometimes we are, you know, looking only how to be ready to defend ourselves against any kind of provocations. Ukraine is fighting the real war. Ukraine is able to bring the war back to Russian territory with deep strikes. In my view, we could, you know, support Ukrainian capabilities in that field much more, because if Putin does not want to stop the war, he needs to see how this war is coming into territory of Russia, and Ukrainians are doing really very effective job, exactly, you know, cutting production of oil and so on. And here comes again, maybe coming back to the very beginning, you know, of our discussion after President Zelensky, what he spoke. Also, we need to answer very, very, you know, sincerely question which is coming to us. Yes, we did a lot in supporting Ukraine during all those years of the war. Military, our support was up to 60 billion euros during those 3 years, the same with Americans. But if to look into annual support, it means 20 billion per year, it's somewhere around of 0.1% of our GDP, the same with Americans. We're ready to invest into our own defense, 3.5%. It will take time, but we shall do that. But when we're talking about Ukraine and what Prime Minister Tusk said, Ukraine war is our war. For some reason, we are investing only 0.1%. And I think that we need to do more, and that could be a convincing argument to Putin to stop the war. So that is why I believe that, you know, now new discussions about giving frozen assets as a loan, you know, towards Ukraine can be very, you know, important game changer in the whole, you know, how to say, this, you know, environment of the war, which Putin is still going to, is trying to continue. We need to convince Putin that he will not achieve anything, and support Ukraine can be much bigger than it was till now.
Commissioner, thank you. We've got the first question coming from Tobias Elwood, former member of the UK Parliament, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Tobias Elwood, former Foreign Minister. Really pleased to hear the increased emphasis on defense posture for Europe. But the couple of comments that came out, firstly from the panel, was we must be more confident. And the second one was that Moscow is the long-term threat. Surely the priority is Ukraine. That's where the battle is now. Is it not time that we now develop a no-fly zone, that we stand up to Putin, that we look Putin in the eye, that we develop the Cold War statecraft skills that we had and rekindle that so we can actually stop Russia now rather than waiting something much larger to develop in the future? Thank you.
Who wants to take that on?
Well, we should have done that in 22, so you know that, Tobias. So it's not a question, but the question is when you say that there is a no-fly zone, then you have to also be able to guarantee that. And to guarantee that, you need to be there. So we are not there. So we've given the F-16s, but you know, it's a battle zone at the moment. So that means that you should send all the equipment and all the fighter jets, and you have to secure this no-fly zone. So, and we're not able to do that at the moment, and even the Ukrainians are not able to do that. But nevertheless, as a position, we all understand that practically there is a no-fly zone. You don't have any civilian aircrafts flying in Ukrainian airspace.
But if I may, you're not taking drones that are coming through, and that's a no-fly zone.
Okay, but when we talk about the drones, so we need probably more than 12 minutes we have left, but even Ukrainians having 4 layers of air defense, starting from Gepards and 762s and 12-7s, and also the interceptor drones, and ending with the Patriots, they cannot take down everything. Still 20-25% comes through. So this is the reality. And we here in Europe are in peace. So we cannot have the same layout for the air defense. Or of course we can, but then that means that 10% of our defense spendings will go only to standby solutions. So this is why even Ukrainians cannot take down all the drones. So you cannot put a curtain up to 10 kilometers and to have a curtain. So, but we need to help, and Ukrainians are doing amazingly well. So I was just a week ago there, or 2 weeks ago, sorry, and went to see the factories, what the Ukrainians are able to do, and also the intercept drones, new possibilities, all that. So we need to help them financially, and they can help us also, as also Andreas said, because they can give us this feedback and this knowledge very quickly.
And that certainly was something the President was saying. There's the woman on the very end, and then there's a lady who's been very patiently putting her hand up there. So that's where you're going next.
Natalia Puzirev, I'm a French MP and a member of the NATO PA as well. My question is linked to drones. I think we can be ready in 3, 4, 5 years maybe, but what about today? What about tomorrow? What about the drone wall? Is there a possibility at the European level that we have a fast track to equip our nations? And to start with, do we have kind of a record of all the solutions that have been developed by SMEs across, our countries? Because innovation is moving ahead, but how can we support them and consolidate this solution and provide them to where it's needed? Thank you.
Are you asking if the bureaucracy of the EU is keeping up with the innovators? Commissioner, that's for you.
Well, definitely we need to build what we call drone wall, especially in this, Eastern Flag countries, but also, other countries are able to join. And we need, first of all, to recognize what we are missing and what we were talking with Minister exactly, with other ministers. So we need to see that for time being, our capabilities to detect drones is quite limited. We have good capabilities with our air defense forces to see, jets, to see maybe missiles, but drones are small and drones are flying very low. So what Ukrainians did, say, for example, from the very beginning, they built a whole network of acoustic sensors. And that allows them to follow where the drones are flying. The same with special radar. So that's one thing which we need to do. And it can be done quite quickly. I hope that we shall manage to do that, all together. There are some new industrial policy instruments which are coming with forthcoming EDIP regulation, European Defense Industry Program regulation, which allows for member states to create a joint, some kind of joint legal platform and to do the job in a much more effective way. So we are progressing, we are moving ahead. Maybe the question is why we did not do that, months ago or 2 months ago or a year ago, when really, it was becoming clear that Russians and Ukrainians are developing very effective drone capabilities. We were in some way, waiting for something. But that's perhaps quite natural psychologically. Till you are not hit, by the crisis, you are not moving ahead. So let's learn also that lesson, that warfare doctrines are changing very rapidly, and we need to be able to adapt much more quickly to the changes which we can see in Ukraine, we can see in other places. And that's what we are looking, how we can be really effective from that point of view.
Minister Pistorius, I know you want to come in on that.
Just a few words in terms of that. I mean, in the first place, I really appreciate very much the idea, the concept of a drone wall alongside the Eastern Wall. But we should pay attention to the management of expectations. We are not talking about a concept which will be realized within the next 3 or 4 years, even more, I think. So we have to think and act in priorities, and those are others, I think. We need more capabilities and more capacities than what we described before. That means drone defense, of course, but not by a drone wall. We need to be quicker in development. I mean, everything we build now or we procure now will be overruled in between a couple of years by new technological developments. So we need a fluent process in all that issues. This is, from my perspective, very, very crucial.
Okay, thank you.
Just take 20 seconds to reply, and this is a very simple question to you. Can you tell to your friends in European Parliament that, or ask them, are they ready to reduce the common agriculture policy toward defense? So, or not. So, and then because the European budget is still the European budget, and when Commissioner Kubilius wants to have more money on drones and drone wall, then he needs to find that money, and to find that money is the budget of European Union. So, where the money is in agriculture. So, was it more important, agriculture or defense and freedoms? So, just a quick question back. I know.
Oh, and there you see the problems. There you see the problem areas. Yes, the woman who's been waiting patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Antonia. I'm a researcher at Georgetown University, but I come from Romania. My question is also on the eastern flank. We at times forget that we have the southern part of the eastern flank, which often appears like a soft underbelly of NATO, in which we do not have enough deterrence. And I know that the European Commission recently launched this new EU strategic approach for the Black Sea, including the EU Maritime Security Hub for the Black Sea region. So my question very briefly for you all, ministers and commissioner, how can we learn from our colleagues in the northern part of the eastern flank to assure deterrent in the Black Sea, to make sure that the Black Sea will not become a Russian lake? Thank you.
Commissioner, do you want to take that, seeing as we have no southern counterparts here?
Well, first of all, I think that Ukrainians managed to achieve that, Black Sea is not becoming a Russian lake. And they managed to achieve that with new technologies, with drones, sea drones, and so on and so on. So that is one thing. Second, when we are talking about this, our defense capabilities in eastern northern flank, definitely we need to speak in a broader way, and that is what we call now, earlier we were calling it Eastern Border Defense Shield, now we call it Eastern Flank Watch, whatever, we can change those names, but essence is the same. It should consist of several most important components. First of all, what we call, well, in a metaphorical way, ground wall, what, for example, such countries like Poland, like Baltic states, are now developing, how to create all the anti-mobility means on the border, not to allow enemy to come with tanks or heavy artillery. That is important to have. Then the drone wall, how to create capabilities really to be ready to defend ourselves, our territories against intrusion of drones. That is really, again, we shall have some kind of concept much more clear where we need to build, what we need to build, and that will come, I hope that very soon. And also we need to have much more clear strategy how we are ready to defend our maritime security. From, it's Black Sea, it's Baltic Sea, everywhere we can face, different challenges, different threats, and we need to be ready to be effective in defending ourselves against any possible threats.
Thank you. You want to come in? Yes.
Yeah, so I think innovation is important. Sea drones, we don't talk that much about it. We often talk, of course, about drones that fly, but in sea it's as important. I think being able to deploy quickly. I think we have learned that from the NATO missions that have recently taken place, that's important. And third, if an individual country takes a certain step, for example, like Finland has done towards a Russian ship, then we should all support that country. And I think that's sometimes also what's happening now. Of course, a country is experiencing an incursion from Russian drones. Then that country is outspoken about it, and then you see the other NATO members or EU members, they are, easing their language, and we get this endless discussions. We should always back that one country that's under pressure from Russia.
Thank you. We've got 2 minutes and 3 questions. The lady over there, and then we had a gentleman here and a gentleman there. So, this is always the way. At the end, you guys...
Thank you. Katerina Rybika, I am the founder of H+H Labs, and my question is slightly different. It's also about waters, but how are we ready to deter the threat if Russia decides to weaponize water? We had a case in Ukraine where the toxins were dumped in the river next to Chernihiv city, just 100 kilometers from Kiev. It got spread. We have a case of Kakhovka Dam that caused enormous ecological threat, including the poisonous waters. Are we ready in Europe to deter the threat of weaponizing of our water resources? Thank you.
That's an interesting point. Who wants to take that up? Yes, sir.
Yes, we are.
Excellent. Germany's in. Estonia, Netherlands?
We have a lot of water. And I agree. Now, I think we should realize that Russia can weaponize everything. And that's what we experience now. Also by using small means, just 1 or 19 drones, they try to disturb our societies. And I think we talk a lot about military preparedness, but to talk about the resilience of our society, broadly speaking, is extremely important. And our water infrastructure and our water resources, of course, they are vital. So they should be one of those key elements of this resilience agenda that we have.
It's an interesting question. Let's get the final 2 questions here. There were 2 hands who have now disappeared. That gentleman there on the corner.
Quick question to Minister Pistorius and to the Commissioner. As we hit on extremist parties gaining ground, and I think they're also promoting false extremist parties gaining ground, and I think they're also promoting false peace paradigms through all Europe. And I wonder, with all the different ministries involved in this more holistic and strategic approach to make defense also part of democratic resilience, how do you see the connection between, for example, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Inner Affairs in Germany with civil society? So how can we better the building up the topic of defense, for example, in programs like Demokratie leben, for example, in Germany and also all around Europe? Thank you.
I rather prefer not to talk about specific projects in Germany. What I prefer to talk about is that we need a change of mindset, and we have been starting already for that, doing that in the last years. But still, as I mentioned earlier in this talk, we have still many people who are afraid of what's going on, and they rather prefer to go under the blanket and to wait until it's over. But that wouldn't happen, as we all know. So it's about explaining every day. And of course, it's about making clear that this is not only about supporting Ukraine or facing the threat of Russia. It's about making clear to ourselves that it is about defending our way of life. Our way of like believing in whatever I want, loving whoever I want, demonstrating on our streets wherever I want and against or for whatever I want. To be able and to be willing to defend our way of life, our democracy, our freedom is not an issue for the state, because the state is not possible to defend itself, because the state is just a construction. What we need is people being passionate when it comes to democracy and freedom, to see that everybody in every age can do something to defend our country, our life. And that means being able and willing to deter in the first place. So this is what we have to do, and we do that in our government, together with the Ministry of the Interior, together with other ministries, the Ministries of Economy, and it's about discussing that every single day.
What a note on which to leave it. I'm so sorry, sir. We are out of time and we've got such a tight schedule that we need to wrap up. But Ministers, Commissioner, thank you so much for just being very honest and open and sharing your thoughts with us here today. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sirs. We are now taking a short break. Ministers, distinguished guests, I hope you had a good break, an opportunity to network, mingle. Thank you very much for joining us promptly for the next session of the 12th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. Now we are going to be discussing increasing the stakes. Should Europe be feared? Please join me in welcoming the moderator of this panel, the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, Professor Katarzyna Pisarska.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Wow, what a crowd. I see this room keeps on growing. Great to see everyone for the afternoon session, Increasing the Stakes, Should Europe Be Feared? And I am incredibly honored to have a stellar panel, but also a panel that's actually coming from morning discussions hosted by the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Weimar Triangle Plus formula. So France, Poland, Germany, and Ukraine. And I would love to start, so welcome, gentlemen, Minister Barrot, Minister Sikorski, Minister Sybicha, and Minister Wadeful. Welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum. So let me start with actually, if you could bring us a bit up to speed about your morning discussions. What kind of takeaways are you bringing from those closed doors discussions that you're having? What is the mood currently? What are the expectations from Ukraine on the one side, and how is our preparedness doing? And Minister Sikorski, if I can start with you as the host of these talks in the morning.
Hello. Well, they were behind closed doors, you know.
I know, but I was hoping that you might do... We're not going to tell anyone.
Well, let me address one issue that I think is on many people's minds, namely these encroachments into the airspace of several flank countries. Let me first explain why we think it was deliberate on Russia's part. We think it was deliberate as regards Poland because the drones originated in a single place, distinct from the ones that went against Ukraine, that the mix of drones was different. So what goes against Ukraine is a mix of armed and unarmed drones, first to saturate their anti-aircraft capacity, then to strike. What went towards Poland was they were all unarmed drones with extra fuel tanks instead of warheads. So the intention seemed to be to test us without actually causing a war. And the test, I think, we passed positively. Our Air Force, including Allied air forces and ground crews from Germany, from Italy, from the Netherlands, fought a 7-hour air battle. That's the other thing. It wasn't just a one incursion. It took 7 hours, all night. Our governmental procedures worked, and our society proved resilient, and our alliance has responded in the way that we would expect. So I think the Russians made another mistake. They thought they would divide us, and they thought we would react with timidity and demands for weakening our support for Ukraine. The opposite has happened.
Fantastic. Well, but I'm thinking in Paris and in Berlin, when you're looking at what is happening, how Russia is stepping up in its hybrid war, targeting not only the eastern flank, now we're seeing Denmark and Norway being directly hit. What is your thinking right now? Do you think that France will also, is it also attacked in ways that we don't know? And what do you plan to do about it?
First and briefly, let me thank Radek Sikorski for his invitation, express our gratitude to the organizers of the Warsaw Security Forum that has clearly established itself as a major rendezvous for foreign and security affairs in Europe, for choosing France as the guest of honor or the partner for this 12th edition. We have a very large delegation that will participate actively to all debates throughout the forum, and I'm very happy to be here. I was also very happy to celebrate with my German and Polish counterpart within the Weimar Triangle what happened in Moldova, which is a victory for the Moldovan people that confirms its sovereign aspiration to democracy, freedom, and Europe. And it is not random that our three leaders actually went together in Moldova to support the Moldovan people and the efforts of the government to push back against massive Russian interferences into the electoral process. And so it was important that we would meet this morning to celebrate, along with Andrei Sibia, this very important political victory. And I think that even though these discussions were held behind closed doors, they reflected something that is changing in the spirit of Europeans, which is that Russia, everyone sees it, everyone realizes it, is now failing. Failing militarily, failing economically, failing politically. It's been 3 years now since Russia hasn't made any progress on the front line, and its economy, its civil economy, is now collapsing due to the resources that Putin is putting into the war efforts, due to the effectiveness of the Ukrainian armed forces at destroying some of the logistic nodes and energy capacity of Russia, and due to the sanctions that we have applied and that we're about to apply once again in coordination with the Trump administration. Now to your question very briefly, how did we react to what happened in Poland? Poland is a country very dear to our heart, and 6 months ago we've signed a major treaty, le Traité de Nancy, that includes a defense cooperation clause that was approved by the Polish parliament a few days ago, and that we are going to implement with a lot of firmness and determination. And so when we saw these incursions and this air battle in Polish airspace, our first response was to mark our disposition to contribute in the strengthening of the protection of the eastern flank. And President Macron decided to send 3 Rafale planes with a mission, very clear mission: detection and eventual destruction of any future drone entering the Polish airspace.
Thank you very much. And Berlin, what was their reaction? But most importantly, do you feel you're next?
Can I, first of all, thank you very much, also associate myself with what Jean-Noël said, and thank Radek very much for bringing us together today here. And I think as the Weimar Triangle was founded in 1991, it's up to us now to open a new chapter for our format, to make clear that it is not only to bring us three together, but to show the world, and especially, of course, Ukraine, and on the other side, Moscow, that we stand together, that we stick together, that not only, that nobody in Europe, whether they are in the east or in the middle or in the west, is only watching from the sidelines, but truly engaged alongside with Ukraine, and that Ukraine can always rely on our support, how long that fight may take. So that is, I think, a new task for the Weimar Triangle, and that's a new foundation for the Weimar Triangle, and the three of us are absolutely willing to really fulfill what has to be done. Secondly, I would like to say, John is absolutely correct. Russia is failing. Russia is making one mistake after the other one. And the incursion into the airspace that was more seen in our public than what we saw beneath the surface in the Baltic Sea. I'm also living to the Baltic Sea and on the coast of the Baltic Sea, and we
as the Baltics, we are fully aware what happened on sea and beneath the surface. Russia was there already active in the last months or years, I would say, and they destroyed connectors, cables. They have the Shadow Fleet actively running through the Baltic Sea. But now, everybody recognized in Germany, and also our far-right party AfD, that something happened and that sovereignty was touched. And that had the absolute opposite effect of what Moscow had intended to, but brought us together, brought us behind our allies in Estonia, in Poland, and in Romania, and we should really use that now in this very moment. And thirdly, I would say, of course, we have to speed up with our efforts to be able to encounter these incursions, be they in the air, be they beneath the surface in the Baltic Sea or each way. We have really to do more. We had a very good meeting in The Hague in this early summer with the whole alliance sticking closely together to Article 5 and to the 5% goal. So we are ready to invest, and if we step up, we will have every chance to defend our alliance, to defend freedom, be it in NATO or be it in Ukraine. So we are at a very decisive moment, but we are also in a moment which has a lot of chances for us if we stick together as we do now.
Thank you. I feel from the early morning that actually the mood is much more optimistic than the last 2 or 3 Warsaw Securities were. But then, Andriy, you're hearing, Minister Sybiha, you're hearing, Russia is losing. But then I look into the eyes of my friends, Ukrainian friends who are there, and I see in their eyes, but at what cost is it losing? And it is losing at the cost of Ukrainian lives. I mean, how long can this last? Russia is going to lose this war, but it is at the Ukrainian cost. What would you say to us here? How to stop this bloodshed?
Pani profesor, dziękuję bardzo za zaproszenie.
Thank you, Madam Professor, for inviting.
Everybody, for me, it's a true pleasure to attend today's event. It was really important to attend the meeting in the format Weimar Triangle. Responding to your question, Ukrainian resilience is not the reason for endless war. We want to end this war this year. And after the meeting in New York between President Zelensky and President Trump, we are really in momentum. I would be very cautious. So we got additional diplomatic dynamic for our peace efforts in a proper dimension or direction. That's important. We should forget about wishful thinking. We should forget about all illusions. We should admit that Russia is in war with us, with transatlantic community. Yes, formally, NATO, Europe is not in war with Russia, but Russia is in hybrid war already with transatlantic community, as I mentioned. So we need appropriate actions to take actions now. And I always repeat this, that recipe is very simple. Engagement and leadership of the USA to raise the price for further aggression for Russians, personally for Putin. This continuation of further aggression must become dangerous personally for Putin. And here we have really effective instruments, sanctions. Sanctions, transatlantic sanctions, not enough only European sanctions. They should be synchronized with American sanctions. We could call them tariffs, restricted measures, it doesn't matter. But we need such decisive steps, and I totally agree with everything what has been said by previous speakers. And you are right, Johan, that we are in a decisive moment. That's true. So sanctions, the only way to pressure Putin to negotiate. In response of the proposal of the President Trump to conduct negotiations at the level of leaders, Putin proposed us to come to Moscow. That's not acceptable and not serious. Yes, we are ready for this meeting, and we are ready to discuss all sensitive issues. But the outcome of this meeting should be ceasefire. Once again, ceasefire, tangible result of this meeting. And during our stay in New York, President Zelensky discussed this issue also with President Trump. It was really good conversation. Here I would like to give more maybe positive signals that we are on a right way. We are in a momentum to speed up our peace efforts. Probably after some events, recent events, Putin considered that he broken international isolations. That encouraged him to attack first time ever the building of our government, to violate airspace of the European countries. Yes, he is provoking. That's elements of hybrid war, and we experience this type of developments in Crimea. So we should expect further escalation and frozen assets. One of the most effective tools to force Russia to negotiate frozen assets, and here probably we should expect progress. And we do really count that by decisive steps to use for Ukraine now to buy weaponry in America, in Europe, for Ukrainians, it could be an effective instrument and a strong response on Russia escalation. And third point, very important point of this recipe, to strengthen Ukraine and deterrence package for Ukraine.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Minister Sybiha. You're saying that basically we should expect more provocations to come. The title of this panel is Increasing the Stakes, Should Europe Be Feared? And you, Minister Sikorski, in the United Nations, told the Russian delegation, you have been warned. How have we warned them, and are we now feared?
Well, we want them to stop this escalation of the hybrid war in the form of breaching our airspace. I think we should also now be careful with our ships and aircraft near Russian borders, because we don't want confrontations. But really, the moment was dramatic, but I restated the right of every sovereign nation to protect its territory. Let me give you an example. When I was defense minister, and this was not that long after 9/11, we passed a law, like many countries, on the procedures for shooting down a hijacked airliner. So as defense minister, I had to carry special codes that would identify me as me, so that if something comes across the Polish border, we try to, intercept it by our fighters, but ultimately we would not permit it to hit Warsaw. And then you have to take the decision to have it shot down. And it's the same with air forces. There are procedures, and ask the Air Force for details. But you intercept, which is to say you level with it. You show them weapons. You ask them to turn back. Even before that, we have direct lines even with unfriendly countries. Our air forces can communicate, and usually we know when something is even approaching our airspace. But if they don't obey and they go further and further, then of course you do what you have to do. Imagine Cuban MiGs over Florida flying over Mar-a-Lago, and you have a good picture of what...
Have you suggested to Donald Trump this idea?
Of what would... Well, I'm sure what he would do.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my last round of questions, actually, because I am hoping to engage the audience. So if you have some questions, do prepare them. There will be mics on the sides of the room, and I'll take free and maybe four if time permits. But Minister Barrot, two quick questions. On the one side, France has taken the lead on the coalition of the willing. You were, before actually the return of Donald Trump to the White House, you were the first to say we should be there in Ukraine, boots on the ground in case of a ceasefire, to actually monitor this ceasefire, but maybe to help Ukraine in many other ways on the ground training. Where is the coalition of the willing now? And are you hopeful that this is actually something that raises the stakes, that makes Europe be feared by Russia?
Well, the answer is, it is ready. The coalition of the willing is one of the most important pieces of work in terms of security for Europe of the past decades. Perhaps since the NATO got together 76 years ago. Why? Because faced with a security question, security issue at a continental scale, roughly 30 countries from Europe mostly, but also North America and Asia, got together to provide an ad hoc military planification to provide security guarantees and deter any further aggression. So this has huge value for Ukraine, but this has huge value way beyond. This means that even when NATO cannot provide a solution to a security question, alongside NATO, in cooperation with NATO, we stand ready to take our own security in charge. And I think this is something that many around the world have noticed and heard. And if I zoom out a little bit more, try to think how we would have reacted 5 or 10 years ago if one had said, let's step up our military spending to 3.5 plus 1.5 to get to 5% of our GDP. Let's build a military planification to provide security guarantees in Ukraine to deter any further aggression. Let the European Commission embed in its budget massive amounts to provide support to a neighboring country that is being invaded and to develop capabilities able to fill the gaps, the security gaps that we have. I think no one here at the Warsaw Security Forum would have believed it. So yes, Europe must be feared because Europe is building the capacity to handle these threats and to respond with solid security solutions to the rising challenges, with a lot of resolve, with a lot of unity, and with a lot of readiness.
Thank you very much. Minister Wadaful, moving across the Atlantic, the United States, that's what I want to ask you about. The United States has been, of course, a huge contributor to European security since the end of the Second World War, no doubt about that. But also the partnership between Berlin and Washington was, a stellar example of what the allies can do together. But now we have a president, and actually it's not only a president, the United States has changed. It is changing. And whether we like it or not, Americans no longer want to be responsible for security of the entire world. They don't want to be responsible for the security of Europe. How do you assess the future of the transatlantic bond as we move forward, and do you think we'll be able to preserve that unity that has been, a given for too long? And once even a Chinese delegation told me, we support the Russians because we don't believe the Europeans will ever leave the Americans. Do you agree?
I would just give a quick answer to the question, does Europe has to fear anything? We have to be aware what can endanger us. Of course, we cannot allow us to be naive. But if we look to the past and take a little bit a broader view, like Jonel just did, look 15 years ago where we were, where Ukraine was. We can only feel encouraged what happened in that time. There was a time when Ukrainians considered or did not really know where they were. Do they belong to Russia, part of them, especially in the eastern part of Ukraine, or are they, should they head for Europe? And now it's absolutely clear. We saw an example of nation building we have seldom seen on the world, and a nation which is absolutely committed to freedom, to peace, to stability, and to Europe. And this should only encourage us to do everything for and with Ukraine together. So there's no reason for uncertainty within Europe. And with regard to the transatlantic relationship, let me remind you that nobody from the United States put in doubt that they feel and they are responsible for Europe's security. The nuclear umbrella is without any doubt. And let us please not raise questions which are not made by the Americans. So, of course, we have to be more responsible for our security than before. And it's, of course, more than rightly that not only Mr. Trump, but also presidents before them have asked us to do more. And we have promised to do it since Wales and not accomplished that. But now I think that there is a change in Europe. We are ready to do more. We are willing to spend 5%, 3.5 directly in the defense sector and 1.5 for infrastructure. So that is a very good compromise. And we received, on the other hand, really a clear message from Washington. And what we saw also in discussions with the new SACEUR, we saw persons from the United States which are absolutely clearly committed to our alliance and to the security here in Europe. So if we do our part, there's no reason to have doubts, but every reason to work closely together.
Again, optimistic. So finally, Minister Sybiha, before we yield the floor to our audience, I think the Ukrainians know the Russians best at this point in time, and interestingly, they don't fear Russians. What would you tell us here, the audience? How should we be dealing with Russians in a way that would undermine the whole Putin regime? You are targeting the refineries, you are weakening the Russian economy, but what about, the Russians, the people, the society? I think we sometimes fear to ask ourselves this question. What do we do with all these people who are convinced that they are on the right side of history when it's obvious that they are not?
My point of view is that Russian society is also co-responsible for this aggression. Despite all these atrocities, Russian atrocities, the support, Putin's support, unfortunately increasing, more than 70%. So you asked me how to deal with a Russian threat. Not to be frightened, to be decisive, to demonstrate strong position. And probably Ukraine proved how to be strong in the most difficult times. And by the way, despite the scale of today's challenges, I'm confident that we are, maybe slowly, but we are moving closer to the just, comprehensive, long-lasting peace. We need to forget this perception that Ukraine is a buffer zone. We are the integral part of European security. Ukrainian and European security, they are indivisible. And it is important to build our strategies based on this perception. We are the part of this European security. And from my humble opinion, no country in the world could so effectively combat, for example, Russian drone attacks. Previous night, more than 500 drones. And they are increasing their capacities because they have such a regime. They could very fastly mobilize their resources. So we need also to admit once again that Russia is in war with us, in non-announced war. They are conducting these hybrid attacks on us, on our societies, in different geographies, and they will only increase this and escalate. So strong response.
Strong response. Thank you very much, Minister Sybiha. I see we have first questions. Where are the microphones? Yes, so there's a question there. Marcin Burzański, I do see. There's a question here. And Ellen, we'll take 3 questions for now, and if there's time, we'll take more. So please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Kasia. My name is Marcin Burzański. I'm an advisor with the Warsaw Security Forum and also with the New Alliances Foundation in Brussels. Ministers, I have a question for you. Are you entertaining the scenario that with the escalations that Russia is doing right now, we are seeing the well-known tactic of escalating to de-escalate, so that we might see more and more provocations, maybe incidents, maybe a plane is shot down, and we will get involved in the world on the stage of NATO-Russia conflict, diplomacy with double Trump, the whole show going on to be de-escalating. We're hearing Putin talking about nuclear deals with Trump right now, so that we're going to have all this narrative and all of this happening, taking the world stage instead of focusing on the real issue, which is Ukraine. Are you entertaining that scenario, and how would you confront that risk? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take 3 at once. Hélène, if we can ask a second microphone here, Hélène, please. No, in the first row, Senator Conway from France.
Thank you very much. I don't have to introduce myself then. Thank you very much, ministers, for the very good work you're doing. I just have one question. We may reassure ourselves to be spending more money in army equipment, and we need it. However, our countries can be undermined from within, and I think they are, with very hard campaigns from Russia, disinformation, sabotage, and tomorrow our countries could be led by anti-European governments. So where does that leave us, and what part in your work is that taking place to actually defend the very core of what we are, which the Russians are also fighting today?
Thank you. And in the second row, if we can ask the gentleman here for the mic. Can we ask, please stand up so they can see you, because otherwise, yeah, the mic is coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, friends, because even if we don't know each other, I believe in this room we are all friends. So there is a question to you, all of you, 5 of you. There is a phrase that is perfectly well known, but I believe by you, Mr. Sikorski, from the field in Afghanistan. They were used to say, you, the West, you have the watches. We have the time. What do we have now? What does Russia have? And what does the Ukraine have? And why do you think so? It's for 4 of you.
Thank you very much. So 3 questions. Do you believe this is escalation to de-escalate? A second question regarding the internal challenges that we face. And the third question, we talked about this earlier, that Russia seems to have much more time, or it feels it has much more time. Also, it doesn't have to fear elections every 4 years, changes inside of its government. So feel free to answer any of these questions. And I'll start from the end, Minister Wadefull.
Well, I think with regard to the time questions, we have more time than Russia, of course. Russia has limited resources. Russia's economy is somewhere between the economy from Spain and Italy. So we are Spain plus Italy, plus Poland, plus France, plus Germany. So in the end of the day, if we put all that...
Plus the UK, well, let's count them in.
Yeah, I could add Denmark is my neighbor. So all that together, yeah, we just wanted to give examples. But we're always looking... of course, to the vastest, to the biggest country of the world, but it's not the most powerful country of the world. So if we stick together, and that's my experience coming from the West, we've seen what happened in the 80s. We're also very strong, with a clear, strong message. In the end of the day, Russia, formerly the Soviet Union, is not able to win against us because we are economically stronger. And coming to the questions of our societies, of course, we are free societies, and of course they can be hurt by the ways you just mentioned. But in the end of the day, we have the people positively with us. They are thinking, they are understanding what we are doing. They are not only obeying what they are governed from their leaders, but they are giving us their support when they vote for us, and so we are in a way better prepared for the future than the Russian system is. In the question of is it escalating to de-escalate, I would say I'm not so sure whether there is really a strategy behind that. I think more it's in a way that they try to destabilize our societies. The opposite, we just spoke about that, is fortunately happening. We have just to be aware that we are not the frog in that very known picture who recognizes too late that the temperature is too high. So we really have to react now in a sensitive way, not to give, of course, Russia a casus belli, but also always a flexible, clear answer that they cannot make what they want and that we are able to defend ourselves.
Thank you very much. Minister Sybiha.
What do we have in Ukraine now? Actually, fourth year of this war, fourth year of this aggression. And Russia didn't achieve any strategic goal in Ukraine, and we must provide them with confidence or with perception that that Putin will never achieve strategic goals in Ukraine. He will fail. We have allies behind us. We have unity among our closest allies. And we have strengths behind us. So combining all these elements, we do really have a chance to speed up our peace efforts once again. But we should think not only how to end this war as soon as possible, but how to prevent in future further aggression or further escalation. And here we need to develop strong security infrastructure. Strong security infrastructure, security guarantees. I do not believe in any effective security infrastructure in Europe without American backstop. Here we need the engagement of the US friends, and we welcome their efforts in supporting our peace efforts. If we are talking about security guarantees, it is important to Ukraine, for Ukraine, it is important that they should be legally binding. It's like a factor which will prevent in future possible aggression from Russian side. They should be equivalent to the Article 5. Also, of course, boots on the ground under the leadership of the USA, Europe, and with the backstop of the USA. Boots on the ground. Third point, our EU membership. We consider our fast track to become an EU member as an element of security guarantees, and today we really have a great day in Europe. I mean the results of the elections in Moldova, and I urge our European closest friends to find a proper formula how we could proceed and how we could open in the nearest future clusters for Ukraine. We do really have a chance. we have the strength and unity to overcome Hungarian veto. And the most fundamental thing which we also have in Ukraine, but in future we must strengthen it, Ukrainian army. Ukrainian army, even after the ceasefire, even after the peace, we will need to keep strong army and strong deterrence package.
Thank you. Panie Ministrze.
The Russian idea of escalate to de-escalate comes from the theory of fighting a nuclear war. You use overwhelming power to stun the elites of the target country to essentially capitulate. And when you look at the various domains, the Russians are not actually capable of doing it. At sea, Ukraine alone, without a navy, defeated Russia in the Black Sea. Grain and Ukrainian exports are reaching international markets through the Bosphorus. In the Baltic, particularly after the accession of Finland and Sweden, it's Russia that has a problem. We have enough anti-ship missiles to sink the entire Baltic Sea Navy. In the air, if the Russians took on NATO, we have an overwhelming advantage. And on the ground, Russia is not capable of launching a combined arms offensive in Ukraine, let alone against all of Europe. They're still fighting in Donbass 10 years after they've started. So actually, the only domain in which they could do it is nuclear. But they can't do it not just because of the Americans, but because I believe India and China have read them the riot act. So no, they can't do it. Time, I think, is now playing against Vladimir Putin and for Ukraine, and the sooner they realize, the better for world peace.
Thank you. Minister Barro.
I will not speak military strategy after Radek Sikorski, even though I agree with what he said. Just like I agree with what Joanna said, I think that the recent provocations that are unacceptable were trying to, hide the failure of Russia on the front line, and two, attempt to discourage European countries from building up support to Ukraine. And I think that this has been super counterproductive because it has generated additional support for Ukraine. On Hélène's question on foreign interferences and the threat from within, it is true. I think that it's not ambiguous anymore that war is not only waged on the battlefield, but also in the spirits. And that's why we need to take this into account. First, our foreign ministry need to equip themselves in order to push back against those interferences. This is what we've started to do at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we need all the support from the French parliamentarians that are in the room to get the credit, the budget means to be up to scale. Two, we need to discipline social networks. And I think we all agree on this here on the podium. And three, we need to draw the lesson from the Moldovan experience that have successfully pushed back against those interferences. And finally, the question on time. Indeed, just like Radek said, it used to be the case that time was working against Ukraine, but now time is working against Russia.
Thank you. And because we're running out of time, we have just 5 minutes left. I wanted to go back to Minister Sikorski because we had a very high-level visit of the Chinese counterpart, the Foreign Minister of China. And it came in the context, I think more by coincidence than by planning, of the Russian drone attacks and, of course, closing the border with Belarus. Could you tell us a bit more about, the possible role of China in this conflict? What is your reading of it? And also, I think a lot of us would want to know what was the effect of this closure, short-lived, but still closure of Belarusian border as a protest to how Belarus is supporting Russia in its hybrid warfare against Poland.
Well, I was very pleased to welcome my Chinese colleague, and the border is important both for Poland and for China because a small but important part of the trade between Europe and China. It's actually the fastest route to China, goes through our land port. And we agreed that if this crossing is to be secure, the border alongside also has to be secure, which is what we require from Belarus. We believe we've made a major contribution to the integrity of the Schengen area by spending €500 million on a big and beautiful fence, which is now 98% effective. And China has been helpful to us in passing on messages about the border. My Chinese colleague told me he strongly supports a ceasefire. But of course, to say it is not enough. We would need to see pressure on Russia for the ceasefire to happen. And I personally believe that China is the only country that could actually force a ceasefire in this war.
But will it?
Well, that's the question. Remember, in January 2022, before the full-scale invasion, there was a Russian military foray into Kazakhstan to interfere in the internal politics. And I believe Beijing told Russia to get out, or else they will stop trading with Russia, close the border themselves. And Russia did get out. And I think this is a lever that Russia is now so dependent, not China, that this is a very powerful lever that China has. And the question, of course, is whether they would use it.
And whether we'll be able to engage or not with China in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, because our time is out, let's give a huge round of applause to our guests. And let me thank once again Minister Barrot and France for partnering us. It was a great year. We did a lot of things together, not only here at the forum, but we did a number of different events where France was present and active, so we're very grateful. I also have to say that we have a representative of the next partner country present here with us, but I'm not going to say who it is. He will say it himself in a panel to come. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and have a great next panel.
everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, the Warsaw Security Forum has become one of the leading security conferences in Europe, focused on strengthening the transatlantic bond and shaping our response to common challenges. Warsaw Security Forum, as well as its unique approach, constitute a permanent element of the European dialogue and reflection on defense. Defense policy of Poland is based on the three principles: active involvement of our society in the security of our country, the development of defense capabilities, and strong alliances. Recent violations of Polish, Romanian, and Estonian airspace are clear evidence that Russia is testing our alliance. The Kremlin's aggressive policy poses a real and direct threat to Europe's security. And we know that Russia's goals are not limited to Ukraine. In response, Western countries remain united, providing Ukraine with military and humanitarian support. This support continues to strengthen Ukraine's position in the peace talks. Peace must be lasting and must reflect the security interest of Ukraine, as well as the wider Euro-Atlantic community. We support a holistic approach to the national defense, ensuring resilience of society, state, and economy. Trust in the Polish armed forces has reached its highest level in nearly 10 years, with 94% positive response in September 2025. Our defense budget next year will be record-breaking, amounting to 200 billion zlotys and accounting for 4.8% of GDP. The Polish armed forces far exceed 200,000 troops and have become NATO's third largest army. During the recent Russian drones attack on our airspace, we proved our resolve to defend ourselves with all necessary means. The response, together with the consultations under Article 4 of the Washington Treaty, are demonstration of NATO's determination and readiness, further strengthened by the alliance posture within the Eastern Century framework. I'm grateful for the solidarity and support of our allies. Together we must continue to strengthen NATO's deterrence and defense posture. In drone incursion is another proof of the need to foster and deepen our cooperation with Ukraine on the use of and defense against UAVs. 2 weeks ago, I visited Kiev to discuss this challenge with Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal. We agreed to keep building on Ukraine's experience within the NATO Ukraine Joint Analysis Training and Education Center in Bydgoszcz. As a response to the Zapad exercises, we are conducting the Iron Defender 25 exercises to demonstrate unity, determination, and the deter aggression against NATO. We have deployed a strong task forces to our eastern border to counter the weaponization of illegal migration by Russia and Belarus. At the same time, we are expanding border defense infrastructures through the East Shield program, which complements the Baltic defense line in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. We are also engaging NATO's forward land forces on the eastern flank with troops in Latvia and Romania. Our contingents operate in the Western Balkans and the Middle East to contribute to the security of other regions as well. Our Navy continues the Baltic-centric exercises and Gulf operation, focusing on the protection of critical maritime infrastructure. We provide a significant share of training of the Ukrainian armed forces under European Union Military Assistance Mission in support of Ukraine. We contribute logistically to NATO security assistance and training for Ukraine. Beyond that, we are active in other key instruments supporting Ukraine. The Ukraine Defense Contact Group, various capability coalitions, and the Coalition of the Willing, where we are ready to provide logistical and infrastructure support essential for carrying out planned tasks. Since the very first stage of the conflict, Poland has been at the forefront, responding immediately and decisively. We are modernizing and expanding the capabilities of the Polish armed forces across all domains. Our widely recognized programs cover air and missile defense, the acquisition of F-35 aircraft, artillery, armored and mechanized forces, new frigates and submarines, as well as reconnaissance satellites. We are also investing heavily in cybersecurity and expanding the Army Medical Corps. All these undertakings show our strength, determination, and readiness, the only language that Moscow and Minsk understand. In the deteriorating security situation in Europe, we need unity and joint action across the entire transatlantic community, including NATO and the European Union. The NATO summit in The Hague is an important milestone in this effort, especially with the new capability targets. We are confident these targets will strengthen deterrence along the eastern flank, helping to prevent and from of Russian aggression and protect every inch of Allied territory. We need a strong, united commitment from all allies to fully implement the summit decision, including increasing defense spending, supporting the defense industry, and pursuing other initiatives that boost vigilance and deterrence of the eastern flank. A large number of allied forces must be ready and available to operate, ensuring our region is fully secured and any aggression is effectively deterred. Poland supports and wants to further contribute to the EU's approach to defense and security. We strongly believe that strengthening the defense, technological and industrial base of EU member states is essential for our common security. We welcome the European Commission decisions to allocate 43.7 billion euros to Poland under the SAFE instrument. We aim to lead the implementation of these funds and contribute to enhancing EU defense capabilities. EU's initiatives not only reinforce the transatlantic partnership, but also support NATO's deterrence and defense policies in Europe. The proposed Eastern Flank Watch initiative, including the concept of an anti-drone wall, comes at a crucial time. Developing robust drone defense capabilities is urgent, and EU support is highly welcome. The initiative should be adopted to Poland's Eastern Shield and the Baltic defense line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a difficult international situation. We must take every opportunity to strengthen our security. Europe's hard power depends on principles similar to those of Poland's defense policy. Europeans' willingness to protect our continent, our strong defense capabilities, and our commitment to the transatlantic alliance are essential for maintaining peace through strength. With a clear plan and joint effort, Poland, Europe, and NATO can become stronger and safer. We stand together to protect our freedom. Thank you very much.
Our esteemed thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister there, just outlining some more of what we've been hearing today, the importance, and like I say, I've said it already, but I'll say it again, that deep-rooted message of the forum this year, divided we fall. It's about unity, it's about taking active decisions and making a difference, because sometimes, let's face it, decision-making takes a little bit too long for it to be effective. So bear that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an esteemed panel coming up next for you. We're looking at peace through strength, what is Europe's hard power? So please join me in welcoming onto the stage with her panel, Laura Caiali, defense correspondent for Politico Europe. Bravo.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon for a panel about peace through strengths. So we have today 4 distinguished panelists. We have Ionuț Moșteanu, the Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister of Romania. We have NATO's Deputy Secretary General, Radmila Shekerinska, Airbus Group's Executive Vice President, Wouter van Wersch, and Tore Osenvik, Norway's Defense Minister. So we're going to talk about, obviously, the drone incursions in several NATO airspace, such as Poland, Romania, Norway, Denmark, and it raises new questions about reaction, deterrence, rules of engagement, gaps in NATO's arsenals, and the context is obviously the fact that there is no peace in sight between Russia and Ukraine. There's a risk of spillover on NATO territory. And so those are the challenges that we will address today. And there will be time for questions at the end of the panel. So we'll start with you, Minister Moșteanu, because there have been several drone incursions in Romania, even before the past few weeks. So my first question for you is, what can you tell us about Romania's reactions and the latest developments?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here today in front of this audience and next to you. Thank you very much for the invitation. As you said, we are just neighboring the war. And as I used to say, unfortunately, we can see the war from the balcony, and from time to time we see a drone falling down. Actually, we just found another one today. I just received the messages from home. We just found another drone, another Russian drone that fell down on our territory in the Danube Delta. And this is a common thing for the last 3.5 years. And this is a thing that will happen more and more. It's my assumption, looking at what happens at the last weeks, also in Poland, in Estonia, in Denmark, and it's easier for Russia to create a lot of trouble in our societies just sending $10,000, €10,000 drone or 20,000, whatever. Yeah, with that money, they can cause a lot of trouble if we do not act, if we don't show that we are strong together, united together, and we have all the capabilities. And before going further, I just want to say something that is today especially important for us, Romania, and important for all the Europe, that we are after the Moldovan elections, where this is one of the best things that happened to that part of the world, that the pro-Europeans won the majority for the parliament, and this is a good signal. It was difficult for them, but it's very good, because otherwise Moldova would have been Putin's playground, and that would be is much difficult than one drone on the other drone. And the fact that Moldova did it is very important, and I'm very for Romania is something very important because we are neighboring them, and nobody wants to have Putin next to him. And we are being in that side of Europe because for here in Poland you speak more about Poland and Baltics and these challenges you have. In Finland, you have a long border with Russia. We have the Black Sea. And the Black Sea is a sea of challenges, and we want to keep it a sea of peace. And after the war will stop, and eventually that war will stop, the challenges will still be there. Will neighbor Russia over the economic zone of the Black Sea, and we have to show strength. We have to deter Russia, and we have to be strong there together. And don't forget, when we speak about the Black Sea and the eastern flank, about Turkey, because Turkey is there and is our ally, and for us, it's very important what you're doing together with them, with the Bulgarians. We are patrolling together in a counter-mining mission, and it's the first one we have in the Black Sea, and we have to expand the scope of this mission. So, coming back to the drones, and this is we are seeing these challenges for 3.5 years. We adapted our legislation, and we have a legislation in place that allows us to shoot them down. And it was not easy. It was a big challenge, a big debate in the society. And finally, the majority understood that we need that. We need to be able to use weaponry together with our NATO allies to shoot them down. And this is a very important step. But from here on, we need to increase the situational awareness to see them coming. And here we need support because we speak about Eastern Century. We need to show to the people objective steps, very clear. Look, you get this, you get this, you get this. We can do together this. We can have more rotational air defense system because we see them coming. We have to put them down. We need more capabilities for that on the eastern flanks. So this would be my intervention for this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Deputy Secretary General, NATO recently announced a new operation called Eastern Sentry. I know it's technically not an operation, but a new thing. So, what does it mean on the ground?
Well, good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the invitation. You have asked all of us what's our hard power, right? And the answer, straightforward, is obviously NATO. And this is what was the job description for our alliance for 75 years. And for more than 75 years, we have managed to provide our citizens and our allies with the security that they need. As we speak, NATO's pilots, NATO's ships, allied soldiers are there protecting our alliance. And what we did some time ago, immediately after the airspace violations, was actually to strengthen our posture and our deterrence and defense by adding substantial additional capabilities to the countries on our eastern flank so that we improve the situational awareness, so that we send the right message, but also so that we can provide the security that citizens expect of us. This is very much the Eastern Sentry. It is a follow-up of the positive example that we have had with Baltic Sentry at the beginning of this year, when we have seen that our critical infrastructure, undersea infrastructure, is under threat because of the Russian shadow fleet. This is what we did. We sent additional capabilities, we improved our situational awareness, we were more visible, more powerful, and we have seen that it resonated. So this is what we are doing now. We are enhancing our presence on the eastern flank. We are supporting all the allies so that they feel protected. But also, we have to, in parallel to this, send a political message that the alliance will not be intimidated and that the allies will not change course when it comes to supporting Ukraine. So I have very much appreciated, a few days after, I think it was Estonia, violation of airspace in Estonia, They have immediately went to announce that they're signing a memorandum of understanding for supporting the new model going to Ukraine, Pearl, the prioritized requirement list to support Ukraine with US available equipment, ammunition, air defenses, all these things that are essential for Ukraine to keep up fighting the good fight. And practically with this, we show to Russia that actually there is a price that they pay for their irresponsible and reckless behavior. This is how we will continue to do. Practically, Eastern Sentry is a way for us to be more flexible and yet stronger wherever and whenever we are needed.
So both of you mentioned capabilities. Mr. von Fursch, from an industry perspective, what do you think are the most pressing capability gaps in Europe?
So first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. Poland is a country that is very dear to my heart and to Airbus's heart, so being here is always a great pleasure. You know, I get the opportunity to travel quite a lot in my job, and I meet many, many different governments, and all of them say the same: we need a stronger Europe. And I'm actually very happy to see everything that's happening, and also if I listen to everything that was told this morning, I think we start to realize this, that we really need to do much more ourselves and to build the capabilities that are needed. If you look at all the recent announcements, all the budgets, the SAFE initiatives, I think that all the stakeholders are really putting the money where their mouth is and putting in place the means to make sure that Europe is in a position to defend itself. Now, of course, I always like to say, if you look at history, the big Europe, let's say, 80% of the investments that have been done over the last decades have been done in equipment that is not European. And of course, that makes us super dependent on other countries, and I think that would be the first big message. And I think SAFE is also pushing for this. We need to make sure that we become more independent also in terms of our industry. We have a lot of very good players, strong players, but we have a very fragmented market. And I think we are in a fantastic moment in time, and we are able, I think, to leverage this, to be more united and to do more together. Of course, we need to grow our capabilities. NATO has launched with all the states an initiative to see where the capability gaps are. Now we need to fulfill them as quickly as possible. There's a lot of things which are very short-term, ammunition, things like this that need to be done. But of course, there's also more longer-term products that are needed. And this morning, the example was used of the drones that attacked Poland. You know, they were destroyed, part of them, through different capabilities brought together, including tankers, to make sure that the fighter jets stay in the air. And building these capabilities takes time. And if you order an aircraft, a military aircraft or a fighter jet from Airbus, it will take 3-4 years. So, I mean, we need to do it yesterday, actually. We're already too late. So I think we have a great opportunity, but we need to take the right actions. And I'm sure that SAFE is a great initiative, but we need the speed needs to be there. So I think that would be a message.
And Minister Sandvik, there were also drones in the Norwegian airspace. How do you assess Norway's arsenal? Is it equipped for the drone threat? What are the gaps and what are the strengths of the arsenal of your country?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. And also, it was announced that I should say that we will be the partner for the next year. So thank you. I think we have to remember we are not in war. So now the drone observations we are now investigating in Norway, there are no confirmation and there are no conclusion. But there are observations, which is serious, and it's disturbing our air traffic, and it's of course, it's dangerous, and it's an interference which we take seriously. We have capacities to shoot down drones, but we are not under attack, and this is surveillance drones. It's not Shaheeds. It's not what we've seen on different parts of the border of the NATO allies. So we have the capacities and looking into it. And we also have had airspace violations from Russia in the north. But we have a long-standing tradition of being calm and but with great determination to say clear that this is reckless behavior. It may be bad navigation, and we can see that more often now. So Russia have to take more security margins when they operate in close areas to our border. But then again, if this is going to get serious, it's important that that is not based on a misunderstanding or a bad navigation. But we send clear messages, and we are aware and we are prepared. We are prepared 24/7 in the north, where we have the border with Russia. We are NATO's eyes and ears in the north. We're looking after the Northern Fleet, which is intact and developing. We're looking after the strategic submarines, the multi-role submarines, and we're looking after the test areas for new weapon equipments from the Russians. So we are monitoring that 24/7 every year. But still, about the drone observations, still investigating, no confirmation and no conclusion yet. But we're working on it.
And Minister Moșteanu, I kind of have the same questions about the Romanian arsenal, because when the Russian drones were shot down in the Polish airspace, there was a lot of talks about how they were shot down with very expensive equipment, whereas the drones are very cheap, so that's not sustainable in the long run. So how do you assess the Romanian arsenal? Do you feel you need to invest more in counter-drone capabilities? Kind of what are the plans to deal with the Russian drone threat?
Yeah, I think all Europe has to invest in more anti-drone capabilities, not only Romania. And this is a fact, and we can see that. I mean, we have evidences every week. And speaking about Poland, yeah, it was only 4 out of 19 taken down. If that would have happened in Romania, probably I would not be here today, because it was a lot of discussion in Romania about that drone, and for sure the discussion about how money efficient is to take down on drone will be the discussion for the next 1, 2, 3, 4 years until we'll develop some cheap and effective capabilities. Until then, we have the current capabilities agreed with NATO. We have ground air defense systems. We have them in Romania. We have our ground defense systems here in Poland. We have 4 of them operating and again showing how NATO works. We have them here. We had our planes in Lithuania. We'll send the planes next year again for the air policing mission. Now we have the planes. We had the enhanced air policing mission from Italy, and now we have 5 Eurofighters with their brave pilots from Germany. And this is how NATO works. And when we see how we can take down drones and we speak about the capabilities of every NATO country, we have to speak about the capabilities on the flank and the ability to move quickly these capabilities, because we are not in silos, exactly that is the beauty of our alliance, that we can spend on different things and we can move them around and assessing where is the best for NATO countries to have these capabilities. And again, this shows how NATO works. And I think that also, unfortunately, the war made us all to move better. And we'll have another exercise this autumn, in November. We have one of the biggest exercises, the Asian Fall in Romania, when we'll the battle group that forward battle group that France is leading in Romania will go from 1,500 to 5,000 to a brigade level, and around 5,000 European NATO soldiers will be in Romania, and thank you for that again for our partners that are there, and around 800 equipments will be in Romania in all the ranges across the country doing an exercise together. Thank you. So again, as a conclusion, it's not about we have some capabilities, we are buying more capabilities, we have ordered more capabilities, we'll order even more. We want to build with Ukraine anti-drone capabilities because they are the best right now. This is a fact. They had to improve, to be creative, and they prove so. And but this is a discussion for the next years, and we have to look together at how the eastern flank will work and how we can move these capabilities quickly. Thank you.
Deputy Secretary General, the Baltic Sentry initiative was the occasion to test new technology, especially drones. So will Eastern Sentry also be like a ground to test new things? And what can NATO do to foster innovation?
Well, this element is very important, and we talked about innovation even prior. During the NATO summit this summer, this was very much the focus. How do we support increased defense spending with stronger industrial base, but also not only by spending more, but by spending better and spending smarter. So innovation very high on NATO's agenda. And we have used Baltic Sentry as an opportunity really to come up with more innovative means in dealing with, protecting undersea critical infrastructure. And this will stay and be our focus and goal for the Eastern Sentry. So the airspace violations were met with the appropriate reaction, and we have shown that we are capable of fully protecting and defending our alliance. And that's only because allies had the necessary capabilities, and our SACEUR was able to operate with them and protect the alliance. But what we do now also is combine SHAPE and SACEUR teams with our Command on Transformation that is in the United States. And I'm sure that, again, like during Baltic Sentry, they will come up with more innovative, as you say, more efficient, maybe, means on dealing not only with the high-end threats, but also with threats which can be cheap in terms of price, but that can produce actually huge damage. So this is very much part of our DNA. Be better, innovate more, and use our capabilities for in the best possible manner. But in order to do so, we have to continue with this sustained message that we are willing to invest in our defense. The defense industry needs that signal. They need the contracts, and I think that the Hague Summit was very important in this regard. We showed not only that we are serious about this, but that we are totally united. It was very clear, it was a signal for transatlantic unity, because it showed that Europe is prepared to balance with the defense spending. And this is great news for Europe, it is great news also for America.
So, Minister Sandvik, the instrument SAFE was mentioned, so it's an EU instrument to get loans for weapons. So Norway is not in the EU, but can benefit from it via joint procurement, etc. So do you plan to try and benefit from it? Like, what is your plan with SAFE?
Our plan is to benefit from all of the spending in Europe, and also to contribute ourselves in the spending for more weapons. But I think the main thing we have to keep in mind that we have to standardize, and we have to have interoperable systems, and we have to do partnerships, both bilateral, multilateral, within the frame of NATO. We have to make stronger partnerships in both how we maintain systems, how we build spare part systems, and how we operate together, and how we're dealing. We are now getting into a strategic partnership with UK to buy the same frigates, identical frigates, to maintain them together, to sail them together, to educate together. and to have the same weapon systems, and to innovate and develop them together. And we have to do that in different sectors. We have a strategic partnership with the Germans, with submarines, and we in the Nordics are closely working together. And this is also important for the industry. And it's important for the industry because we can have joint procurement, we can have bigger contracts, and we have to use the systems within the EU, which we are getting to be a part of, most of them. We have to use them to have joint procurement and bigger contracts. But when I talk to the industry, still they say it's a lot of contacts, but less contracts. So we have to go from talking to walking. And that is important because we have to build the industrial capacity. And we also have to keep in mind that we have also to understand that there have to be dual use. Russia is on war footing. They have changed from civilian sector to military sector. We cannot do that in Europe in the same way, but we can use the best of the civilian industry to make dual use in the military industry, to learn from each other and to develop. And one thing is under-surface surveillance, using for Norway what we can do in the offshore sector to do surveillance of undersurface infrastructure like pipelines, cables, and so on. Unmanned systems, which will be cheaper to maintain and to operate. And then, of course, again, dual-use technology. So I think we have to keep many thoughts in mind at the same time.
Laura, if you allowed me to react, of course. I think we have to go from talking to walking to running, because we have to keep the speed. Maybe a comment on SAFE. I think SAFE is a very encouraging joint effort. 150 billion is a lot of money. The 19 states have been asking for applying to SAFE. Countries like Romania, 16 billion, Poland, 41 billion. So I think it's a fantastic way because it will also use, it pushes, of course, for European preference, which is great, to develop our industry. It means that the taxpayers' money will be used also to develop locally and in Europe. So I think a very good initiative, and again, I hope it will go very fast. I would like to also say that we've already done this in the past. You know, joint procurement has happened. I would like to highlight the MMF, you know, which is a fleet of now it will be 12 tankers that have been acquired by 8 different nations, and they are sharing and pooling the resources. 2 more, so the 11th and the 12th were confirmed at the NATO summit in The Hague. And I think that's a fantastic example of how European countries can share resources, share investments, and make it work. So the SAFE initiative is a great opportunity for the industry. And we really now hope we can quickly move to the next steps, that every country clearly defines, okay, what are they going to acquire, so that the industry can put itself in motion and produce all this equipment as quickly as possible.
So to stay with you for a second, European countries have been announcing defense budget increases since the war in Ukraine started, basically. So are there any meaningful contracts, or is it like the desert?
No, there are, of course, contracts, but I think much too little. I think we know what we need. We need a lot of different equipment. We need also very strategic equipment in order to defend ourselves. The drones have been mentioned many times. You know, we are active in drones, but still, I think the drone-to-drone warfare needs to be enhanced. So I would say we are not going fast enough. That's really the message. The companies, and I'm not talking about Airbus only, but you know, all of the ones sitting here are fully committed. It's a busy time, because you know there's a lot of demand all over the world, not only in Europe. So I think it's important that we get this sense of urgency and place the orders, because that's what we need. It's difficult for us to produce equipment without having a firm buyer. We also are our company. We need to pay our workforce and to generate results. So I think really it's not going fast enough.
And Mr. Moșteanu, Romania is, I think, the second biggest beneficiaries of SAFE. What will you spend the money on mostly, mainly?
I would not say exactly the capabilities we're going to buy. These are agreed in a multi-annual plan with the NATO allies. But I will spend like 2/3 or more than 2/3 from this will spend on defense capabilities and the other on dual purpose capabilities like infrastructure, because we need also that. Because you take tanks, but if you cannot move them quickly and they are not useful. So we have to see all this together. So speaking about the capabilities is one thing I want to mention here about the SAFE. It looks very good and it's in the right time. My worry is that the European industry cannot absorb this money in 4 years. I see how it looks. Maybe some of them agree with me, maybe no, some of them don't. But saying that we can deliver weaponry and defense systems more than is already ordered and is on the pipeline, production pipeline, in 4 years worth of 120-something billions, I don't think is doable. So we'll have to think. And now I'm talking to the producers, how you see expanding the facilities you have across Europe, because that will help. And that will help to build faster. And then we, as the politicians, needs to help the industry to shorter the time frames in that you can operate a defense business, because this is a problem with all the application and with all the approvals. We know that in Europe is the best place to live, but still that's because we have the toughest rules when it comes to environment and this and that. We are helping you, and in Romania we want to change the legal framework. We are working on that. So is anybody would want to invest in the defense industry can make it quicker. And is another very important thing, and I want to stress on that. Again, because as a politicians, you have to say we spend more money because SAFE is a loan. At the end of the road, you have to pay it back, and you take this money from the hospitals and from the educations and from the railroads and so on and so on. And in order to have the society acceptance for these spendings, you have to give something back. And you have to see a new factory, a new plant, new workspaces created in that country. Either it's Romania, Poland, or Bulgaria, and so on and so on. And we have to work together in this and spread the butter throughout the continent when we speak about this industry, because if we leave the industry only in the few countries, then we'll have another problem, which is bigger. And we just coming back to Moldova, and we see all the Eastern countries, how difficult it is for their democracies to keep the pro-European and pro-Euro-Atlantic directions. We saw that in Romania last year. We have very challenging elections, and now 1/3 of the parliament is anti-European. Yeah, but in 4 years we have already in 3 years and a half we have again elections. Moldova just dodged the bullets from Putin, the democratic bullets, and we see, I don't give another examples, but we see how fragile is the situation, especially in the eastern part of Europe, and we need to think about this, how we can make sure that we have the society acceptance for increasing spendings. Thank you.
Do you want to jump in? Okay. Mr. Van Verst, do you want to reply to what was said about the industry?
Yeah, I can. So I think the industry can do it, but what is important for us is to get the visibility. I'll take an example which is not linked to defense, but to the commercial aviation world. Airbus, if you go back like 7-8 years ago, we produced 500 aircraft a year. Now we have gone up to this year around 820. We have a plan to go to 1,000. So how can we do this? Because we have the visibility. Yes, we have the order book, so we know when we have to deliver. We are ramping up very substantially our capabilities. We're doing this Of course, in the countries that have the right skills, and I mean, we want to do this more and more in Europe. So Romania, Poland, we really try to grow, extend our footprint. But we can do this because we have the visibility. So I always come to the same. We can, as industry, we can deliver, but we need to know what and when, and then we will put in place what is needed to do it.
Okay.
I agree with both of you. Actually, we need governments ready to commit and defense industry ready, prepared to deliver. And this is why at the Hague Summit, we focused on the two. So it's not just making this commitment to 5% of GDP. It was also about deciding previously which are the capability targets so that we can actually help both allies and defense industry. We are aggregating demand so that the industry knows what lies ahead. And by aggregated demand and asking allies to go on joint procurements, we actually allow for better conditions and for tighter time schedules. Of course, we have to, it's a 360-degree approach. We also need to talk to the banks, and we do, and try to convince them that, you know, some of the previous provisions preventing them from investing in defense industry are really detrimental for our efforts to scale up production. So we need everyone on board, and I think it was one of the presidents, President Roosevelt, who said, our words must be judged by our deeds. So what we said in The Hague is going to be judged by what we do this year and next year. And we are absolutely sure that for this, allies are running. From time to time, the running involves some hurdles as well. But we can only do this together. And we really see defense industry as an important element of our deterrence and defense for today, but also for the long run.
Mr. Sandvik, do you want to weigh in before we move to the questions?
Yeah, because we have not talked a lot about Ukraine, which is where the battle is going on, and where the industry capacity is the biggest in Europe right now. So investing in Ukraine, in defense for Ukraine, is one of the most important things we do. And when we hopefully will get a ceasefire and peace in Ukraine, the industrial capacity from Ukraine will help us out a lot on these sectors. Norway has this Nansen program going long-term until 2030, first and foremost. And we are now investing to the Norwegian model in Ukraine, buying weapons for Ukraine from Ukrainian industry. And we're also developing and making joint ventures together with Ukrainian companies to have licenses from our military industries, helping Ukraine develop. And then in the long term also to bring back to Norway and to the alliance what Ukraine is learning every day on the battlefield. The world champions on anti-drone warfare is Ukraine. So that's the place we are going to go when we are going to develop our anti-drone capacities by buying licenses from Ukraine, by ramping up scale in Europe and in the alliance for building anti-drone systems and drones.
Okay, thank you. So now we move to the questions. If there are any questions in the audience. Yes, one here, and in the back.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Andre Adamson from King's College London. We've talked a lot this morning. I've heard a lot about defence and defensive capabilities and ground-based air defence and protecting against drones and so on. But this panel and other panels haven't really focused on what I would call hard power in terms of a deterrent. And I'd be interested in the panel's view about how we deter through offensive capabilities. It's one thing to defend yourself, and it's one thing to protect your civilizations, or your societies rather, but it's another thing to actually hold your enemy at risk. And I'd be interested in the view of how we should balance our defensive capabilities with our offensive capabilities going forward. Thank you.
Who wants to take it?
It's a difficult question, no more, not too many candidates. what we have agreed as an alliance is a real set of capability targets that really provide us with both. And the alliance will remain a defensive alliance. We are not in favor of escalation of violence. But what we have sent as a message, also including during these airspace violations, is that if necessary, we will protect our alliance with all means available. What we are discussing and what allies are, let's say, digging into is how do we increase even further the strategic dilemmas to Russia by not only responding to something, but actually by responding in a very asymmetrical manner. And this is why I have mentioned, and several people also referred to the need to continue the support to Ukraine. Because every time we have an event like this, if we have yet another ally saying, and we will finance another Pearl package, or we will finance furthermore the drone production in Ukraine, like Norway, although Norway is also one of the big supporters to Pearl, and I would like really to thank them. This is the way we increase the cost of war for Russia. But we have different means at our disposal, and our sector, but also our allies, can count on all the capabilities that we possess. As I say, increasing the cost of war to Russia is one of the elements in both supporting Ukraine, but also supporting our borders and our deterrence and defense.
There are other questions? Yes. Here, please.
Yeah, thank you very much to your guests for sharing your thoughts. My name is Murat Safoyev, Caucasus Watch editor. If we may switch a bit further from the eastern NATO border to the countries from the neighborhood of Russia, like Central Asia and South Caucasus. So after all these provocative actions, what should be the response of countries that are not under the NATO umbrella, like South Caucasus, Central Asia, Moldova? Like, should those countries even more strengthen their strategy and resilience that from one side can irritate even more Russia, or do nothing? Thanks.
Can we take the other questions at the same time, because it's only 4 minutes left?
Thank you. Nick Borton. I was a NATO Corps commander, and now I advise the NATO Chain of Command. We talked a lot about equipment, tanks and ships, and a lot about logistics and munitions. All of that equipment is useless if you don't have the correct training. So my question for Norway and Romania is, have you thought about how you contract along with equipment for the correct skill sets across the alliance to train your people to use that equipment? Thank you.
It's a very good question. It's one of the most important things for us, for our army, and I think for every European army, because once these new and very modern capabilities are reaching our ground, we need to make sure that we have the people ready to use them, and they have the correct skill set to use them, and to train the others to use them, and so on and so on. They are more and more complicated, the weaponaries being produced every year and delivered every year. We're looking at, like any country, like most of the countries in Europe, and how to increase the part of the population that are doing military service. We just approved last week in the Supreme Council for Defense law project that will go to the Parliament. Will go to the government this Thursday, and then we'll send it to the Parliament in order to introduce that new conscription, voluntary conscription. Yeah, for 4 months, we'll ask young people between 18 and 35 to join the army, to train and to become part of our military reserve. The best of them, we'll keep them in the army. Some of them, they will want to stay in the army, and we need this human resources. It's very, very good question, and we are focusing on this. We already did steps, and we are looking at this, because it's useless if you have the latest defense systems, but people don't know how to push the button, which button. So thank you for the question.
Yes, for Norway, we have a long-term defense pledge unanimously support in the parliament for it for the next 12 years. And we have universal conscription in Norway, celebrating 10 years anniversary for that now, which gives us the opportunity to have high-skilled Norwegian youth coming into the military services, which also lowers the threshold to make them to being a professional soldier, going into service as a profession afterwards. So we have this plan to build up, and of course we are exercising a lot more together with allies, ramping up a lot exercises by the Norwegian coast and also in the north of Norway together with allies, because we understand we have not enough people in Norway to do this alone. Our longest service prime minister from my party, Einar Gerhardsen, said when we joined NATO that we in Norway are a peace-loving people. But if we have to choose between peace and freedom, we choose freedom. And we have to do a part of an alliance, which we are. So our biggest deterrence is Putin shall know if we have to choose between freedom and peace, we choose freedom. And we are prepared together with allies. And we are doing this together with allies, also with our multi-domain, fifth-generation systems together in NATO. And I'm happy also to say that later in October, we will open the KAOK for air command in Bodø in Norway, also to build upon this five-generation systems and multi-domain systems to both big situational awareness in the north, but also to protect Norway and the alliance, every inch of it.
Well, thank you very much for this panel and for finishing right on time. So thank you and have a nice rest of the day.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to see such a packed audience. I think the names are listed, so please follow the order in which the organizers intended for this panel to be. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be back in Warsaw, great to be back at the Warsaw Security Forum. This session is titled "The End of Old Security and What Comes Next." Ladies and gentlemen, I think it goes without saying, the war in Ukraine has revealed an urgent need to reimagine Europe's security architecture. And I'm pleased to be joined by 4 distinguished speakers who will help me dissect this very question and this title, "The End of Old Security and What Comes Next." To my immediate right, he's of course a well-known face here in Warsaw at the Forum, but throughout Europe, a member of the German Bundestag. Please welcome Norbert Röttgen. right next to him, I'm delighted to be sharing once again the stage with the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, Baiba Bražė, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Also delighted to once again see and share the stage with the former president of Lithuania, Dalia Grybauskaitė, ladies and gentlemen, is here. And last but certainly not least, he's the CEO of MBDA, a leading company in the defense industry, in fact, the European leader in missile and complex weapons system. Eric Béranger, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Foreign Minister, let's begin by asking the central question that we are all here to address and answer. How would you characterize the current moment in European security? Is European security as we knew it truly over?
In short, no. Do I need to say more?
Maybe 60 seconds, yes. That's this was intended as a fire rapid 60 seconds reply round.
I think the Euro-Atlantic security is the answer, because the theaters are so closely connected, and Euro-Atlantic in the wider sense is not only the US but also Canada, and actually, you know, some of the South American elements in terms of some of the issues we were just discussing with our American colleagues and also European colleagues, such as organized crime, drug trafficking, and so on and so forth. You know, the interconnectivity of those groups with European groups, but also Indo-Pacific. When we talk with our Indo-Pacific colleagues, the four partners of NATO, the issues they face in the subconventional warfare is the same. So when you look at the warfare concepts, doctrines of Russia, it's one, it's subconventional, conventional, and ideally they get their political objectives via subconventional warfare, which is influence, corruption, and so on and so forth. Cyber, hack and leak, you know, anything you want. But conventional means are not beyond imagination. And there you can see whether it's Skripal or whether it's war in Ukraine, depending on the issues. So for the Indo-Pacific colleagues, it's actually very useful to learn about it, because what they face in their information environment, what they face in their cybersphere, are also massive cyber attacks. The same with North Korea. They have attacked European countries with regard to cyber and other activities, but also the Indo-Pacific. And of course, you saw North Koreans being involved in the war in Ukraine. So the European security is not over, as you asked, because Euro-Atlantic security and Indo-Pacific security are closely related. And what we are doing, we are actually adjusting. And I don't know if you noticed, but we also have to take into account that Russia and China really are working closer together than ever, and on various issues. And the recent that was obtained, information that was obtained via hacktivists on Russia deciding to supply China's airborne battalion, full airborne battalion with equipment, training and everything, is quite something. So there's clearly issues that are changing, but where the answers of close transatlantic relationship with the US-Canada and work within NATO remains as sufficient as ever and as relevant as ever.
So a much more elaborate answer, but essentially the answer is no, European security as we know it is not over yet, says Baiba Bražė, the Foreign Minister of Latvia. Norbert Röttgen, where do you stand on this? Would you agree with the Foreign Minister?
Yes, I regularly agree with the Foreign Minister. And perhaps would make only a few remarks. I would say so security is what states are for. If you reduce the very essence, the ratio, the rationality of statehood, then it is to protect the citizens. So security is the very core of why states exist. So security can't be over as long states exist. What we are seeing, of course, is that European security is threatened, is attacked in an unprecedented way. So for the first time after 1945. We have a land war, a big land war that we haven't seen in this, that we have not seen in this century, and that we saw in the first part of the last centuries with 2 world wars, and everybody thought Europeans have learned the lessons, and I would say more or less nobody did expect the return of land war from past centuries. We thought this is history, this is past, and now history has come back to us. And the second thing that has fundamentally changed is that in previous times, I would say since America decided to enter World War II, America had taken the decision that European security is not only a European interest, but at the same time it is a fundamental, genuine American interest. So if there is war in Europe, this is not good for America. And I would say this has changed. This is not the assessment of the current government. This may change again, but what has changed now is that European security has to be provided differently in comparison to decades before. It's now the Europeans that have to care for themselves. This is fundamentally new. We are late, we are catching up, but so security, of course, remains vital. It is threatened as never before, and we have to do it on our own for the first time.
This is not the end of the old security of security as we know it, says Norbert Röttgen, very much agreeing by tradition with the Latvian Foreign Minister. Madam President, how would you, as somebody who's been at the forefront of European political discourse, how would you characterize the current moment that we find ourselves in Europe, particularly through the lenses of security?
European security cannot be separated from geopolitical security around the world, and we only part of it, seeing that traditional geopolitical security providers or provider main is withdrawing from supplying security around the world. The gap of filling in starting to be very visible, and this impacts directly European situation. And here now we can even talk about, do we have any more G20, G7, or maybe we're going towards G0? And that's exactly the problem, because we tried to avoid seeing the dangers which are coming not even from rivals, as Putin, for example, but from our partners and main partner. And this implies that we need to not only speed up, but differently to see our obligations, as it was mentioned, in front of our people, in front of providing our security. So from this point of view, the security philosophy, the security technology, the security instruments are in revolt. And practically we are in deep revolutionary stage. And we do not know how fast we will be able to say that we are ready and capable to secure ourselves. We in the process, it is dangerous and partly very serious. We are late, as we all say, yes, but Putin do not give us time to catch up. He didn't give time for Ukraine. He didn't give time after 2008, after 2014, and now after 2020 and 22. And we still are waiting and thinking that we do have time. And I think that businesses are even better feel and know how late we are and how much we lost time. But this responsibility is on our own. We cannot say that we are throwing out one of our partners from our unity. No, opposite. We need to keep all inside united. United we're strong, separately we fall. And that's what we know from Second World War, and this stays the same now. And responsibility is now on our shoulders. We need to realize how serious it is. but how much, how fast we will do it depends only on us.
Very much pleading for the unity of Europe. Divided we fall, something that we've heard here also this morning when the Ukrainian president obviously made his remarks live via Kiev. Thank you so much, Madam President, for your first assessments. And Eric Béranger, when we talk about capability of readiness, this is where you come into play, of course, as Europe's leader in missile and complex weapons system. Would be very much interested to hear your take as far as the current moment that we find ourselves in European security at the moment.
Well, I think that we are at a crossroads, clearly at a crossroads as Europeans. Suddenly, force matters again. This is the first time for many, many years that we Europeans are imposed a conflict. It's not something that we choose. Force, again, is at the forefront. And at the same time, there was an allusion to the behavior of the United States, of our usual and strong ally. We still are strong ally, but we all realize that we cannot only rely on this ally, we have also to rely on ourselves. And the good news is that we have all the competences we need in Europe. We have the technology that we need. We have the scientific assets that we need. We have the industrial competences that we need. So it is simply, quote unquote, a matter of indeed putting our acts together and really playing collectively.
Do you see that Europe is getting its act together?
Today it's still difficult. There is a lot of progress. Look at what is happening at the European Commission level. Simply 20 years ago, if I had been told there would be a commissioner in charge of defense and there would be real defense talks between the members of the European Union, I would have stared at you thinking that you were crazy. Today it is happening. It's in certain instances too slow, but it is happening. But in any case, this is our only chance. What is at stake today is the ability of each of our countries, and more broadly Europe, to exist in 10 years from now, to have a voice, to have the choice to live by our values. This is what is at stake. And there's no way, I totally agree, there is absolutely no way that any of our nations does it alone. We have all what we need collectively, but alone, each of the nations are at best a mid-power. And we have to work together. It is feasible. MBDA is a living proof that it is feasible, even on very sovereign topics. In MBDA, we touch, for instance, in France, the nuclear deterrence. You cannot think about anything more sovereign than this. But nevertheless, we are a true cooperation between our anchor nations. And we need to develop this throughout Europe.
I think that we are all very much in agreement with what you said. We need to be faster, be quicker here. But I'm also hearing some veiled, not necessarily criticism, but concern that we may not be moving fast enough at the scale that we in Europe have to. Foreign Minister, is Europe moving? You are meeting, of course, with your counterparts. You're traveling all across the European continent. You're speaking to them. Is Europe moving fast enough to rebuild its defense industrial base and readiness, or are we still too slow? Will we be ready if and when conflict spreads?
I think we are too slow, and I think that message that peace dividend of the 90s is finished, and we have to go back to certainly believing in our strength and doing what we need to do for our own defense. That message is seeping through too slow in some quarters. I mean, Germany is great, and we are so grateful to our Polish hosts for leading the way. The Baltic states, of course, we are doing what we need to do. We'll be at 5% already next year. But it's not only about 5%, it's actual capabilities. That's what you were talking about, and that's what we all need, that we need that not only state-of-the-art equipment that is very difficult and very hard and long to produce, but we need also the cheap mass production. We need that autonomy and scalability of the cheap drones, the intercepted drones, the first-person view drones, and so on and so forth, to be able to project force. There's a whole, stuff that is needed, not only for countries on the border with Russia, not only Norway, Finland, and the Baltics, and Poland, and so on and so forth, but also we saw deeper in the challenges that are presented in the airspace of countries in the middle of Europe are there. And that's not going to change. It's going to stay there. So it is too slow. It is too slow, indeed.
Yeah. Noah Drutkin, interestingly enough, when the foreign minister praised Germany, I detected some skepticism on your part.
Yeah, but on the one side, yes, on the other side, no, I would say. So what Germany really did, and which is really means having overcome a great obstacle, was to abandon the debt brake. So this was overcoming a doctrine of fiscal prudence and so on. And I'm a member of the CDU, and
you are still fiscally prudent when I look at the debt percentage and everything.
Yeah. So, and the result of our debt brake is that today Germany is the only among the large European economies that has fiscal leeway. So this is the result of having had the debt brake that we can spend today. But we have decided to do it. So this is where I agree and with what the foreign minister said. On the other side, spending money is not the same as gaining security. So we are spending a lot of money. We are going to do that. So the fiscal budget of 26 will be of 108 billion euros spending for security, and we are for defense, and we are approaching 150 billion in 29. So there is a clear spending plan for defense in a way unprecedented in total numbers. On the other side, what I see at the same time is that we do not have the necessary industrial base. We do not have the scaling that is needed in order to effectively and efficiently spending the money. So even our fiscal resources are not endless. So we have to do it in an efficient, responsible way. And by not creating at the same time when we have abandoned this brake, and by not creating a European size and structure of our industrial base, is still an obstacle in making the best of our spending, and there we have to do additional work. Of course, it can't be done only by Germany. It has to be done among the big European players who have a major industrial base, major defense industries, and they have to overcome both national and company-wise egotism in order to make Europe really secure and able to defend on the basis of own industrial capabilities.
So still some room for maneuver left for Germany. Foreign Minister, 30 seconds.
Just 10 seconds. And let's not forget that we have a defense industry powerhouse called Ukraine, which is producing everything. So connecting with all that is something that we have to do at the base already.
Madam President, on this very stage this morning, the German defense minister, Boris Pistorius, said NATO has to become more European by necessity, obviously alluding to the fact that US isolationism may be a factor in the long run. In your opinion, is Europe, or how well is Europe prepared for a future where US engagement may no longer be guaranteed?
I saw during my 10 years in office the arrogancy of superiority of NATO. Then we thought that we are superior. We have the best equipment, the best military capabilities. And then we receive the drones from paper practically and trying to shoot them with the planes of 100 million costs. That's a mismatch of how we evaluate ourselves, and it is mismatch how we see and evaluate real situation, where we are not able, we're not able to learn after 3.5 years of the war in Ukraine what the warfare looks like in 21st century as a mixture between 20th and 21st one, and we still thought that we are superior. And this came mainly from our partner, largest one. And we have been dictated to buy equipment, to invest to very costly equipment, which was mainly used in the exercises in the third world for nobody knows what kind of purposes. So this still takes place. The reaction to the drone attacks in our countries shows that we are at all not ready to adequately react. That means not only late, but even conceptually, we are not yet in place where we're not able to learn from Ukrainians. Ukrainians are showing, inviting, please come. They're inviting already all 3 years, come and learn. So yes, Minister, right. Today in Europe, the strongest, most experienced army is Ukrainian one. Not German, not British, not even Turkish, but Ukrainian one. And we still trying to ignore the reality. And then we're talking about huge amount of billions in Europe. Procurement, discussions, what to buy, what to produce. And again, we're talking about very expensive equipment, which maybe will be good for demonstration of deterrence, but not to fight on the ground. The problem is that Putin was not deterred, neither in Ukraine, neither he's not deterred by Europe, and even by United States. That means, for us, now priority is not deterrence, but defense. Defense, and that's a huge and different situation we are in now.
Eric Béranger, listening to Madam President, I'm detecting, and rightfully so perhaps, some hesitation and skepticism that Europe at this moment is prepared for a future where the US may no longer be involved as much as the Europeans might desire. But of course, the question, is this the moment for strategic autonomy, always comes up, particularly at a forum like this. The responsibility on European companies such as yours then grows even greater. You feel that responsibility. Are you ready and willing and capable to step up here?
I can tell you I feel the responsibility, yes. And yes, we, not only MBDA, but the European industry is stepping us. First, a few comments on what was said. First, I totally agree that there is a lot that we can, that we do, but that we must learn from what is happening in Ukraine. This is absolutely true and fundamental. One of the and part of the things that we need to learn from it, that we need to take from it, is speed, is agility, is the fact that mass matters as well. That unfortunately it's not mass or sophistication, but unfortunately it's both. When you want to intercept a cruise missile arriving very fast, it's not looking like a drone, and you need something sophisticated to intercept it. When you need to intercept a very light drone, then it's a different matter. I totally agree. So there's a lot to learn. But beyond the money itself, as I was saying before, we have all what we need in Europe, I think. It's really a matter of putting our acts together. I will not draw a full program right here, but maybe some few hints. First, let's not forget also about the humans, the human resource. You can throw a lot of money if you do not teach your people and get the people that you need or automate or whatever, you will still be stuck. Second, let's not forget as well that this industrial base, the defense industrial base, is in fact relying a lot on dual players who are playing both in the defense world and in the commercial world. And this is where the speed of putting or acts together at the governmental level is so important, because when myself, I'm going to a supplier who is doing both commercial and defense, I usually offer him a pretty small amount of activity, okay? This small player is a small player by definition, so he doesn't have a lot of money. If he has €1 to invest, and he has to select between the commercial side and the defense side, how is he going to decide? He's going to decide on the basis of where does he have the more trust about the future, more visibility. And this is where having a very consistent attitude across the various governments for those defense matters and turning this amount of money into actions which will be sustained over time is extremely important, because this is what is going to encourage the small and medium enterprise to invest on the defense side, because they will not simply follow me because I tell them, go there. So this is a little bit a different aspect, but I think we should not forget it either.
Yeah, for certain, capital money is essential, goes without saying, but at the same time, the political will and the human push, if you will, the citizens is vitally. Speaking of citizens, we have approximately 10 minutes left. Might be a good time to bring in some questions here from the audience. I know we have microphones throughout the room. So where are the microphones? Can I see the microphones? Right there. So can we have this gentleman here in the first row? He raised his hand.
Women, don't forget.
Yes, of course. The foreign minister is saying I also should pick women. Of course, that goes without saying. Let's start with this gentleman and then move along, please.
Thank you very much. Maximilian Hoffmann. I am president at the Foreign Council on Economic Relations. Mr. Béranger, and also to you, Mr. Röttgen, how can we improve the outcome of French-German cooperation? I think last week FCAS was, I think, not a good sign. I'm really looking, concerned to the ESA Ministers' Council. And to you, Mr. Röttgen, maybe a second question, if I may. You are also part of the German-French Assembly. So what's about the Weimar Triangle, so Weimar Dreieck? Thank you.
Let's collect a couple of questions and then throw it back to the panel. Yes, right there, please. And I'm also not trying to neglect this side here. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for this discussion. My name is Katerina. I live in Kyiv in Ukraine and feel the effect of drones attack each and every night in Kyiv. So we, as Ukrainian industry, we are ready to maximize our production capacities, also in the territory of European Union. So my question will be to Mr. Eric, whether MBDA is ready to cooperate with Ukrainian drone industry, and what is the condition of this cooperation, like whether your corporation is ready to provide money, funding, or industrial base in different countries. Thank you.
Let's take a couple more questions. Yeah, we have this lady here in the... Both of you, yes. I will give you both the floor so that the foreign minister is satisfied. And
Lisa Roberts, Ukraine, former member of Parliament. First of all, thank you so much. This is the most honest panel ever. Thanks to President Grybauskaite and Minister Braja. You are giving the right recipe, diagnosed the situation. My question goes to the following. You've diagnosed with the situation that you cannot shoot something which costs thousands of dollars with something that costs hundreds of millions. So when any NATO country will be ready to shoot down 600 drones, as just my colleague from Kyiv mentioned. When is this readiness, and how about you take us as allies, because we not only know how to do things, but we are able to produce and change the technology on a fortnight.
Thank you. Can you pass on the mic to the person right in front of you? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear speakers, and thank you for supporting ladies. This is really important in international security as well. My name is Viktoria Kowalczyk, and I'm also Ukrainian. And for me, it's crucial when the war started, actually our population was affected, and all they are, with mental health issues, and we're going to see that in a long-term perspective. How do the countries ensure that their population actually know how to react, know how to act in these accidents, air raid alerts, power cuts, and do the right things and not create panic? Thank you.
Thank you. Foreign Minister, as the last person, shall we take this gentleman here in the first row? Yes, you have permission.
Thank you so much, Foreign Minister. I actually wanted to touch upon issues you start with. So basically, you started with how the problems with transatlantic and Indo-Pacific are connected. And well, we're talking about strategic independence from the US, because US is putting more efforts into Indo-Pacific, and we are hearing from senior advisor in the Pentagon, Mr. Colby, to saying that they should exclusively take care of Pacific region instead of Europe. So my question for you basically is, what is our, as European, best argument for this Republican administration, but possibly future even democratic one, why Europe is in this conundrum between China and US, an important ally, and why our security against Russia is important in that context? Because we are still, whilst we are in Europe, still cooperating heavily with China, with energy security, with consumer goods, and a lot of other things which we are really connected with China, and that's a problem for them.
Thank you so much. Let me throw it back to the panel here. Being very mindful of the time, I'd ask you to be respectfully very brief in your replies. Foreign Minister, please go ahead.
I'll be brief on the US. I mean, we have taken for granted that the US is the biggest consumer for European goods, and not only, also globally, whether it's Japan or anything else, and security provider. So they want to change certain aspects of that. So I think the European Commission took the absolutely right approach, eliminating tensions early, trying to get the trade deal early. Yes, it's changing what we had before, but if we understand the US logic, it actually then makes sense what the Commission did, so we fully supported them. And that gives opportunity also for the EU to go for other trade deals, because the other partners in the world also want to continue trading. So there is Mercosur deal, which we fully support. The negotiations with Indonesia finally is finished after 9 years, and so on and so forth. So there is a whole spectrum of new possibilities. Australia is going well. So we have to understand also the logic on the other side of the ocean. And if you do that, then eliminating unnecessary tensions is the first, going for common objectives in terms of security, which is both in transatlantic terms, but also with regard to understanding the Indo-Pacific reality, but also the Middle East. All those theaters are connected. They are connected very directly. You saw what happened in Iran, and where the US used what capabilities and how. So that's why when we speak to the US friends and partners, our message is pretty straightforward. We understand your objectives. We invest in our defense and security and partnership. What you have in Europe, actually, in terms of posture, in terms of capabilities, benefits you. Our forces exercise together, gain experience, what you wouldn't be able to get anywhere. And supporting Ukraine is in all our interests, because very clearly what is in Russia's mind is to weaken US, to weaken NATO, to weaken US and allies' influence in the world. That is the main Russian objective. It's not to benefit the US or anything. So therefore, actually, those conversations are going all right in our view. And for the mental readiness, I think we have to be open with our societies. We have to be really out there talking to all the different groups that we have. It's very decentralized information environment. And it's possible to do that. We saw Moldova's election outcome as a big success, actually, that you can go out there and be engaged and be convincing that there is a common future for the country and to prepare for various scenarios. So there is no other way.
Noah Tröcken, Madam President, Eric Boulanger, I want to give you all 60 seconds. I know it's not a lot of time considering the amount of questions we've had, but please come in.
No, it's enough. I just wanted to say that, regarding the Weimar Triangle, I'm a strong supporter of this format to closely work together. I'm a supporter of the emergence of Europe becoming a foreign and security actor to serve our own interests, and bringing different countries together with different traditions, geographies, makes us stronger. One word to the United States: I'm convinced that we are mutually indispensable partners, and the stronger the Europeans are getting, the stronger gets this argument.
Thank you so much, Madam President.
Okay, on drone wall or anti-drone wall, at least Commission hopes to start and finalize this project in a year's time, but I'm sure that it will be not so simple because I was Commissioner and I know how bureaucracy works. If you want to have fast, go direct state to state, and we're doing this. We're building in Ukraine, and Ukrainians are building on our territory. In Poland, Baltic states, Nordics are engaged. We're building drone factories, and we're building together and learning from each other's experience. It's not about the drone only, it's about anti-drone technologies. Monies are available, but the speed and procedures are not yet. I hope that in a year's time we will be different, but I wish we will be doing together with Ukraine a lot faster than a year.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Eric, you're going to get the last remaining 60 seconds.
So I have -5 seconds, I see. So I would like to first, because there was, irrespective of the answers, there was a mention of what it means for the Ukrainian people, all what is happening now. And I would like to say, at least for one, how much I am impressed by the resilience of the Ukrainian people, and how much I think we should all pay tribute to this resilience. This being said, very shortly, SCAF. On the MBDA side, we are only on something called Pillar 3 of so one portion, the so-called remote carriers for SCAF, and this pillar is working extremely well. And for the other pillars, I don't feel legitimate to comment, to put it softly.
Right.
On cooperation with Ukraine, yes, we are not only ready, but as MBDA, but we are exploring potential avenues. I will not say everything, but among the things that I can say, two things. We have an office in Kiev. And there are some products that we are developing today where we are also considering potential production with Ukraine partners. The topic is to identify the right partners and then to strike the agreements. And I think this is it for now.
Well, it has to be for now. Unfortunately, I think we could have gone on for much, much longer in this very vital, crucial and timely debate. Europe's the end of old security and what comes next. Ladies and gentlemen, I think, and it's become abundantly clear throughout the past 40 minutes, European security is being redefined in real time, under pressure and with urgency. Please join me in thanking our panelists for their candor and insight. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to this conversation with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He was Secretary of Defense 2025. A critical period for Europe. It was the return of war, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. A critical moment for the transatlantic alliance. I have to say, which showed incredible unity faced with this unexpected event. Madrid summit, very clear signal in support of Ukraine, in support of territorial integrity, sovereignty in Europe, but also in other parts of the world where this is also an issue. At the time also when the US forces underwent a modernization effort, especially on the technological side. So, Secretary, this is going to be a conversation with an old friend of Europe. So let me warn the audience, this is not going to be about sound bites, especially not sound bites that may be heard in Washington. This is you, as a friend of Europe, giving us a bit of advice, if that's okay, also with the audience. So let me start with Ukraine. With the benefit of hindsight, what is it that we didn't get right in the first 2 years of this war? And what is it that we could have done differently? So, you know, a bit of lessons learned after years of grueling conflict.
Well, there are a lot of things that we could say we didn't get right at the beginning. I would say that, you know, as far as the way that Ukraine prosecuted the fight, we wanted them to be a bit more ready because we could clearly see what was developing. We wanted them to maneuver a bit more early on, and I think that would have prevented some of the deadlock that we saw early on and the enormous exchanges of artillery. I think that initially Ukraine probably didn't mobilize to the degree that I would have liked to have seen them mobilize. And later on you saw them adjust their mobilization policies, which is paying dividend for them now. But I think early on that gave them some problems. You saw us rush to pull together allies and partners to support Ukraine once the fighting started. And if you kind of reflect back on this, as you may have heard me say before, Russia is a country with the largest military in Europe that invaded its neighbor who didn't have much of a military capability at the outset. And as we look at this fight now, 3+ years later, Ukraine is still a sovereign country. It still is making its own decisions. It's still, you know, very much a democracy. We want to see it continue to be a democracy and have the means to defend itself going forward. But to this point, Putin has not achieved any meaningful tactical or operational objective. In almost every case, he's failed to do what he had set out to do. And that's a significant statement about the will of the Ukrainian people. It's an even larger statement about Europe and our European allies and partners that really leaned into this and provided tremendous support. So we pulled together early on to provide Ukraine the support that it needed. And again, as we set out on this journey, we had to give them things that their troops could easily operate and benefit from. And I remain impressed with how adaptive the Ukrainian leadership and the Ukrainian soldiers are.
No, it's truly impressive what has happened in Ukraine, how they've worked on the battlefield. What is it that we need to do collectively to support Ukraine to victory now?
Well, I think we need to do more of what we are doing. And you mentioned some of the outcomes of the summit. I think there were some really good outcomes, and the support for Ukraine was quite evident. You know, as we listened to allies. A very meaningful outcome was the fact that almost every country signed up to spend 5% of GDP on defense and those things that support defense. So 3.5% of that pledge goes to core defense issues, and another 1.5% to infrastructure. That's a tremendous commitment, and what that means is that I think there's going to be a lot of resources. There are a lot of resources to provide additional support, not only for Ukraine, but most importantly for all of the NATO countries. And with that kind of support, I think there are things that we need to do to ensure that we make best use of that. As we look to acquire new systems and new munitions, I think we need to, first of all, make sure we look at the future threat, the current and future threat, make sure we outline that appropriately and agree on that. Then we need to coordinate and synchronize requirements so that we are developing capability that's useful, but we are avoiding developing or creating redundant capability unless we want that redundancy in some areas. We have to mobilize our industrial bases. We have to take a hard look at the way that we're developing systems and not just focus on the hardware, but as me and my colleagues continue to learn over and over again, something we already knew, you not only have to have the hardware, but you have to account for the training and the life cycle sustainment of these platforms. And I think that if we do this, and we do this the right way, we work together as a team, I think Europe will certainly rise to the challenge. You're already doing that. You'll not only, at the end of the day, be more interoperable than we were at the start of this conflict. Our magazines will have a significant amount of depth, and we didn't have that depth starting out on this. So Europe is getting stronger. The challenge will be for us to work together, for you to work together, to ensure that number one, we're developing things at the required speed and scale, and I think we can do that through co-production and joint purchases. And it will create the capacity in individual countries that you need, and also give you the flexibility and adaptability to adjust to new and different challenges.
Secretary, as you know, you've been here for a few hours, and you know also that Russia is very much testing the limits with European countries. It's testing the limits with Poland, with the Baltic states, with Denmark. What's your advice to European leaders and to the European military? How should Europe respond to this testing from Russia?
Once again, thanks, great question. Once again, Putin's objective, two of his strategic objectives are to fracture NATO and to strip away the support, the security assistance that you are providing to Ukraine. As he tests individual countries, he's pushing to see if he can use that kind of activity to fracture your ability to work with each other. I think Boris Pistorius said it best this morning in that, some of this you can see that Putin is clearly laying a trap, and you have to be thoughtful about how you respond and be careful to not fall into his trap. And I think thinking through this together and not overreacting, I think is what I would recommend. And I think that's the way that many of you are thinking. And I also talked to Hanno Pevkur earlier today, again, another great Minister of Defense. I can tell you that he is thinking the same way. So this dialogue that goes on frequently amongst colleagues and allies, we got to make sure that continues to happen, and we got to make sure that you stay focused on the right things.
This is very important piece of advice for Europe at this point. Secretary, you were in the NATO summit in Madrid, a great show of unity. There was the summit in The Hague. Unity, new targets were set for investments in defense, much needed. Where should NATO focus now? What should be the guiding star now?
Well, I think, first of all, we have to get this right, as I said. You know, we've committed to provide a lot of resources, to spend a lot of money, but it's not just about spending the money, it's about creating the right capabilities. And I think we will do that. But we have to create those capabilities at the right speed. If we go about this the wrong way and we don't take advantage of the technologies that are out there, and we don't be willing to co-produce with others, then I think it will take an enormous amount of time to build the capabilities that you need to build. But there are smart ways to do this, and I think refining our policies, refining our acquisition systems, I think would be very, very helpful. But we're going to have to do that as a team so that we can do things cross-border very easily. We can interchange capabilities. We can link systems together and be successful. I think this is going to take us a bit of time to work our way through, and I think we need to remain focused on a North Star. And the North Star is making sure that Ukraine is successful. And again, we define success as Ukraine remaining, at the end of all of this, remaining a sovereign country that is a democracy that can continue to defend itself against future aggression. Ukraine, I think, has probably the second largest military in Europe right now because of all the things that you've done to provide additional capability. You can be successful in supporting Ukraine. You will be successful as long as you stay focused on the right things and stay the course. And again, in the words of Boris Pistorius this morning, not allow yourself to fall into a trap unnecessarily, and then begin to contest each other's actions. That would be the worst possible outcome. I know we're all thinking the same, but we got to do those things that support that philosophy. And I know most of the ministers of defense personally, spent a lot of time with them, and I know what you're capable of, and I know how committed to this you are. Hey, listen, in the days leading up to this moment, I've asked your ministers of defense and your countries to dig deep and give everything that you could to help Ukraine be successful. No one in this room would have imagined that 3+ years, more than a half, 3+ years into this, we would have been where we are right now, and Ukraine still standing tall, and not only standing tall, but punching back in a major way. And again, I think that success, that continued success, will set the stage for future negotiations. And this conflict will have to be resolved at the negotiation table. You've heard me say that a number of times. You've heard our former chairman, Mark Milley, say that, and all of you fully realize that. We just need to set the stage so that Ukraine can enter those negotiations with the right amount of wasta, for lack of a better term. And so I think we're headed in that direction. I think Putin is beginning to realize that not only has he not been successful, but he will not be successful. But the European allies must remain united. I cannot overemphasize that.
So, unity, that's an important word. It's unity for the European allies. Obviously, there is also the transatlantic unity. What's your advice on that front? Because obviously NATO is based on the unity between both sides of the Atlantic. And let's say that this family has seen good moments, it's seen less good moments, let's call them like this. What's your advice for us? How do we maintain the unity of the transatlantic alliance?
Well, my prediction is that we will remain united. I mean, and you're exactly right. If you look back over the history of our relationships, there have been some times that we have been, absolutely knitted together. There have been other times when we were a bit fragmented. So this is, that's not new. But what we've learned over time is that when we hit these moments in time where we are experiencing some frictions, we have to work together from both ends to try to, resolve that friction and recognize that transatlantic unity, it must be there in the future. I mean, it will set the stage for stability and security for the rest of the world. And again, I have every belief that it will be. And again, the president and the current administration will decide on the future issues as they arise. But and I have no comment on that. But I would tell you that I truly believe that we're going to remain united going forward.
That's a sigh of relief in the room, I guess. Let me turn to the Indo-Pacific, Secretary, because you worked a lot to build unity between the United States and Europe, to focus on the Indo-Pacific together as an alliance. And we don't really hear the same tune now. What's your advice on the Indo-Pacific?
Well, the Indo-Pacific is really important to all of us, and I applaud the NATO countries that have leaned into that effort over the years. I think it's time and resources well invested. You have to remember that China is the only country that has both the means in terms of military might and the desire to change the rules-based international order. And so as we look at China's or the PRC's actions in the Indo-Pacific, they remain concerning. And I think that, what happens in the Indo-Pacific will clearly impact, what's going on in Europe. So I think you had the right focus. You still have the right focus. The main effort, of course, has to be in getting the Ukraine-Russia issue resolved, and we will do that. But we have to stay focused on what's going on in the Indo-Pacific because if not, that in and of itself will change the state of play, change the world order going forward.
You've spoken about the incredible efforts that Ukraine has deployed to assert itself. What lessons can we draw from this Ukrainian experience that would be useful to NATO allies? What is it that we have to learn from Ukraine and Ukraine's actions on the battlefield?
Well, you got a couple of hours? I think what's most important is that we don't learn the wrong things and we actually learn the right things. Now, in terms of practical things that we can get our arms around, I think, one of the things that they taught us right away is that if you can be adaptable and agile, then you can be successful, and Ukraine has demonstrated that over and over again. They have developed the ability to innovate software-based systems in a way that was kind of unimaginable, or change software-based systems in a way that was unimaginable prior to now. Their innovation cycle is something between 15 and 20 days. So when you deploy an asset against an adversary, that adversary will react, and then there's got to be a counteraction to that reaction. And so Ukraine has demonstrated the ability to react to whatever the enemy is presenting and be effective with a change to the platform within 15 to 20 days. That is amazing speed. That's something that we would never imagine. We've seen them use unmanned systems in ways that are very, very innovative and effective. And they've helped them do some things that, again, would have been beyond belief. I take you back to what happened with the Black Sea Fleet, the Russian Black Sea Fleet. The Ukraine military defeated the Black Sea Fleet for all practical purposes, and it did it without a navy. And it was using unmanned systems. It was innovating in ways that it made it very difficult for the Black Sea Fleet to operate in that part of the Black Sea. And it pushed the Black Sea Fleet back to the eastern shores there. So you look at what they're doing with casualty evacuation. They're using unmanned systems to do that, using unmanned systems to resupply their troops in the field. So there are a number of things that they have been very, very successful at. It's been amazing to watch them in the middle of this fight create additional defense industrial-based capability. You'll recall when this fight started, they had very little industrial-based capability. What they did have was a population that was darn determined to be successful, darn determined to win, and to defend their territory. And so we've seen them invest in the capability to build unmanned systems, unmanned aerial systems in ways that are pretty impressive. And now they are the experts in building these systems. And I think you've heard that before in one of the seminars today. They now can teach us, can teach some of the people who don't have a lot of capacity and capability in developing unmanned systems on how to do this, because they've done this at speed and scale in a way that was, not that we wouldn't have imagined going into this. So there's a lot to learn from this battlefield. We just got to make sure that we learn the right lessons. But the ability to innovate is one of the key lessons that I think everybody takes away.
It's not probably very elegant to ask the Secretary of Defense to make a bet, but what's your bet on will Ukraine be able to prevail?
Well, let me just make a comment on what you just said. Secretaries do make bets. Soldiers make bets. And since I wore a uniform for 41 years and was in combat close to, well over 5 years in combat, you never are guaranteed any kind of outcome when you join battle, when you engage an adversary. So you're making a bet. Every time you do that, you just want to make informed bets. And since I was able to do what I did for 41 years and then 4 years again as a secretary, I made some pretty good bets. The best bet I have to make today is that Ukraine will prevail. And it will prevail because of your support. Ukraine is not, the people are not getting weaker. They are getting stronger. You see that resolve strengthening. And again, it's because of their will to fight and their will to protect their sovereignty, but it's also because of what you have done to make that possible. What you have done. So now is not the time to fold our chairs and say, well, we've done enough. We almost got there, and now we can, it's too bad we weren't successful. We have to be successful. Ukraine matters. Ukraine matters not only to Europe, but it matters to the world. And the bet that I will continue to make is that Ukraine will be successful because of you. thank you so much for what you've done for this great nation.
Well, now we know that secretaries of defense not only make bets, but they make good bets. So please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Secretary Austin.
Everybody's seated. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you had a good day. And this is the most important session today because we'll be talking energy security, which underpins national security, as we know. So I would like to first welcome my speakers. Clément Beaune, High Commissioner of Strategy and Planning, Government of France.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Leila Ben Ali, Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development of Morocco. Welcome. Michael Goff, Acting Assistant Secretary, Office of Nuclear Energy, Department of Energy, United States. Welcome. Andres Satt, Minister of Energy and Environment, Estonia. Welcome. And last but not least, Rafael Mariano Grossi, Director General, International Atomic Energy Agency. Welcome. All right, so as we heard, our panel today is about a world on edge and energy transition on track. So the questions will be, are we on edge and are we on track? And my first question I will direct to Mr. Bohn, High Commissioner. So France definitely can be seen as on track because it's actually largely decarbonized, especially in terms of electricity generation. So you're in a very comfortable position as a country, but with that position comes also responsibility. How do you view France's responsibility for international cooperation and driving energy transition around Europe? And how do you see the role of France in spreading sort of the good news and spreading how to achieve the transition and maybe how to help some other countries achieve it quicker?
Thank you very much, and thank you for your invitation on this panel. Very happy to be back in Warsaw and to discuss this important question. I think it's just interesting, and we'll get back to that, that when we talk about security, now we include energy, certainly. And when we talk about energy, we don't talk only, and I'll revert to that, about green transition, which remains, of course, very necessary. But we also talk about geopolitics. I was discussing with the CEO of the stock exchange in Paris a few days ago, and he said the new name of ESG is not as it used to be environment, social and governance, but energy, security and geopolitics. And I think it's quite true and says a lot. And the French position and responsibility in Europe, as you say, there is a very positive element that we are proud of, which is that our electricity mix is highly decarbonized, 95%, thanks to nuclear energy. I say thanks to because I know it's a debate in the EU, it's a debate sometimes globally, but we are convinced, and we've been convinced over decades, that it is an element of green transition, but of course of sovereignty. But we are aware that in Europe, the starting points are different. The political positions are different of nuclear energy, and we don't ask for a generalized approach or standardized approach to nuclear energy, but we think it should be part of the solutions, and we defend this principle of energy neutrality, as long as it's low carbon and part of the transition in the EU. So this is a positive element, this very high level of decarbonization of our electricity mix. That said, and we should be aware, because I think it says a lot about sovereignty and dependency still, even with such a high level of decarbonization of electricity, we have 60% of our final consumption of energy, which is dependent on fossil fuels. So even though we made a lot over decades in the 60s, mainly to decarbonize through nuclear energy, we are highly dependent still, less than others in the EU, but still on fossil fuels, which means that we should, for both reasons, and we should say both reasons all the time, for green transition objectives, but also for more sovereignty and less dependency, go on with this idea that we should reduce the dependency on fossil fuels, which of course in France, as everywhere in the EU, are imported. So that's very important. I think we made some points in this fight in Europe that the climate goal should be common and the energy goal should be differentiated with different paths, different energy choices, nuclear for us, and we think it's important, as I said. Maybe just a final point, and I will go back to some points, I guess, in the discussion, but I don't want to be too long. There are things that I think we are not doing so well in this Europeanization of the debate a few years ago. We were very reluctant in France about interconnections with our neighbors, Spain mainly, because there was a reluctance that opening the market would be, of course, more competition, not very good for bigger player of energy production in France, electricity production. But President Macron has changed his approach a few years ago. I'm not saying that it's easy. It takes time, also because we have domestic debates about environment, about impact on biodiversity and landscapes and so on. We know these debates, but the objective is very clear now that we should, for security reasons, to have energy which is green, stable and sovereign, develop interconnectors across Europe. There is money from the EU. There is more now investment from France and a more open approach. And I think it is also part of this EU common approach, which is necessary towards sovereignty on our continent.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, because Ursula von der Leyen actually in her State of the Union mentioned the 8 energy highways around Europe, and one of them would be the interconnector between France and Spain. And as we saw last June, this can be really important for energy security of a country. So it's great to see that France may be finally warming up to the idea after many, many years of deliberation. So fingers crossed for that. Thank you. So I would like to now move to Madam Minister. So Morocco is a country that is still very much based on fossil fuels. If I'm not mistaken, probably 70% of electricity generation is still fossil fuel based, mainly coal. But it has made big progress over the past few years in renewables. And Morocco is really blessed with abundant renewable resources, wind and solar, especially wind. So my question would be, because here on this continent, or in the EU, we generally view energy transition as something, or especially in Poland, as something that has been imposed on us, if you will. Something that is, these are European Union goals, we need to meet them. But Morocco is not a member of EU, yet it's still moving forward with energy transition. So if you could explain to us why and how the energy transition is viewed in the sort of energy strategy of your country, and what are the goals and how do you want to get there with your energy strategy?
Thank you very much. No, I think it's, when I sat down on this panel, I thought, it struck me that I will probably be the only one in this panel with my friend, the minister from Estonia, who will talk about diversification. Because that, for us, is really written in our DNA. And our energy strategy has been stable, the same boring triangle since 2009, thanks to His Majesty. And we have that long-term vision that enable us to not only to sign long-term partnerships, and the partnership that we signed with France in October of last year at the occasion of the visit of President Macron was really important. So I'm very pleased to hear that energy connectivity is back on the agenda, or is making space in the agenda, because for us it's the third key pillar of our energy strategy, and it's non-negotiable. It's non-negotiable for sustainability reasons. As you rightly pointed out, we really want to expand our renewable fleet. So we have already exceeded our 45% of electricity capacity based on renewable last year. And we are reaching our 2030 target next year, which is 52% of installed capacity based on the renewables. Now you will tell me, having installed capacity is not sufficient, you need those electrons to make it to the grid. Well, yeah, fine, absolutely. The problem that we faced is, like many other countries, and I'm not going to point to any particular country, we have invested a lot in rural electrification, so we have reached 99.8% of electrification of the country, but at the expense of investing in the grids. And today, when our government came into place in 2021, I mean, I had two major energy crises, 4 months before the Russia-Ukraine war started. The first one was Algeria cutting the gas to Spain, and Morocco being a transit country. So I had 10% of the installed capacity that was dependent on that gas that we had to work to restart. And I was lucky to have on the other side of the Mediterranean, a very fantastic lady, Teresa Ribera, who was Energy Minister of Spain, and we were able, in a matter of a few weeks, just on a handshake between two ladies, to reverse a transcontinental pipeline and give access to energy security to Morocco. And also, there's another aspect that I want to highlight here. When Spain faced its blackout last June, we were able, because we have invested in connectors between Africa and Europe. Morocco is the only African country today interconnected with Europe, gas-wise, but also electricity-wise and bidirectionally, and we are pushing ahead with like-minded allies and countries to increase that connectivity between the two continents, because for us it's a matter of energy security, and for our friends on the other side of the continent, it's a matter of security and sustainability, so that we can provide to our populations access to stable, secure, but also low-cost and sustainable energy. So it's very important to keep in mind that today in 2025, there is actually no contradiction between security and sustainability. They actually complement each other.
Yes, thank you for that, because exactly that I want to bring this out of this panel, that really energy security, energy transition means energy security and means energy independence and sovereignty. And that's what we are striving for. I want to maybe explore a bit more this interconnectivity issue, because we've also heard for a long time, I've been, as long as I've been in the sector probably, we've been talking about bringing Africa's solar power to Europe. There was this famous Desert Tech project in the 2010s, I believe, that didn't go through now. There was a project between Morocco and UK that was supposed to bring electricity to the UK. It has also been not successful so far. So how do you view that? And maybe whether, you know, coming back to the issue that Morocco still needs also the solar and the wind domestically for your own needs, how do you view that imperative to supply Europe with energy, maybe before you supply your own needs?
I usually tell my partners, colleagues in Europe, in Africa, in the major geopolitical blocs that are investing today in the main clean tech technologies, that it takes two to tango. We cannot build a cable or reverse a pipeline or build hydrogen highways, if we still believe in green hydrogen, if there is no partner on the other side who is willing to have first that long-term vision, but also commit to non-binding offtake contracts. Because at the end of the day, you need to have some confidence on both sides. And it's very important if you have on both sides a conviction that if you build the cable between, let's say, France and Morocco, and I'm not saying that because you're sitting next to me, Clément Beaune, but because we have been discussing that. And it's very much public knowledge that we have looked into it, and we have looked into the major challenges. And these challenges, as Clément rightly pointed out, are not the technology challenges that you can think of. They are incumbents who would be resisting change. So as long as we don't put in place the governance needed to insulate the decision-making process in the energy sector from that sort of resistance, we will never be able to really increase connectivity between our markets. I mean, the European market has been built on a coalition. At the time it was, right, coalition of coal and steel. I see that today, if you are really serious about energy security being important on both sides of the Mediterranean, I think it's high time to build a similar coalition, regardless of whether we are members of the EU or not, because the sun doesn't choose where to shine, and the markets do not choose where to develop.
Yes, absolutely. I fully agree. Thank you for that. And let's remember this interconnectivity. We'll come back to that issue later on, but that's probably how Europe can get stronger with interconnectivity with, with our neighbors. Now, Mr. Goff, Mr. Assistant Secretary, US is a net energy exporter, which is a very comfortable position, again, to be in. These exports actually are not very huge part of GDP, but geopolitically, strategically, this is very important, obviously, for the US. Now, you have spent your career in the nuclear energy, as I know. And we have recently, well, for many years, we have been told that nuclear renaissance is coming and nuclear renaissance is happening. And now we have another go at this nuclear renaissance. And you will explain to us, hopefully, why this time it will be different and we will get there. There is this, I think, 4 new executive orders signed by President Trump recently, aimed at expanding and promoting nuclear energy in the US as well, not just as exports of technology elsewhere. And so if you could tell us how, US energy strategy views nuclear energy and why is it so important to expand on it in this turbulent world that we live in?
Yeah. You had to bring up the Renaissance one. We're living down that last Renaissance. But this time, I really do think we are about to hit that Renaissance. We are, and it's for the reasons that we've discussed here. I mean, we're looking to have affordable, reliable, secure, safe energy to meet, provide our energy security needs. And we've all recognized, I think, over the last 3 years, especially, energy security as national security. So this is a matter we've got to do this. We can't fail. We've got to make sure that we have secure, reliable energy. For us, in the United States, when we've looked at how we meet these goals, we do think nuclear is critical. We're facing right now growing electricity demands that we haven't seen in my lifetime. The demands driven by advanced manufacturing and AI are just pretty phenomenal. So we've got to be able to meet these with affordable, reliable electricity. And again, nuclear is what we really think is really required. You've really got to have that resilient, reliable electricity to provide power for these data centers. And I want to stress, it's not just data centers for the heck of data centers. We think we've got to win the battle for AI. With our allies and partners, we've got to do this. For national security reasons, we've got to do this. So we've got to make sure that we can provide that power so the data centers can move forward, so our manufacturing can move forward. So it's, for those critical reasons, we've got to do this. So yeah, I think we have really set ourselves up well now to be successful. We have great technologies that have been developed that are ready to deploy. We have technologies that have various stages of licensing, but are really close, that should be deployed this decade. One of the key things we've battled through the years about is regulatory certainty. Part of the executive orders really wanted to sit and formalize. We're going to have a set time frame for when reactor developers can get, within 18 months, they know they're going to get a construction permit or not. So we're setting up to have regulatory certainty. We have new systems set up within the country to be able to how we're driving toward deployment. It's not just utilities, but right now we're having these data centers and developers investing significant amount of money to make sure that we can move forward on these technologies and deploy them. So now it's a completely different setup now. We really have the technologies ready to move forward so we can deploy them domestically. But in doing that also, we want to make sure that we can export the technologies as well. So we want to work together with both domestic deployment and international deployment to quickly get to where we're de-risking these plants. We can't be continually building first of a kind and then wait and then build next first of kind. We've got to get to nth of a kind plants, so we're really doing this in an affordable manner. So that's why you're developing an order book for these technologies, and a number of these companies are developing pretty significant order books now. And they're both domestic and international order books, because when we build them, it's, we're trying to develop the supply chain internationally. So I think, we do recognize so much the importance of that. We're recognizing, again, the geopolitical importance. We've got to really make sure that when we do deploy them now, we're deploying them in a manner that we have, security of fuel supply in the future. That's why we've been working with a number of our partners, especially through this group that we call the Sapporo 5. It's France, United Kingdom, and Canada and Japan, working to make sure that we have a reliable fuel source that's free from Russian influence. So again, we really can have that fuel security going forward to deploy this technology internationally and meet all of our various energy security goals.
Yeah, thank you upon touching upon that, because I wanted to ask you exactly on this one, on supply chain, because still Russian fuel is still used all around the world, also in the US, for nuclear energy. So how do we, how do we get rid of this influence? Because it's a worrying one.
It is very much. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we were importing about 20% of our enriched uranium product came from Russia. That quickly made us realize that's not a reliable fuel source. We can't rely on that. So we have put a ban in place that becomes in effect the end of 2027. No more Russian material can come in. Right now it can only come in with waivers. But in doing that, we also are investing significantly to make sure that we can deploy new enrichment capacity. So we have been funded on the order of $3.4 billion to move forward and establish new enrichment capacity to replace what we were importing, but also to help shore up what our allies have been importing from Russia as well to replace that. That's why we did also work with our partners on the Sapro 5 to work together and all come together and see how can we collaborate internationally to make sure that we can set up that fuel supply. So our colleagues from France made significant investments in building out their uranium enrichment. Our colleagues in the UK have also made significant investments in both enrichment and conversion. So we're really now working together in a very collaborative manner to make sure that we can replace that fuel supply, because we have to be able to do that here.
One more follow-up question. What would you say to the critics of nuclear technology that will tell you that it will all be too little too late? Because nuclear energy is probably one of the greatest achievements that humanity has made. But one thing it is not, is it's not quick in deployment. So how do we, it will just be too late for our needs now.
And that's why we've got to deploy it this decade. We can't, we've got to move forward in this. That's why one of the executive orders gave my office the task. We have to demonstrate at least 3 reactors, have them critical by next July, which that's a very aggressive schedule, but I think we will actually do that. These will be more micro-reactor type technologies. They'll actually be generation 4 technologies, but we're really focusing all of our resources to actually do this, to really start producing electrons from this. So it's a different focus now. That I think we really will deploy these technologies this decade. And I should know that that'll be large plants, generation 4 plants, small modular reactors. I think we'll be able to deploy some of all of those this decade.
The clock is ticking.
It is. I count those days down.
Let's stay with nuclear maybe a bit. So, Mr. Grossi, you're at the forefront of making sure that nuclear technology is used around the world in a safe manner. You've been exemplary. Your engagement in Ukraine has been exemplary. We've been all looking and in wonder and awe at your activities there. But I have a difficult question for you. Would you say civil nuclear energy increases or decreases energy security in a given country, given your experiences with what has been happening recently in the war?
Thank you. Well, definitely hearing what we just heard from the 3 distinguished panelists and what we will hear, because Estonia is moving also in that direction, it is obvious that people see it this way. It's not me advocating or saying this is fantastic and this is the way you should go. The market has moved already in that direction. When we hear this idea of nuclear renaissance, I rather talk about a return to realism, really, because what we see is that in order to get energy security, there are different angles. For some, in particular in this part of Europe, energy security and a very specific dimension of security is, a very important matter. In other places, energy security, which may be, for example, the case in the future, I'm sure, in Morocco, and in other places, might be diversification, might be getting sources of energy that are going to give you a balance in your energy mix, that are going to be giving you sustainability in your energy mix. So This is where nuclear kicks in already now. Already now is doing that. Again, there is a certain, in the description of the debates, a certain idea that nuclear can be this. Let's stop for a minute. 100 nuclear power reactors are operating now, today, in Europe, in 12 of the 27 countries. Nuclear energy today, now, is producing a quarter of the total energy of this continent and a half of the clean nuclear energy, and all of this in a declining cycle. So let alone where France comes with the new EPRs, where the UK comes with Hinkley Point and Sizewell, and with Poland comes with all the plans, where Belgium has reversed the phase out, Switzerland doing the same, Czechia, and all of the other countries. So all of this is happening already. We are moving also in a dimension of getting, as I was using the example of Morocco, but there are many other examples in all of Africa. I can tell you, there is hardly a week passes without me seeing an energy minister of African countries, Latin American countries, even Central American countries, that are looking at the new possibilities that are being opened. And the Assistant Secretary was referring to the microreactors, the SMRs. Of course, all of this needs to be delivered. But I think that we are, around the bend in terms of the discussions. The Commissioner was talking about all these debates. I think, thank God, Europe has stopped fighting against itself on this, and we see them in a more constructive phase, not in Europe, but there were countries suing other countries in the continent. That was a bit dismaying to see, but now, and this is not about an epiphany having arrived on people. It's simply the realization of what are the things that you have in your toolbox to get you there. And it's obvious nuclear is not going to be the dominant, and it's never meant to be. France is an example of that, and they're very successful. China might be in the future. So they are all growing at an exponential rate. What you need to look at to facilitate that, to enable that, and you were asking, is it going to happen, no? In your previous question, nuclear takes a long time, and this and that. And there are a number of unlockers of that situation, which are interesting to be looked at. The finance is one. And I think that something very, very important happened this year when IEA, we signed an agreement with the World Bank that ended a decades-long policy of a ban. Can you imagine? Anything that had the word nuclear was banned, was as a sinful sort of activity that cannot be because of. So that changed, and now we see the African Development Bank, the Islamic Development Bank, the Latin American, the Inter-American, Development Bank, all of them are coming on board, facilitating, unlocking, as I was saying, the possibility of this market growing out of the confirmed users into new territories. Importantly, the issue of delivery. And delivery has, for example, standardization. Very important matter. Harmonization of regulation. And I think in the executive orders, you have some of that, but it's a debate that is happening in many other countries, because the nuclear regulation, important as it is, needs also to evolve with the market. You cannot be licensing after 4 years or 5 years. You have to leverage what others are doing, and you have it with the UK and with Canada, France also moving with like-minded regulators. So what we see is a number of very promising trends and some concrete realizations. And my last reflection, for the first time, what we are seeing is demand-driven nuclear. Demand-driven nuclear. So industries, sectors that are very eloquently and pushing nuclear. AI is obvious, is evident with all the big companies, Microsoft, OpenAI, I mean, you name it, Google, all of them signing very, very ambitious contracts with nuclear vendors, some of them that have never built a nuclear reactor, but they are in the process of licensing them to get what they need. So I think all of these elements are worthy of our following in this kind of debate. And the IAEA has a unique role to play. This must be done safely, securely, in a non-proliferation way, and also opening doors so that all of these things happen in a better, in a more harmonious way.
Yeah, thank you for that perspective. I just want to dwell a bit longer on the security issue,
yes,
particularly because we are at the security conference here, and you will hear people praising renewables, especially for being, distributed, very much harder to target because there are so many, distributed smaller generation units, whereas nuclear is traditionally big, centralized energy source. And as we saw, energy infrastructure tends to be targeted by malicious actors. So how do you view this kind of trade-off between, I would agree with all the advantages of nuclear, but there is this big disadvantage. This is a very easy, well, maybe not very easy, but this is a target.
A target in what sense? A target?
A military one.
Oh, yeah. Well, nuclear infrastructure is as much a target as military decision makers decided to be. So the problem is the war, not nuclear energy. And we are very busy and very committed to the security of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, for example, where we are deployed there. There was a decision, which is a military decision, but not the fact that because you have a certain technology, this will immediately make it a target. As I was saying, we have 440-something reactors operating in the world for almost 60 years or more without any major problem. So this idea that because Zaporizhzhia happened, then this technology, you better not go into that, sounds a lot like moving the goalposts, trying to find yet another excuse. People say it's too long, or it's too expensive, or is this, or is that. I think maybe I could sum it up by saying that when it comes to energy, ideology is not a good idea. You have to be, or perceptions. You have to see what is good for your concrete situation and go for it. And by the way, we are, we like at the IAEA renewable energy. We don't think it's one or the other. It's a matter of complementarity. We believe that nuclear is baseload, so we are very good with whatever you put on top of us. So, I think, but of course, what happened. One cannot banalize it, but we have institutions that deal with it like we did. We could have, be sitting on the sidelines of the war and say, well, when it ends, we will be there. And I think it was very good to see that the nuclear community at large was supporting very much what we are doing. We're not out of woods, I must say. And these days, I am dealing with the possibility. Well, we have a concrete loss of outside power at the moment, 5 days already. And I was discussing this on Friday with President Putin, and today with Minister Sibia. So we are trying to make sure that we don't have a problem. So problems may exist, but they are not inherently related to nuclear energy. This was a military decision to seize a nuclear power plant, and then we deal with it in the best way we can. This is the way I see it.
Thank you. Minister Saad, you come from a region where you're kind of a poster child for all good things that we've been talking about here, which is interconnectivity, energy transition, international cooperation, regional cooperation. How do you explain the road that Estonia has been going on for the past few years in terms of, you had and you still have your domestic resource being the oil shale, which is granted very energy emission intensive, but you've decided to curb that production and expand into renewables in order to increase your security, as I understand, not just to increase your greenness. Could you elaborate on that one?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's sometimes surprising that people forget about the simple fact that wind and solar are also domestic resource. No different what is under your ground. And essentially, I would say it's about the three things. It's about energy security, it's about environment, and that is not less important thing because at the end of the day, we all would like to live in a better world, in a cleaner world, which is with a less negative impact on health and other things. And finally, and we haven't spoken about this here, it's also about the competitiveness. Clean energy is fundamentally the biggest booster of a competitiveness. It comes at a lower financial cost compared to old fossil fuels. I think it's also, where are you making your bet? Are you making your bet on a transition which is irreversible to the cleaner sources of energy, which also includes nuclear? That's why we are also preparing the legislation, the regulator, and all other necessary steps in Estonia to have nuclear energy in our energy portfolio. So from that angle, I think the competitiveness point of view is really important. Then on security, you mentioned interconnectors, and as we all know, there has been a number of damages caused. We had an issue with a gas interconnector, with electricity interconnector, and that all puts us to invest much more jointly with allies into protecting all critical infrastructure. It is about the physical threats, but it's equally about the cyber domain, so that we would be ascertained that it is not somebody third party who turns on or off your energy grid or power generation. And the debate what you had here just before giving floor to me, I mean, Russia has deliberately damaged the last external power line to a new Zaporizhzhia power plant, which is extremely dangerous and reckless behavior. So on that, I think we should also be mindful that the sooner we progress in replacing our energy to the clean sources, the bigger there will be also impact on Russian revenues, because that is causing the lower demand for fossil fuels and less income to fund the war. So yes, it doesn't happen overnight, but I think strategically it's really important to put the weights right. And we have disconnected our energy grid this February from Russia, so that has been a really good outcome. Went very smoothly. A lot of prep work by many counterparties for a number of years. But now we can easily say about energy security that we don't have any loose ends vis-à-vis Russia. And at the end, what we still need is significant investment in domestic power generation. And this is, I think, what most countries need, because the economy is going to be electrified, demand for electricity is growing, and it represents also a major business opportunity for investment into the clean, which in our view also includes nuclear.
Yes, thank you for mentioning electrification, because this is something we have not extensively talked about, but exactly this is, we have these two kind of pillars of energy transition. One is decarbonizing our electricity supply, the other one is electrification via this decarbonized electricity, and this will give us the energy security for the future and independence of fossil fuel imports. So very important point. Thank you for that. We have a few minutes now for questions from the audience. I have a microphone there. Over here, the first row, please.
Thank you. Miroslav Petsa, BBC Ukrainian Service. I have a question to Mr. Grossi about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. You said, and we all know that you met Vladimir Putin just the other day on Friday. You spoke about Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It's not the only nuclear power plant that Russia attacked during the full-scale invasion. As you may all know, it basically conquered Chernobyl power plant. Then it went to Zaporizhzhia. It tried to attack Pivdенно-Ukrainska, it's southern Ukrainian nuclear power plant. Just 3 days ago, there was a drone shut down only 800 meters away from that station. And there's been instances, the same instances, similar things happening near Khmelnytsky nuclear power plant, and also the only remaining power plant that's not, being attacked, but it's really, really close to the border with Belarus. It's Rivne power plant. So all the nuclear power plants in Ukraine are under threat. And at the same time, at Atomic Energy Agency, International Atomic Agency, the head of nuclear department is Mikhail Chudakov, the very person who's been in charge of nuclear power plant in Russia before, and who worked at Rosenergoatom or Rosatomenergo, whatever it may mean. So, and from Ukraine, in Ukraine, there's been some frustration with regards how your agency is reacting to all those sorts of attacks on nuclear power in Ukraine. How would you describe your conversation with Mr. Putin? Was it fruitful? Have you heard him getting ready to stop the blackout at Zaporizhzhia power plant? And how can you view the work of your very agency? Is it really helping to, for the nuclear energy to remain peaceful?
Yep, let's wrap up the question. Mr. Grossi, please.
Well, how many questions in your question? But let me try to address them one by one and as quickly as I can. The invasion took place in February 2022. In March, I was already in your country. I've been there 13 times. I've crossed the front line 5 times. I was under fire in your country, all right? So, at the request of President Zelensky, our teams are deployed in all of the nuclear power plants that you mentioned, not only in Zaporizhzhia, but also Rivne, Khmelnytsky, South Ukraine, and quite clearly also in Chernobyl. So I believe that what we have been doing there is exactly the example of what an international organization should be in face of trouble, which is getting into it and not talking about it. Not talking about it. There are lots of things we are doing. We have our people living at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We have a deployment there, also a unique first in history, an international organization in occupied territory leading an independent operation, through which, for example, this issue that we are facing now of the 10th blackout, because it's not the first, it's the 10th blackout, there is something dealing with that. We are not depending on one country giving us a narrative or another country, for example, in this case, where there are 2 belligerents, Okay, so saying the opposite. We have the possibility, the privilege of having independent experts. And on the basis of what my independent experts tell me, I can have an informed conversation with the president of the Russian Federation, with the president of Ukraine, and provide for solutions. My take on this would be that, of course, it's extremely difficult. This is a war, this is a cruel war, but we have stood from the day one trying to provide help and assistance to Ukraine. So this is number one. Number two, on the conversation with President Putin and the disposition. I also believe it's very, very important that in cases like this of war, international responsible people responsible for international organizations talk to everybody. If I don't talk to Putin, who do I talk to? This is essential. In the beginning of the war, I remember that I took some criticism for doing that. And I was saying, what is the purpose of the IEA if I stay, complaining together with Ukraine and, lamenting the situation and saying, well, this is terrible, and I do not have the opportunity to influence things in the right direction. It's not an easy thing. Obviously, it's not an easy thing. It's a thing that, is a source of frustration many times, and I know there are expectations, very legitimate ones. This is why when I go to your country, I talk to people, whomever comes to me, and also near the border, the front line, not the border, the front line, people come to us, they talk to us. We are trying to do our best, and we are not avoiding any difficult conversation there. You talk about individuals, please don't forget something. International organizations have international civil servants. We and I don't look at the passport, the original passport. I have people from all over the world working for the agency. I understand the frustration, maybe, of seeing somebody coming from a country. And let me tell you, this happens a lot with other countries having issues with other countries and saying, why do you have somebody from Poland or somebody from Argentina or somebody from... But we have to understand the principle of what international organizations are. Sorry for that, but I think it was
very important.
An important point that the lady was making. I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to my speakers. Thank you for this very interesting session. Thank you.
and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure, it's a real honor to actually be back at the Warsaw Security Forum and indeed to talk about an absolutely incredibly important dimension, i.e. democracy and our democratic resilience. So, of course, this is something that, this is a conversation that we could take in all sorts of different directions. And I think here on stage, we have indeed represented different dimensions of this challenge. Please join me first in welcoming here with us Commissioner Michael McGrath, European Commissioner for Democracy, Justice and the Rule of Law and Consumer Protection. We have Kevin Casasamora, Secretary General of the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance. Pascal Lamy, Director General of the World Trade Organization up until 2013 and Commissioner for Trade in the European Commission up until 2004. And Royal Hansen, Vice President, Engineering at Google. So as I said, this is really a conversation that we could take in all sorts of directions. So let me perhaps give it a little bit of framing, particularly if we're talking about democratic resilience here in Europe. It is quite clear that, as we know, Russia is pursuing a strategy at reconstituting empire. And that strategy really has, I would say, three major dimensions to it. There's the military component that, of course, begins with, but as we've already seen, doesn't end with Ukraine. And I would say that that dimension of the strategy is actually the least successful. There is then the hybrid element to all of this, from cyber attacks to sabotages to attacks on critical infrastructure. And on this, let's say we're gradually doing a little bit better in terms of understanding what we should be doing about it. And then there's a third component, which is really a broader, I would say, political component. And that's really a component which is aimed at weakening, at fragmenting our democracies. And this is really where I think this conversation about democratic resilience in Europe fits in. Now, of course, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to suggest here that this is only and exclusively orchestrated by Russia. It is quite clear that if there weren't some domestic reasons, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. But I highlight this because I think it's important to bear in mind that there is a democracy security nexus, which is particularly relevant when we are talking about Europe. And as we think about what we could or should be doing about it, let me begin with you, Commissioner McGrath. So once upon a time, when we were thinking about the European Union, well, once upon a time, I would say we used to think of democracy as being a destination. And it was a destination that once we kind of got to the Holy Land, there was no going back because, of course, it was the best possible system, right? And so who would be so stupid as to go backwards? I think we've now understood and learned that democracy is a journey, and it can go forwards and it can go backwards. And of course, we know that there has been some quite significant backsliding within Europe. Now, of course, the European Commission doesn't have the magic wand on this, and we shouldn't expect it to, but there are a number of instruments that the Commission is developing in order to ensure rule of law and democracy within the EU. So give us perhaps your bit of the recipe as to how we should go about this.
Well, thank you very much, Natalie, and good afternoon, everyone. I think you set the scene there very well, and it is indisputably the case that democracy is a journey. It is always a work in progress. It is always something that must be nurtured and invested in, and we always have to be aware of what are the threats and the risks facing it. And we start from agreeing on the objective, which is to ensure that we have free and democratic elections within the European Union, that the citizens of Europe get to decide freely and exercise their sovereign right to decide who they elect and who governs them in their local authorities, regional, national government, and indeed in the European Parliament. And the context has changed. and the threats are becoming more apparent and are becoming, I think, more acute and certainly more complex. And that is why, recognising that, President von der Leyen has brought forward the project of a European Democracy Shield. And she has asked me as Commissioner to lead on that work. And so in November, we plan to, as a college, adopt a European Democracy Shield, most likely in the form of a Commission communication. We will then set about its implementation, and it will deal with a number of key elements, including FIMI, the foreign information manipulation and interference and disinformation. The President announced a new European Democratic Resilience Centre, which will build on a lot of the good work that is happening at Member State level, but seek to achieve better coordination so that we can support each other in the journey. But fundamentally, it is the people's democracy, and that is why investing in our people and giving them the tools that they need to navigate an increasingly complex information environment. So investment in digital literacy, media literacy, fact-checking, supporting local democracy initiatives. I think people feel most connected to their elected representatives in their local community. That's how I started in politics 25 years ago. But also recognising that there is more we can do to share best practice and information about the conduct of elections. And then how can we engage young people? They are the future. It is their democracy. They have most at stake when we discuss these issues. How can we get them more involved and more connected in the democratic process? So all of that work is hugely important, and I look forward to presenting the Shield to the College in November. Alongside all of that, we have complementary work to do with rule of law, because if rule of law is undermined, then our democracy is undermined. They are both vital pillars of the European Union. And of course, we face ongoing challenges. We're developing a stronger toolbox, including in the context of the next EU budget, where we want to build that closer link between access to EU funds and respect for the rule of law and respect for the Charter of Fundamental Rights.
Well, actually, on that last point, could I just kind of press you a little bit further? And I appreciate that we're only really at the beginning of the conversations on the next MFF. But, I mean, on this idea of, if I can put it in the simplest possible way, sort of mainstreaming political conditionality across EU financial instruments, what is the reception that you're receiving to that move, in a sense?
I think there is a lot of support. I think the vast majority of member states and MEPs recognise that rule of law isn't an optional extra. It is a core binding obligation of European Union membership, and it is in our treaty, Article 2. It's also enshrined in our legislation in the conditionality regulation, and it has been interpreted many times by the Court of Justice. So this is inherent in EU membership, and if the rule of law begins to break down, then all of the other things that we're seeking to achieve in the European Union, including economic growth and competitiveness, will not happen if we do not have trust and confidence in the legal system. Consumers lose trust, investors lose confidence, business sentiment suffers. So as an economic issue, even alongside fundamental rights and values, it is crucial that we do invest in rule of law. So we will continue to have the conditionality regulation that will remain in place on a permanent basis, and that captures all EU funds and is designed to protect the financial interests of the European Union. But we recognise we need a more flexible and adaptable tool, and that is why in these national and regional partnership plans we will build in now by design rule of law conditionality and respect for the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So we will be able to turn off the tap of funding, we will be able to reallocate it, while at the same time trying to protect the end beneficiaries. So this is a proposal by the Commission. It will be part of a very complex and protracted set of negotiations around the MFF, but we do believe that at this moment in our history, we have to stand behind the rule of law in the European Union.
Thank you very much. And Secretary General Casa Zamora, let me turn to you. So your organization focuses very much on electoral assistance. And we know indeed that election meddling is a prime dimension in this entire affair. And I guess my question to you is, electoral assistance has always been obviously an important thing. But once upon a time, when we lived in the wonderful liberal international order, this was really a prime element of our support for democratization. And of course, we still like to believe that this is the case, but in a sense, alongside this, which is obviously still an ambition, we have electoral assistance that has to play a far more defensive role, right? So this is what we have to do in order to prevent election meddling. So I'm just wondering if you could give us a sense of how this particular key dimension of democratic resilience, how it has shifted as we have shifted from, in a sense, peace to wartime, right? And as we have made that shift, how to at the same time not to abandon the ambition for that more proactive and not simply defensive role.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. And I want to thank the organizers, the Kazimierz Polański Foundation, great colleagues. Thank you for the invitation. Look, this is very true, what you're saying. I guess the fundamental part of the shift is that we are working, in our case, very closely with electoral commissions in many countries all over the world, certainly in Europe, and certainly in the Eastern neighborhood, around questions of risk management, because the risks around electoral integrity have increased by an order of magnitude. I mean, some of them have to do with cybersecurity, some of them have to do with deliberate disinformation campaigns polluting the democratic debates, and some of it has to do with the flow of money into politics in a number of countries. So we are trying to help electoral commissions to up their game. And I guess this speaks to a broader point about democracy. This is not simply about elections. If we care about the future of democracy, we are indeed forced in the current environment to play defense, to protect in a very active way some of the foundational elements of democracy, like electoral integrity, without which nothing else matters, to protect judicial independence, to protect institutions that manifest the rule of law. But at the same time, this is not enough. I mean, we need to play offense in other aspects. I mean, and fundamentally, and this speaks to a point that you raised in your introduction, which I deeply share, we have to make sure that we address those issues that are making a lot of people fed up with democracy. Because ultimately, foreign malign interference preys on the weaknesses of democracies all over the world. And very often I feel that when we have these discussions, we focus a lot rightly on the external dimension, on the reality of external attacks, but we don't pay enough attention to internal decay as the fundamental driver of the challenges that democracy is facing around the world. And we would be well served to pay more attention to that.
I totally share that. And in fact, let me pick that point and turn it to Pascal to, in a sense, reflect, I think, on these two sides of the coin that we're presenting here. And let's take, actually, the good news of the day, Moldova, as an example. I think what the election in Moldova is telling us is that, on the one hand, when you have policy that delivers, when you have a good story to tell, and when you have a principled and strong voice to tell it, actually, things can, good things can happen. But at the same time, the election in Moldova is also telling us that we haven't cracked the nut on election meddling and disinformation and all bad things, right? And these two things, in a sense, coexist. So, Pascal, I'm wondering if you could both reflect on the point that Kevin ended on, right? You know, what are the real elements of our democratic fragility that we should be working on and how to do it, as well as what are the elements which are, in a sense, more part of that defensive strategy, but how to address those elements that are more part of a defensive strategy while living up to our democratic standards, which I think is another element of the conundrum.
Well, that's a very large question. I'll try to answer it, Nathalie, in a very pragmatic way. Sort of what should we do and what are we doing with a number of civil society organizations at the EU level. First, I think there's no beating the bush. Democracy in Europe is under attack, both from outside and from inside. And my line of argument being, what should we do? I think the first thing we should do is recognize this reality. Recognize that there is a fight. This has to be seen and dealt with as a fight on many grounds. But I believe deeply that public perception that democracy is at stake in Europe is not where it should be. So we have first to explain better, to popularize better the necessity of this fight. Now, then, if we succeed in doing this, we have to organize ourselves, and this is what a number of civil society organizations or think tanks are doing. And I just want to share my experience with the Jacques Delors Institute and the Friends of Europe, which will be regrouped in a new foundation very soon, which is the formidable potential of citizen engagement. We are doing this on the ground. We are developing tools like, for instance, surveys in order to gather trustable in-time data about what people have in mind, then moving to techniques like focus group, for instance, where people discuss the issues that matter for them, not big conceptual issues, but everyday life problems. And this shows, the experience of that shows that a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of non-communication, a lot of prejudged ideas, which are part of the democratic debate, but need to be framed in a way that leads, and that's what democracy is for, to properly established collective preferences. That's something that works. And then, if you do that, you start establishing mostly local communities upon which you can start building, for instance, civic learning in order to foster civic engagement, in particular in elections. So I'm insisting on this sort of very bottom-up way of addressing the problems we have. I think we can do much better. Our own ambition is to scale up what we do from the sort of 10,000 people in roughly 8 countries within the European Union to something which is to the 100,000 scale, but keeping this bottom-up experiment, for instance, in moving to a bit more sophisticated ways to proceed, which is, for instance, deliberative polling. That also bring a lot. And if I can make, and I'm happy we have a commissioner with us tonight, if I can make one proposal that the EU Commission should consider, which is to have a scale of tipping points. We have this for climate or for biodiversity. I think in Europe we need such an approach. Properly, that's complex to be done, but I think if you were able to provide a map with indicators of where things are getting worse, where things are not getting worse, including in locating tipping points, we know what that matters. Tipping points is what matter. The difference between democracy and illiberalism is where you can't go back. So this is something, I think, which you should be able to consider more.
Thank you. Royal, let me turn to you. So we have known for a long time just how important the connection between digital and democracy is. So this is not a new story. I would say, and I'll put it in a rather provocative way, I think, you know, whereas in the first wave of that story, where the development of digital technologies was really a lot about connecting peoples, that stage of development tilted towards technology supporting processes of democratization. Now that we are in a different stage, where rather than technology being only about connectivity, technology is and has a lot to do with data. That arguably is a stage of development which can and has, to an extent, been exploited far more successfully in order to tilt towards authoritarian systems of governance. So in a sense, whereas the role of tech companies like yours has always been important, in a sense, the onus and the responsibility is much greater now than it used to be because of that potential bias, in a sense, in terms of fueling a set of, I think, unrelated, you know, sort of related but not exactly the same phenomenon, from extremism to radicalization to polarization to misinformation and disinformation. So how do you, as private sector, how do you, as a tech company, understand where we are in that journey and the responsibility that companies like yours have?
Yeah, it's a great framing, and as I'm listening to this, it's a wonderful example of, I think, the first point, which is that we have a cross-functional responsibility. These are not, none of this work is done in isolation. So I'll just, you know, we learned, as you're sort of alluding to, over a decade ago, that we had a very important role in elections. And in fact, now have a team that follows the globe, including sort of elections earlier this year in Poland, that works with electoral commissions, campaigns, and it takes on a variety of forms. So the first to what you're talking about, what we've learned, we track about 300 nation-state actors, including Russian threat actors, who we know are attempting to sow discord or other, you know, causing other trouble. We track over 1,000 organized crime groups, and the line blurs between those two. And so the first thing we do is we work on the infrastructure itself to make sure the integrity and legitimacy of the infrastructure which supports an election is sound, and people know that. Like, I think that, to your point, people have to know it. It's not enough just to do it. The second is we make sure it's available. We worked with the Polish Election Commission earlier this year, and the availability of information at any given time is vulnerable to denial of service attacks. And we saw a 500% increase in the attacks on the Polish infrastructure in the days in advance of the election. We had put protections in front of that, similar to what keeps search or other services up. And maybe the third point, which I think is most important that we collaborate on, is that the information related to elections, where to vote. I think the point about local is really important here, because these are not decisions, or we're never going to know everything about each election at a global level, and need partnerships across civil society and public sector so that we're making sure the right information is available. And so our goal is to be a part of the community, but just in support of integrity of the election process.
Yeah, and I can see that element which has to do, and then I'd like actually to come back to Kevin on this point, and how indeed there is this electoral assistance dimension to it. But perhaps before I do so, Royal, to though come back to this question. So there's a question of ensuring the integrity of elections, but we know that democracy is much more than elections. I mean, election is the first and perhaps even most important component, but it's not the only one. So in this question of polarization, disinformation, misinformation, extremism, radicalization, there is, I think, the space where I think even conceptually, at least I haven't got my head around what more companies such as yours could be doing.
And so we have a variety of programs, and you're right, this extends beyond just the role of elections. And I think the first thing that's important, and that we've learned through having the battle scars, is that we have to be very policy and principle driven, because these can't be seen to sort of waver with the either partisan or other whims of the moment. So we're very policy driven and have processes that people can rely on and follow. The second part of it is, and where it links to some of these other civil society roles, is we have a program called Trusted Flaggers, where we have an ongoing relationship with people who play that role in society to decide whether it trips a flag or to even the idea of thresholds, so that this can't be seen to delegitimize the platforms themselves, or it causes a second-order problem. So it's that combination of being principle-driven and having relationships within society that help call some of those disinformation questions.
Thank you. Kevin, let me turn back to you on the question, though, of elections specifically. And I remember 2-3 weeks ago, I was in Rome, and President Sandu was in Rome. And of course, this was, 3 weeks before the elections in Moldova. And there was this fascinating conversation that I had with the group with the president in Rome, and basically what they were saying is, we know that something will happen, right, in terms of election meddling, but we don't quite know what will happen. So I'm just wondering how can prevention actually take place when at times we don't quite have a sense of where the attack is going to come from, how the attack is going to play out, when it's going to play out, in order to ensure the integrity of the electoral process?
Well, all we can do is try to do everything we can to minimize the risks. The risk will always be there. And I find the case of Moldova extraordinarily important and interesting for this discussion. Number one, because it shows a point that is often lost in these discussions, which is that we don't know really what the impact of, for example, disinformation campaigns can be on individual voting decisions. I mean, the fact of the matter is that Russia threw the sink at Moldova, and yet the result was not what they wanted. So we don't really know how this impacts individual voters. What we do know, to go back to your previous point, is that disinformation pollutes the democratic environment for discussion. And that disinformation feeds into polarization, and that polarization weakens the resistance of democracy and the ability of democracies to forge the broad-based agreements that can solve real problems for real people. That's the really deleterious impact of disinformation. And I guess, inevitably, I have to ask our colleague from Google, what is it that can be done to untie the business model of the digital platforms from the incentives to nurture polarization in our societies? I mean, that's a critical question. I don't have the answer for that, but I hope you do.
I was going to add one thing we have learned through. I mean, we literally work across elections across the globe year over year. So this gets into the dozens and hundreds of elections. And one thing, and this is a good example of it in a way, is this idea of pre-bunking. You don't need to know exactly what issue is going to flare, but to your point, we may know there's an election or there's an issue that is likely or we would be vulnerable to. And to speak to that, and you can think about the right voices, but people are much better prepared when they've heard, let's just say we were saying, Russian influence in Moldova, it may be an issue. They're much more prepared when they hear that in advance of having to respond to it. And this whole idea of pre-bunking is a technique that we as a community can use to help in those instances.
Pascal, do you want to come back, Kevin, on this? Yeah.
And there's another thing that I would add to that, which has been proven to be very important in some of the countries where we work, which is go after the money. Because there are some actors that are spreading disinformation. I can, for example, give you the case of actors in West Africa that are propagating Russian narratives for money. So go after the money. Because in some cases, some of these transnational efforts can be dismantled by going after the money.
Okay, I'm conscious of time, and actually I do want to come to questions. In fact, you know what I'll do? I'll actually go to questions straight away and then perhaps weave in a couple of mine to the panelists. So let's open this up. Yeah, I have a first question here in the front. Could you please introduce yourself?
One. Okay. Yeah, Wojciech Dzingiel-Pulacki Foundation, and it's great discussion. And so I'm very happy to have the Commissioner, Kevin, and Ms. Kalami and Hansen. My question is for Commissioner. We just finished the Polish presidency, and within the Polish presidency, there was idea, and I think it's still press in Brussels, to establish councils that are on the level of national and European on FIMI. We have one in Poland, and it's working very well with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Something like will be part of the shield and will be joined by the NGOs and so on, and also companies, because we in Poland, we have 25 people advising Minister of Foreign Affairs on FIMI, and it works very well because we are like the NGOs and someone nominated from other sectors. Question is, if there is any idea, and probably you have plenty of proposals, to have something like to engage even this proposal, another one in the shield, to engage NGOs and to build this resilience. So this is the question, what's the idea? And the idea I just put on a table about the one we have in Poland. Thank you.
So engagement of civil society in the defense.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think if we are to protect European democracy, we have to look at what are the foundations of it, because that's where you start. And civil society is at the heart of it. And that's why we will have, at the same time as bringing forward the Democracy Shield, we'll have the first EU-wide civil society strategy. And I'm determined to make sure that it has real substance about amplifying the voice of civil society, about protecting their voice, making sure that the space within which they operate is safeguarded, but also we need to better support them. And that's why we are proposing a new Agora EU programme within the context of the next MFF. But another fundamental part of the foundation of European democracy is a free and independent media. And they are under huge pressure for lots of different reasons. Their commercial model is changing and is being undermined. We see political pressure as well. So the implementation of the European Media Freedom Act is absolutely vital. It has just come into effect to safeguard public service media, to protect editorial independence, to also ensure we have transparency about the allocation of state advertising budgets, which is a critical issue. So when I think about civil society, I think about media, and then we get into the area of FEME and disinformation. And it's in that context that we do need to learn the lessons of best practice around the member states. And there are some very good examples, but we need to build an EU-wide system that will involve pre-bunking and debunking, fact-checking. It will involve the ability to detect really early interference when we see it materializing, and then have a system where we can respond quickly so that people ultimately have access to accurate information when they go to the polls and they are exercising their franchise. And that is fundamentally what the objective is here, because if you look at our digital rule book, DSA and so on, it's not about content moderation. It's not about taking down legal content. It does place obligations on the platforms for sure, including in the context of protecting the integrity of election and addressing and mitigating the systemic risk that may arise from the content online to civic discourse and to electoral integrity. But fundamentally for me, it is about giving ownership of democracy back to the people, and what we need to do is protect those foundational pillars on which our democracy is built. And I think if we can do that, including through the kind of suggestion that you have made, then I think it will be a good day's work.
Yeah, and I think extremely important to do it, yes, EU-wide, but enlarging EU-wide, and therefore include the candidate countries very much in this exercise. Yeah, the question back there, yeah, you.
Hello. Hello, Shane Gaszewski from the European Union Liaison Office here in Warsaw, but I'm speaking in private capacity. I have one question for Commissioner Macbeth and one question for the other panelists, or also for the Commissioner if he likes. You've already stated quite clearly that you will consider a conditionality mechanism and make use of it if needed in the next multi-annual financial framework. I wanted to ask if the Commission has learned anything from the application of the conditionality mechanism to Poland for the payout of the Next Generation EU money, or if the lessons learned are simply it worked, it yielded results, so we will do it in the future too, or if it's more nuanced than that. And the other question is more of a general one, namely, what narrative you as panelists and as experts would say we should employ about Europe in general, because pre-bunking is very nice and disinformation is a problem, but I believe that the people are prone to disinformation because they don't, a lot of them don't believe in democracy and in the European Union anymore. So the European Union is founded on the narrative that together, if we come closer together, we will prevent war amongst each other.
We got it.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
What's our story? Hold your horses. I will collect a couple more and then I'll come back to all of you. There's a question there at the back.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Sawicki. I'm a political scientist, but I'm also affiliated with the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation as a non-resident research fellow. I have some information for the benefit of the panel and for the rest of the attendees, and that there is a body of scholarship to suggest that we do know how disinformation affects electoral results. You'd be troubled to learn that they tend not to vote at all, and when they do, they pick the most extreme party that endorses their views. This has been echoed in my own research as well. You could do with that information what you want. My question for the panel now is that one of the reasons why coordinated disinformation campaigns are so popular is because they're cost effective. Indeed, if a post or a campaign gets popular enough, it actually becomes a source of revenue for the attackers. How can we affect the cost-benefit analysis to prevent it being such an attractive strategy?
Thank you. And let me take one last question, preferably from a lady. But I think the problem is I can't quite see. So yeah, please.
Aleksandra Krzysztoszek, Euractiv Poland. And my question will be quite general, and I won't indicate any of the speakers, so anyone who would like may answer. How to tackle the rising polarization among the European societies? As you all remember, the recent presidential elections in Poland exposed that the Polish people are divided like into two separate camps. But polarization is not just a Polish problem; it is rising in basically most of the European states. And how to tackle the rising divisions in our societies that are becoming, is often turning into hostility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me now turn back to our speakers. I'll go in reverse order. Royal, let me begin with you.
Yeah, I think it's a number of issues there. I think the question, the thing that I think about in the context of our platforms is we too have an incentive for good information to be made available and propagate. So that to be included in those principles of how we do and don't take things down is this idea of promoting good content. That's one of the principles. So I realize there's some art in this, not all science, but that is one of the principles. It's not purely about, is this bad or good? There's quality information that we can promote in addition to what we do to take down.
Pascal?
Yeah, I think, we've heard a lot about systems. Political system, institution, conditionality, digital. I want to reiterate my feeling, my conviction that by experience, what works best at the lowest cost is to equip citizens with the necessary tools and capacities. If I take the example of polarization, in our experience, people who were in total disagreement with sort of preconceived informations and ideas, after 1 or 2 hours of discussing an issue together, come to a much more consensual view, understand much more where they come from. So I'm sorry to insist on this bottom-up approach, because including at EU level, there are lots of things that need to be done. But fostering this, equipping people, trusting people that when they understand, they will behave differently, I think really is the way to go.
Yeah, completely agree. Kevin?
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Many things have been said. I'll try to say a word about the question on polarization. This is a hugely important issue. I would say 2 things at a high level of generality. Number one, I would hope that in most countries, politicians come to realize that the kind of problems that we need to solve in most societies require broad-based agreements. And hence, continuing to play the game of polarization, continuing to see the adversary as an enemy, militates against any possibility to solve any kind of important national problem. But not just that, it's also a more fundamental point that forces us to recognize that polarization is the reflection of other centrifugal forces in society. There's a reason why more egalitarian societies tend to do better when it comes to polarization levels, when it comes to fighting disinformation, when it comes to confronting conspiracy theories, because those societies have a glue that binds them together. So polarization is often the reflection, the epiphenomenon of something that is deeper. And it's there where we have to act if we are serious about reducing polarization levels. And let me just say, before I yield the floor, I mean, on a couple of points that were mentioned before, to Commissioner McGrath, I encourage you in the process of developing the European Democracy Shield to look outside the EU for good examples as to how to protect democracy. I mean, I can assure you that some of the things that the Brazilians, the Mexicans, the Australians are doing are terrific. And on the point of tipping points, Monsieur Lamy, absolutely agree with you. Just let it be known that we at IDEA publish a report on the global state of democracy based on a mass of empirical experience, and we can be of help to develop in a very concrete way those tipping points. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. And Michael, last word to you.
Yeah, thank you, Natalie. And I will be brief, and just to respond to Kevin and say that we are looking at best practice globally, and also to say that the enlargement countries will be within the orbit of the Democracy Shield, because they are on the front line of the threats, as we have seen in many instances. I think on the polarisation question, we have to be very respectful to voters, and we have to not assume that people vote a certain way because they are the victims of disinformation. They may well be. We know it's a real threat, and we have to deal with it. But they might just not like the direction of politics or the direction of policies. And I think we do have to do better collectively in European politics at listening and engaging with people in communities throughout the European Union and understanding their concerns and doing our best to respond and adapt to those concerns. On the question that was raised around rule of law conditionality, very briefly, we have learned a lot over the last 5 or 6 years. The toolbox is quite new. The conditionality regulation will remain. It's generally reactive. It's after the damage is done. And that's why we need to have a more flexible tool, and building in the rule of law safeguards into the proposed new national and regional partnership plans gives us that flexibility to step in more quickly and to address issues in a much more nimble fashion so that we can achieve a higher level of rule of law compliance and respect for the Charter of Fundamental Rights.
Thank you so much. I think this has been a really fantastic discussion. The fact that we've really managed to sort of nail down the fact that, yes, there are all sorts of instruments and policies that we can deliver, but at the end of the day, it is about building trust. It is about ensuring that democracy delivers, that is going to ensure that we're going to be able to crack the nut of democratic resilience. Thank you very much.
Of course, we have our guest of honor from France. France is a partner country today. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. We have a great list of panelists with us, and very relevant question about European neighborhood. I think this is more than relevant, particularly when we were observing what was happening during the last weekend in Moldova, for instance, but not only. I have a pleasure to welcome to the panel three distinguished guests, and I hope that you will join me in welcoming them. To my right is Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Mr. Kęstutis Budrys. Pleasure to have you with us. I could say that you represent the new union, where, like Ben represents the old union, and Ararat represents the future union. What we'll discuss about it, and we'll see if it's true and if it's achievable. So I said that to your right is Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia and a good friend, and he's very experienced minister. And Ararat, I would say that you have quite big accomplishments on your duty. What we've seen recently in August in White House agreement, peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I think this is something that wouldn't happen without skillful diplomacy in Armenia. So pleasure to have you, Ararat, with us. And as I mentioned, the old union is also represented here in a very young spirit and very promising, already very successful politician and good friend of mine, Ben Haddad. It's a pleasure to have you here, Ben. And it's not the first time that you are here. And each time you come, you get promotion. I don't know if it's because you visit Warsaw or is it work at home? Let's say that's because of coming to Warsaw. So maybe that's the reason why we have more and more prominent guests coming to the Warsaw Security Forum. But more seriously speaking, the question about European neighborhood policy, I would say, is more relevant than ever. Because these days, our values are tested. These days, our adversaries and sometimes also our allies are asking us what our unity, what our alliances are built on. Are they built on interests, or are they built on values, on both, or only just one of them? Sometimes when I hear about transactionist policy, I'm questioning, do we still have two pillars, the common interests and common values? And European Union, by the founding fathers, was built on those values, also to avoid disagreements, also to avoid conflicts. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we have privilege to have with us representatives of three different perspectives of European integration. Old Union represented by Ben Haddad, the new union represented by Minister Budrys, and a future member of the European Union, potentially represented by Minister Mirzoyan, together with our Lithuanian colleague, of course. So let me ask a few questions to you based on those brief introductory remarks and perspective. So my first question will come to Ben, because you represent the old union. So Ben, what do you think? Can Europe still come up with an idea for a new strategy towards enlargement and its neighborhood policy? And I'm asking specifically you in the first place, because French voice was quite often very complicated in this manner. So what would you say as a representative of old union? Is it possible to have enlargement?
You know, in my office, I didn't put much because it's a pretty precarious job, so you shouldn't get too attached to furniture. But I did bring one poster that I bought in Sarajevo a few years ago. And it says, "Europe, wake up, Sarajevo is calling you." And it shows Europe as a woman who's asleep with an EU flag on her pin. And unfortunately, I feel it's still very much relevant. 30 years ago, exactly this year, we had a genocide on the European soil in Bosnia. And we, at the time, were completely unable to stop it. We had to bring in the Americans. I often remind people that Bosnia, the Western Balkans, is closer to France than Ukraine is, at the heart of Europe. And at the time, there was this, I think, denial. You know, there's one expression I don't like is when people say war is back on the European continent with Ukraine. The truth is it never left. We had the Cold War that divided Europe and left tens of millions of people behind the Iron Curtain and under Soviet totalitarianism. Then, of course, we had the Western Balkans in the 90s. Then we had Georgia in 2008. Then the annexation of Crimea in 2014. But we always, or at least some of us, convinced ourselves that it was sort of old hatreds resurfacing, that it was ancient history, anachronism, and that the path was, of course, towards peace and prosperity for Europeans. And there was a brutal awakening with February 24th, 2022. First, of course, the Russian war of aggression and our need to defend Ukraine. And 3.5 years into the war, we're still, I think, united and strong in our support, economic, like military, for the heroic Ukrainian resistance. But we also realized that we cannot leave other areas of our continent as gray zones for future conflicts, aggression, or interference. And this is why, more than ever, we need to re-engage with our neighbors, bring them closer to European institutions, and even re-engage with those who have left. Because if you think of the work we're doing on the Coalition of the Willing for Ukraine and the European political community, it's also a way to re-anchor our British friends to the European security architecture. And I think you're right that for a long time in France, there was a form of skepticism towards enlargement. Why? Because it was seen as maybe a dilution of the decision-making process in Europe and as making it more complicated to have a European power emerge. And I think if you look at 10 years later, 20 years later, not only is Europe stronger because it's larger, because you have countries like Poland who are incredible economic drivers of growth, of innovation, and countries that take security matters so seriously. But also, beyond that, it was a reunification of our continent. And I think it's bringing a new sense of spirit and energy. When I look at Ukraine on the Maidan, or Georgia more recently, when you have kids who are ready to die for the EU flag, think about how sometimes jaded we are in Europe about the EU, what it's brought to our continent. And I think the European spirit comes much more from these candidate countries than where people are ready to risk their lives for Europe, than it comes sometimes from some of the office space in Brussels. And so for all these reasons, whether it's geopolitical stability, whether it's the economic opportunity of expanding our internal market at a time where we're under economic pressure and competition from sometimes our closest allies, or whether it's about bringing a sense of renewed spirit and energy to this European project, yes, we need enlargement and we need to re-engage with our neighbors. And if I can add a last word, because we're talking about the EU, but one of the things that I'm very glad that was mentioned also on this panel is the European political community. And for a long time, we were big believers on the idea that we need a platform where we can engage the entire continent, where we can talk about interconnection, where we could talk about political dialogue, where we could talk about infrastructure, from digital infrastructure and roaming, for example, on the continent, to energy connectivity. And it's certainly not, it's never been an alternative to enlargement, but it's a way to accompany it through concrete projects without having to wait necessarily for all the work of the very demanding merit-based process of enlargement. I think the two clearly go hand in hand.
Ben, I have to, you provoked me. What about Turkey? You said about neighbors that we have to be inclusive. What about Turkey joining European Union?
As you know, Turkey is a member of the European political community. And I think it's very important, actually, to have these dialogues with Turkey. I think it's an important strategic partner of the European Union. And I do think we have a lot of interest in common. I think when it comes to the candidacy to the European Union, it's a different matter. And you look at, just realism tells you where it is in the last 20 years that it's been basically stalling. But I do think that the EU needs to be very engaged with strategic partners, and Turkey is one of them, clearly, both in the Middle East and the Black Sea.
Do you think that Turkey could be a member of the European Union in the foreseeable future?
I don't think Turkey could be a member in the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you very much. So now let's switch to our Lithuanian neighbor. Perspective, actually the same question, but from the perspective of new member state. I remember myself studying in Vienna 2004, and my French professor actually at that time was saying something like this, and he was working in European Commission. Well, he didn't know that I was sitting as a Pole among the students, and he was saying, this enlargement, very risky, and those Poles, they are terrible, they just join and are making so much noise, so critical, so radical, and actually, who was advocating me? My best colleague from university, he was a Turk, and he said something like this: Professor, if not this crazy, strange Poles, you all would go to mosques these days in Europe. And he said it in Vienna. For those that are interested in history, you know that Poles stopped Ottoman Empire from getting closer to Europe. But what do you think, Budris, about it? What is the, or maybe Baltic states' perspective on enlargement and neighborhood policy of the European Union?
Thank you, Zbigniew. When you addressed me as the representative of New Europe or New European Union member, I feel like I'm, sometimes I'm addressed as a young man, but I'm all gray and I'm 45. So I'm asking myself, so when I won't be young anymore? So same with the new member. 21 years of membership, still new member. So you see, it's a long way even after the membership to be admitted as the old one. But without joking and remembering this division, new and old members, and we remember that was Iraq, and there were some of the remarks coming to the new members actually of EU and NATO. Then it was the clear division, at least as it was described, towards the approach to the United States, towards approach to Russia, towards approach to the other continents and countries, and it was different. So we didn't see then Russia as someone that can be Europeanized or the country that can transform itself because of the more increased trade with Russia. We haven't seen Americans out of Europe in a few years, because for us then, and it is the case now, it looked like the very strategic thing to have two pillars, as we described then 20 more years ago in our national security strategy, United States and NATO. And now, after those 20 years, I think that Ben is a new European Union as we are, because we are so on the same page what is needed geopolitically. And I'm really admired by the initiatives of France, of President Macron, towards coalition of the willing, towards the enlargement as such, and leaning forward. That is what we needed. And I see that there is no naivety towards Russia anymore, and we see that transatlantic cooperation and partnership is so much needed. So those old division lines are non-existent. What would be in the future, we will see. But what I see as also the very understandable and common approach towards enlargement, that is very needed component of European Union becoming geopolitical actor. Without enlargement, it won't happen. When we talk about enlargement for us, first of all, that's Ukraine. And it is in our very deep interest to have Ukraine with us in European Union, and then to finish with the enlargement that was started already, and then we will go the next phase to rethinking what is our neighborhood. I don't think...
Have you seen, Budrys, when President Zelensky was speaking today in the morning, he made a reference that we want to join alliance of the European Union. And he didn't mention NATO today in the morning.
It is building already, and with the additional elements now, with the defense industry first, now with the SAFE initiative and defense capabilities, and we will see in the next MFF after 28, there will be more and more hard security, defense things and matters within the European Union. So then, looking towards more to the east, I don't agree that Armenia is a neighborhood of Europe. I think geopolitically it is Europe. It is now a neighborhood of European Union as an organization, and we have to act as one unity towards it. What I mean by this is that we talk a lot about being geopolitical actor, but we do not act as being geopolitical actor. So you have to describe your strategic interest and go for it and implement it. And that's why enlargement, and I'm talking about the stability in all the continent, is not so much about values as being something that you can choose, this or that. It's about the very deep fundamental interest. And primary interest, that's security. So Ukraine membership in EU, that's security. For us, that is why it is high. Stability, and then in the future, the more members, and also with the Armenia's interest, that is our security. And security not because we will become allies, but because countries, through enlargement, go through a process that we call Europeization, becoming European. What does it mean? It means building strong democracies, building strong institutions, and it's very important in our case that it was building resilience. Building resilience to the country that don't believe in all of it, that it would work. Because for Russia, all the undemocratic regimes are the ones that they know how to deal with. They know how to penetrate. They love kleptocracies because they know how to operate within the kleptocracies, and they have difficulties with democracies. So this is why, for me, it is less about values. I do not deny it, but for me, it's the primary interest, as it is for Lithuania, to have the democratic, stable, friendly neighborhood. And we can go through the map.
So you say Ukraine, yes, Armenia, no, Moldova.
I'm not saying Armenia, no, I didn't say that. Geopolitical, I'm looking into the map and where we are right now. And of course, when it is the choice to go European Union, it's not like choosing between the organization. It's the very difficult process. You went through it, Lithuania went through it, and we were going through it after the membership. What does it mean to make the environment as the same, regulated in the same way as elsewhere for business, for example?
So what would you recommend your government if Armenia would decide to apply?
We are supporting this path forward. We just had the meeting with the minister, and we just talked to it. I believe in it because of the many advantages and that you will achieve.
The Europeization process.
Yeah, through the process. Resilience, first of all. What we are talking when we are talking about the energy security, for example, connections, transport, connections, same regulation. We will have same regulation. We will have the opportunity also to open our markets. Open markets, that will be the huge opportunities for investment and for trade. It goes like this. And I know one country that would love to prevent all of this. That's Russia, obviously.
Of course, that's true. Luckily, we were able, supporting the democratic processes in Moldova, that they were resistant from these incursions in their democratic processes. And this is really inspiring, I would say. That's something very positive.
And you should measure by the resources that Russia dedicated for these elections in Moldova. How many hundreds of millions they invested into it. This shows how high it is.
1.5% GDP of Moldova, that's the value of it. That's what we are talking. Minister Mirzoyan, you know that I'm an enthusiast of Armenia and strong supporter. After listening to your predecessors, what do you expect from Europe, from European Union in this area? And what is maybe your experience dealing with European Union in this area?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for your introductory remarks. I don't think I deserve those words, but you were probably too kind.
You're a diplomat, very modest.
Well, I'm not a diplomat, by the way. I don't have any diplomatic background. So I'm sorry to say this, dear colleagues. I think there is certain confusion here. We speak about old EU. Well, first of all, are we speaking about Europe or the European Union? These are different things. Because when you speak about European Union, we can be the potential member, the next one. If you speak about Europe, then Minister is absolutely right. We are in Europe equally as you. We also spoke a little bit about new Europe and old Europe. We spoke about values versus interests. I here should disagree with you, dear friend. I think interests are values. I mean, values should be the interest, because if you allow yourself to align your policies with interests you think that they are beneficial for you, then you make a compromise, a backstep from your values one day, the second day, third day, and then you see yourself in a situation where maybe your real policies are far from values. Yes, EU, for me, from a side, is primarily about democracy and human rights. If you make compromises, if you close your eyes about the, I don't know, situations regarding human rights in this country and then the other one, then well, at least EU will become less interesting for me personally. I mean, less attractive for me personally. And in this sense as well, Armenia is even EU in this sense, in sense of democracy. We have already, yes, unexperienced democracy, but we are already an acknowledged democracy. And of course, we will be continuing our democratic reforms. So this dilemma of interests versus values is a trap, I think, is an artificial positioning of the question.
Mr. Mirzorian, let me just give you a hint what I had in mind saying that.
I'm sorry if you...
Sorry for me, because I maybe was not precise. You know, I was making reference to the American foreign policy these days, to the speech of J.D. Vance in Munich at the Munich Security Conference, when he said that Europe is a source of problems for Europe. And when U.S. government decided to dissolve U.S. aid and abandon soft power of U.S., it was, in my opinion, a bit betraying the values that U.S. was built on and focusing on transactionism and just interests. But in this transactional policy, the risk is that someone could make a better offer. And then you are in a menu.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
You are in a menu, and for a smaller countries, it's pretty risky to be in this very transactional relation. But just, sorry, it was just an explanation.
I am sorry for if I got additional confusion here. But yes, you're right. Lots of things are going around Europe's strategic neighborhood. And yes, we can start from the United States. We see that the strongest ally and partner and friend of EU and EU member states, now they have, on very critical issues, they can have slightly or fundamentally different opinions. So this makes, I think, and again, this is aside from aside, this makes EU rethink many things. For instance, increase the sovereignty. This may be, and build some institutions which can give additional confidence to EU as a union. If you look to the east, Europe sees itself as at high risk when it comes to the war in Ukraine. I saw the news recent days about the violation of airspace. So many things are going around EU and Europe, and there are very important things to rethink, at least reassess. But not. I don't want to focus only on the negative things. There are also positive processes happening in the world as well. And here I would like to focus on South Caucasus. on Armenia. We just established peace with Azerbaijan. It was declared in Washington. Also, the ministers, I mean, the declaration of peace was signed between my prime minister and President of Azerbaijan. The declaration was witnessed and signed also by President Trump. In parallel, we, the ministers, we initialed the peace agreement between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We agreed upon recognizing each other's territorial integrity, the borders. We agreed upon general principles in frames of which the transport infrastructure should be unblocked between two countries. So I'm saying this to show, I mean, this declaration and establishment of peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan is not merely it does not merely mean stability or elimination of a gray zone in close neighborhood of EU. It also provides some new economic trade opportunities. Imagine when the railway connection is re-established between Armenia and Azerbaijan, this will have significance not only that part of the world, but a much larger region, including EU. But again, it's not the limit. Establishment of peace in South Caucasus provides South Caucasian countries to strengthen their sovereignties, to decrease their dependence from other major capitals, and gives us opportunity to have, for instance, foreign policies. I would be very specific. We in Armenia, we could adopt in the National Assembly a law making the EU accession a mandatory policy of the government of Republic of Armenia. So from our side, there is a political will, there is a decision, fixed, constituted in a law, and now the EU colleagues should decide.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the Caucasian perspective. And having a kind of follow-up to what you said about peace deal signed in the White House, why not in Europe? We could we say on many occasions that we have like new momentums for Europe. Even when we decide to talk about European autonomy, there is no. We can talk about it different way when we were using this phrase like a decade ago. Then it was usually mainly a French narrative about a bit of autonomy from US. Right now we are talking about Europe on its own, simply being self-sufficient, because the realities are like that. And it's not necessarily anti-American. It means that we need to take care about our own security. So on one side, we say that we have a momentum for Europe. But on another side, we have this war, which is happening in our neighborhood, which is somehow a reaction. Supposedly, this is the Russian propaganda, that it's a reaction to the promotion of European values or European style of life. Do you think that right now, when we have this war at our border, it's easier to promote European values? And do you think that currently we are winning with Russia in these narratives?
When you are following, if you are following Russian narratives, you would see yourself as the losers. We are done here, and it's nothing to do for us, and that's only United States left on the Western side. So I wouldn't fall into it, because for Lithuania, we were decades of the lost country, and it's like absolutely backyard of Europe that has nothing to do with success. But it is an opposite. So, of course, we are, presented in the light that Russia needs for itself. I think that this is now, it was the momentum and still is the momentum for Europe. More opportunity than something that would provide the outcome inevitably. No, we have to use this opportunity for stronger decision-making. And we cannot allow ourselves to lose our focus. And the focus for Europe's security in upcoming years, that is in Ukraine. Absolutely. If we are not, we are not achieving the long-lasting peace in Ukraine, if Ukraine is not going into EU, we cannot speak about the enlargement seriously, it won't happen because we will have more problems internally. So I think this is the top priority. On the other hand, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't work in many directions. And one of the countries that we are not mentioning, but it is hanging in the air when we are talking about the South Caucasus, that is Georgia, where they are. And we have the candidate country with association agreement, and we see democracy going down and deteriorating fastly. And one of the reasons was that we missed the momentum, and it was there for Europe to act. We thought, maybe it's okay. No, it's not okay. And we see how it escalates into that direction. So I think we have to be aware, we have to be vigilant, and we have to act united. And here we are on the different, absolutely, pace than the United States. They have the centralized decision-making process. On our side, it is complicated. We even need the United States to make our sanctions policy more robust. We need the United States to convince some of our European partners about the energy imports from Russia. This is how we fail on some of the strategic elements right now. So if we are not using this opportunity, that would be more and more difficult to mobilize ourselves.
Thank you very much, Budris. Ben, well, in Armenia, this is your government that is trying to help with the modernization of Armenian army. You are present there. You are trying to help them in their navigation towards Euro-Atlantic community. But at the same time, as I mentioned before, Armenia and Azerbaijan, they decide to look for American support, not European countries' support, when signing a peace agreement. Do you think that this is it should be frustrating for Europeans that it's not it didn't happen in Brussels, for instance, or Paris?
No, look, we support the peace agreement that was found with the U.S. administration, and I think you know, it's a testament actually to the courage of the Armenian government that's been into a very difficult situation over the last few years and has continued to engage courageously in diplomacy and looking for peace, and also continue to engage in reforms. And support for democracy, the fight against corruption, the Pashinyan government really is to be praised on this. And you know, we speak to the Armenian government on a regular basis, President Macron with Prime Minister Pashinyan, and we will be there to support the implementation of this peace agreement. Really, I think the key will be making sure that it's implemented in the long run. And I think, you know, when we talk about the neighborhood, we talk about the Russian threat against not only, of course, the war against Ukrainians, but the general threat that it represents to European democracies. We've seen the unacceptable drone incursions into the Polish, Baltic, Romanian airspace in the last few weeks. We see the constant threat even on France, the disinformation, the interference, the cyber attacks against our infrastructure, against our hospitals. On the other hand, we have the trade pressure coming from the United States and the questions about the future of the security relationship with the US in the long run. And I think what's key here is for us, when we talk about strategic autonomy, to really focus on everything we can do at the European level to reduce our dependencies. And this is where, not only at the EU level, but of course, with the neighborhoods, the candidates, the different countries of the European continent, in terms of reducing our energy dependencies, of supporting our innovation sector, our tech, think about AI, quantum, green tech, space, of deepening the single market. I think this is where our continent is an incredible source of resources and opportunity if we want to grow and assume ourselves as a power and reduce our dependencies to others. And by the way, because you were talking about the question of whether autonomy was against or not the US, we never saw it as against the US. It hasn't changed. It was never against the US.
That's called diplomacy.
But
to say it straightforward.
No, but the question is, you know, look at, I spent 7 years in the US under 3 different administrations. And you listen to Democrats like Republicans. They ask Europeans to increase their defense spending, to take more ownership of their own security, to rise. And I'm convinced that as we have not only a EU, but a European continent that takes more ownership of its own history, of its own strategic identity, That's the way we will reshape and rebuild a transatlantic alliance. They'll be more mature and more balanced, and that will be beneficial for both sides of the Atlantic.
Thank you, Ben. Mr. Mirzorian, we have 1 minute, and I want to make a reference to Georgia, which was a huge hope from Europe about the future of Georgia, Europeization of Georgia. I remember President Saakashvili being here at the Warsaw Security Forum, receiving the NATO Freedom Award. And what lessons can Armenia have from the story of Georgia? What we can do to help you to avoid mistakes that Georgia did, or we did, what mistakes we did, that Georgia is in the situation which it is. And President Salomea is here at the Warsaw Security Forum with us, and her mission, dedication, it's a challenge for us. What we can do to help you to secure the future of democratic Armenia and Euro-Atlantic Armenia?
Well, the fact is that no one cancelled Georgia's status of candidate, neither Georgians nor EU. So the fact is that Georgia is a EU candidate. The rest is a matter of interpretation. I don't know, ongoing political processes that can change one day, but strategically the status is there. So a lesson for Armenia, I would largely agree with my dear colleague from Lithuania. We should not lose momentum. Sometimes, and here again, soft criticism, we should not allow bureaucracy to take over the political decisions. Politics is the area, the way where we should, our nations, our countries should make decisions. Politically, EU should decide. Armenia, you know, we will be continuing our reforms. We will be strengthening our democratic institutions. We will be raising the standards for our goods to make the integration possible. At the end of the day, the decision should be political. If you, as EU, or let us in, then all of us, we will benefit. If you say no to us, then we will still have reformed political institutions. We will benefit from it as well. So, yes, we should be more bolder, more political, less bureaucratic. But there is a nuance that I would like to, I see that the time is almost over, but I want to reflect, if I may. So the mediation or facilitation, a peace deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan, it's not a matter of competition, you know. I mean, there was a long process. The negotiations have taken several years. Political leaders, they have been involved. President Macron organized a meeting on the margins of the European political community in Prague. It was several years ago, on 6th of October. And this was the meeting where a very fundamental agreement was reached between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Agreement about acknowledgement of territorial integrity of each other on the basis of 1991 Alma-Ata Declaration, which in its turn means that Armenia is in the borders between Soviet Armenia and Soviet Azerbaijan now are recognized, re-acknowledged as borders between current Armenia and current Azerbaijan. This was the fundamental milestone accomplishment. And
is it the next European Policy Committee taking place in Armenia?
So yeah, I'm saying this to also show that this European political community summit is very important mechanism, very important platform. And we're proud to say that the next one will take place in Armenia on 4th of May 2026. So we will be waiting for all of you there.
I believe that the same members of the panel will
Next one is on Wednesday in Copenhagen, and then...
Absolutely, I'm sorry. Copenhagen, and then in spring in Armenia.
Exactly. So thank you very much to all of you. And I truly believe that we
should continue this discussion in Yerevan during the European Political Committee or Yerevan Dialogue that we have as Pulaski Foundation pleasure to be a partner. So we invite all of you to visit Yerevan. And I think it would be the gesture and proof in action that we are open for our neighbors and we support them, particularly when they take brave steps toward Euro-Atlantic community to share the same values. And I think this is the role that we have, not to leave them alone in this effort, because it's a difficult path, complicated, and they need our political and all the other ways of support. So thank you very much, and I hope that you will join me in applauding our great panelists.